One day, an extraordinary natural phenomenon occurred in December of the year 2050. Earth was impacted by a supernova explosion from a distance of 500,000 light-years, triggering an ice storm across the entire planet. Temperatures in cities dropped to -70 degrees Celsius, and blizzards raged for over a month, covering the world in thick layers of ice. This catastrophe led to mass extinction, wiping out countless living beings, including much of humanity. Zhang Yi, a warehouse manager at the largest supermarket storage facility in the city, managed to survive for over a month in his apartment after gathering a small supply of food and essentials. However, one day, Fanqie, a woman he had secretly admired for a long time, came to his door, pleading for him to let her in. Trusting her, Zhang Yi opened the door, only to realize too late that she had brought a group of men with her, all of whom were his neighbors. They raided his entire food supply and, in a horrifying act of desperation, even mutilated his body to use as a food source. As he lay there, consumed by unbearable pain and on the verge of death, Zhang Yi swore that he would take revenge for the betrayal and suffering he endured. Then, something inexplicable happened. Zhang Yi woke up in his apartment, his body fully intact. It was as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Checking the date on his phone, he realized that he had returned to a time 3 months before the disaster struck. This time, he was determined not to become a victim again. Instead, he would prepare and seek vengeance. A sudden flash of light crossed his vision, and at that moment, Zhang Yi discovered something extraordinary. Not only had he been brought back in time, but he also possessed a mysterious ability. He could store unlimited items in another dimension, like an inventory system in a video game. With this newfound power, Zhang Yi devised a plan to stockpile food and essential supplies in preparation for survival, all while secretly plotting his revenge. Determined to make the most of the time he had left, Zhang Yi indulged in lavish meals at expensive restaurants, paying for everything with his credit card, knowing he would never have to repay the debt. As he exited a restaurant, he unexpectedly ran into Fanqie and her friend, the same deceitful woman who had betrayed him in his past life, even severing his hand for food. Putting on an act, Zhang Yi pretended to be friendly, inviting Yuking and her friend to go shopping with him while keeping his true intentions hidden. Once he returned to his apartment, Zhang Yi stored all his purchases inside his inventory dimension, knowing there was still much more to prepare before the great catastrophe arrived. He realized that, beyond food and supplies, he also needed weapons to defend himself when the time came. The next day, Zhang Yi retrieved food from his storage and made a startling discovery: any item stored within his dimensional space would remain perfectly preserved, never spoiling. Taking advantage of this, he ordered thousands of catering portions for immediate delivery under the pretense of hosting a massive banquet. Then, Zhang Yi took his apartment ownership certificate and pawned it, along with all of his valuable possessions, securing a massive loan. He knew that once the freezing apocalypse arrived, money would become worthless. By the end of his preparations, he had successfully gathered 9 million yuan, equivalent to nearly $2 million. Zhang Yi immediately began his preparations. He contacted the best security company to transform his home into a reinforced fortress, installing bulletproof glass, an advanced heating and air filtration system, 360-degree surveillance cameras, and a steel vault door. He also requested access to firearms, which surprised the manager but was ultimately approved. After making the down payment, Zhang Yi proceeded to a hunting club, where he purchased hunting equipment and a bow as a weapon. Upon returning to his apartment lobby, he found his massive food order had arrived. The sheer number of delivery trucks drew the attention of many people, including Fanqie. Wasting no time, Zhang Yi swiftly stored everything inside his dimensional storage, ensuring it would remain safe for years to come. The next day, construction workers began renovating his apartment, transforming it into an impenetrable steel fortress. His neighbors watched in confusion and curiosity, but Zhang Yi remained focused, knowing they would understand the truth soon enough. Zhang Yi also purchased large quantities of medicine directly from a pharmaceutical factory, paying an exorbitant price to secure all available stock, even those that had already been reserved by others. His action soon caught the attention of Fanqie, who grew increasingly curious about his large-scale preparations. She contacted Zhang Yi, pretending to be concerned and saying that she missed him. But Zhang Yi ignored her fake affection, leaving her frustrated. Meanwhile, the construction of Zhang Yi's fortress was finally completed, now equipped with surveillance systems on every floor of the building. Satisfied with the results, he knew he wouldn't have to worry about repaying his debts. Soon, the world would descend into chaos. His final shipment arrived, fresh drinking water, delivered by Pamanu, one of the few neighbors who had been kind to him in his previous life. Zhang Yi took this opportunity to warn Pamanu about the extreme weather that was coming. Though skeptical, Pamanu decided to start stockpiling supplies just in case. As the days passed, Zhang Yi continued his preparations, purchasing even more resources and practicing archery. One day before the winter apocalypse, the weather began to worsen. While at work, Zhang Yi discreetly added a sedative to his colleagues' drinks. Within minutes, they all fell into a deep sleep, exactly as he had planned. He then disabled the surveillance cameras and swiftly transferred the entire warehouse inventory into his dimensional storage. Including fuel, food, and other essential supplies, Zhang Yi's attention was drawn to the newly arrived cold-resistant gear, designed to withstand extreme temperatures. He quickly stored it away, further perfecting his alibi. To make his deception more convincing, Zhang Yi took a special sleeping pill and lay down among his colleagues. 2 hours later, he was shaken awake by his panicked coworkers. They shouted that all the supplies in the warehouse had vanished. Zhang Yi pretended to be just as shocked, acting as if he had no idea how an entire city's worth of stock could disappear so quickly. His supervisor immediately contacted him, accusing him of orchestrating the theft. However, Zhang Yi denied the allegations, claiming he had no means to pull off such a large-scale robbery. All the staff members were then taken to the police station for questioning, but no leads were found. The police warned them not to leave the city while the investigation was ongoing. Zhang Yi smirked inwardly, leaving the city was the last thing on his mind. In fact, he had no intention of stepping out of his apartment at all. The mysterious disappearance of such a massive supply became headline news. The entire city was baffled. How could an entire stockpile of food and logistics for a whole city vanish without a trace in just 3 hours? On the same day, snow began to fall. Zhang Yi knew that this snowfall signaled the beginning of the great winter apocalypse. He hurried back to his apartment. 3 days later, the catastrophe struck without warning. The shockwave from the supernova explosion unleashed disaster upon the Earth, causing temperatures to plummet drastically overnight. Watching the snow fall from his apartment window, Zhang Yi knew that this time, the story would unfold differently. As the thick snow began covering the city, the residents of his apartment complex grew restless. Zhang Yi, observing the situation, understood that for many of them, this might be the last snowfall they would ever see. He knew the blizzard would last a long time, and not many would survive. By the second day, the snow had piled up over a meter high, blocking the entrances to the apartment complex, making it impossible for residents to leave. The extreme cold left many shivering, even with their heaters running at full power. But Zhang Yi remained comfortable in his well-heated apartment. He was soon awakened by a phone call from Fanqie, asking what was happening. Zhang Yi responded coldly, offering no answers before hanging up. Shortly after, Fanqie shamelessly sent a message, begging Zhang Yi to send her food. She knew he had stockpiled large amounts of supplies and was desperate. In response, Zhang Yi simply sent her a photo of the luxurious meat dishes and fine wine he was about to enjoy. Fanqie then said she would accompany Zhang Yi for a meal. However, Zhang Yi sarcastically refused, saying that if she wanted to eat, she could buy her own food. He then turned off his phone. As he enjoyed his meal, Zhang Yi noticed something happening through his surveillance cameras. On the screen, he saw Tianlin, the building manager, addressing the residents. He assured them that the snowstorm would soon subside and warned against food hoarding, threatening to report anyone who did so to the police. Deciding to stir the situation, Zhang Yi went down to the crowd. He deliberately challenged Tianlin by asking how he could be so sure that the snowstorm would stop soon. His question sparked concern among the residents, who then pressured Tianlin, demanding that they be allowed to stockpile supplies or that he take responsibility if things worsened. Tianlin insisted that the building management was working with the city authorities and that everything was under control. Attempting to shift the blame, Tianlin accused Zhang Yi of provoking unnecessary panic. But Zhang Yi remained indifferent. He calmly walked away, returning to the safety of his apartment, leaving the chaos behind. A week passed. The snow continued to pile up around the apartment complex. Unable to bear the worsening conditions, Tianlin approached Zhang Yi, asking for his help in clearing the snow from the entrance. Zhang Yi refused, calling the effort pointless. This only angered Tianlin further. Tianlin then claimed that the request came from the neighborhood committee and that it had to be followed. Zhang Yi sarcastically suggested that Tianlin ask Chen Zheng, the construction boss, or Su Hao, a wealthy man who could afford to pay others to do the work if he didn't want to do it himself. Deep inside, Zhang Yi knew that Chen Zheng and Su Hao were among those who had looted his apartment and tortured him in his past life. Tianlin looked frustrated. He then turned to the group chat, asking Chen Zheng and Su Hao for help. Chen Zheng, upon seeing the message, became furious, while Su Hao ignored it, claiming he was too busy. This only made Tianlin more frustrated, and he once again blamed Zhang Yi for the situation. Tired of the constant disturbance, Tianlin called Zhang Yi directly. Zhang Yi, now truly annoyed, coldly threatened to kill him if he continued to be a nuisance. His words left Tianlin trembling in fear. Shortly after, Chenzeng appeared at Zhang Yi's door, furious. He accused Zhang Yi of acting arrogant and defying him. As Chenzeng banged on the door, shouting threats, Zhang Yi calmly picked up his bow. Then, through a concealed opening in the door, he loosed an arrow. The arrow struck Chenzeng's shin, sending him crashing to the ground with a scream of agony. From the peephole of his apartment door, Zhang Yi watched him struggle. Chenzeng was stunned by Zhang Yi's boldness. The weak-looking young man he had underestimated turned out to be dangerous. In the freezing cold, Chenzeng attempted to call emergency services, but the extreme weather conditions made it impossible. Gritting his teeth, he tried to yank the arrow from his leg while sending a furious message in the group chat, vowing to kill Zhang Yi. Filled with rage, Chenzeng summoned his men, and they quickly gathered at his home. He ordered them to storm Zhang Yi's apartment and teach him a lesson. Shortly after, a group of armed men, led by a bald man, arrived at Zhang Yi's door, ready for revenge. But as they tried to break through, their weapons snapped. Shocked, they realized the door was made of reinforced steel. Stunned and helpless, they quickly understood their efforts were futile. Watching through his surveillance cameras, Zhang Yi grabbed a hose and sprayed freezing water onto the group. The icy torrent sent many of them collapsing onto the ground, shivering violently. Only a few managed to escape. Zhang Yi smirked, satisfied. In this extreme cold, water was a deadly weapon. Back at Chenzeng's home, the few men who had survived the attack sat trembling, their bodies still numb from the freezing water. They reported that Zhang Yi's steel door was impenetrable and described his brutal use of ice-cold water. Furious, Chenzeng ordered his men to stake out Zhang Yi's apartment and capture him the moment he stepped outside. Meanwhile, in the apartment complex, Pamanu led a group of residents in an attempt to clear the snow blocking the entrance. They hoped to find a path to the supermarket. But before long, they gave up, the work was too exhausting. Zhang Yi watched from his apartment, convinced that no human effort could stand against the merciless snow now burying the world. News reports on television detailed the government's efforts to handle the disaster. But Zhang Yi knew the truth, 95% of the world's population would freeze to death in this catastrophe. Just then, a message arrived from Fanqie. She complained that her food supplies were running low and asked Zhang Yi to share some of his. Zhang Yi responded by sending her a picture of the lobster he was about to eat. Fanqie was furious and deeply disappointed. Her best friend, who had been watching, called Zhang Yi and accused him of making Fanqie sad, demanding that he take responsibility. Zhang Yi saw it as nothing more than petty drama. He replied with an indifferent message, which only made the friend angrier. Realizing Zhang Yi was a lost cause, Fanqie and her friend began considering other men, ones who would be easier to manipulate. Fanqie then contacted Chopeng, a young man hopelessly infatuated with her. Desperate to please her, Chopeng rushed over and handed her his food supplies. He told her it was everything he had. Her friend quickly shut the door, cutting off Cheng before he could say more. Fanqie didn't care. Her only concern now was finding a way to get back at Zhang Yi. As the days passed, the snowfall grew heavier. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi calmly enjoyed his meals, waiting for the inevitable chaos to unfold. Then, it happened. The electricity and water supply were cut off. The apartment building descended into despair. Residents began emerging from their units, asking if anyone had backup power. The heating systems had failed, and the icy chill seeped into their homes. Even under thick blankets, the cold was unbearable, capable of freezing a person to death. Zhang Yi, having just finished his meal, casually turned on the generator he had taken from the warehouse. Outside, the world was falling apart. He knew survival now demanded any means necessary. Meanwhile, Tianlin, a member of the neighborhood committee, shivered as he held his grandson close. His eyes widened in shock as he read a message in the city authorities' group chat. The snowstorm wasn't just a local disaster, it was global. Entire cities had already suffered massive losses. The message urged everyone to gather as many supplies as possible before it was too late. Seeing an opportunity, Tianlin acted immediately. He sent a message to the apartment residents, assuring them that the crisis was only temporary and that authorities were handling the situation. He then claimed that, under orders from the neighborhood committee, all supplies needed to be collected for redistribution. Every resident was required to hand over their food and resources to him for fair distribution. Anyone who refused would be reported to the police. Tianlin's announcement sparked discontent, especially from Chenzeng, who felt uneasy. But he also knew that orders from the police were not to be ignored. Zhang Yi smirked as he read the message. Tianlin had done the same thing in his previous life. Soon after, Tianlin called Zhang Yi, demanding that he hand over his food. He had seen Zhang Yi stockpiling supplies before the disaster and was certain he had plenty. But Zhang Yi responded with sarcasm, claiming he had run out of food. He even asked Tianlin to bring him some instant noodles if he managed to collect anything. Tianlin nearly fainted from anger. Zhang Yi's response had completely ruined his plan. But then, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew that he and his grandson might have to rely on Zhang Yi in the future. Regaining his composure, he began plotting his next move. Food had become the most valuable asset in this new world, and Tianlin was determined to seize control of as much of it as possible. He would manipulate the other residents, one way or another. Not long after, Zhang Yi watched through his surveillance cameras as Tianlin successfully gathered supplies from the residents who still trusted him. Zhang Yi scoffed. Anyone who believed Tianlin was a fool. The weather would only get worse, and food would become even scarcer. Soon, complaints started flooding the apartment group chat. Residents were demanding to know when the food distribution would begin, as many had already run out of supplies. Tianlin silently read their messages without replying. In his heart, he knew. All of these supplies now belonged to him. Just then, his grandson spoke up, telling him his phone was ringing. Tianlin glanced at the screen, startled to see Chenzeng calling him. "Impressive trick you pulled," Chenzeng said, his tone laced with amusement. But Tianlin quickly made excuses, claiming he was still organizing the supplies. Chenzeng wasn't interested in excuses. He demanded that Tianlin hand everything over immediately. Or he and his men would take it by force. Before Tianlin could respond, his door burst open. Chenzeng and his starving gang stormed inside. A loud slap echoed through the room as Tianlin staggered back, clutching her cheek in shock. In this chaos, there was no more law. Zhang Yi observed everything through his cameras, contemplating whether he should share the footage in the group chat. He was curious to see how the other residents would react. Tianlin fell to her knees, pleading with Chenzeng to spare some food for her and her grandson. But Chenzeng merely smirked before kicking her aside. Her grandson, terrified, tried to defend her. He grabbed a knife and stabbed one of Chenzeng's men. But before he could do any real damage, he was kicked across the room and knocked unconscious. The rest of the gang erupted in laughter. Chenzeng showed no mercy. To him, the old woman deserved this. This was justice. In the group chat, some residents cheered Chenzeng on, calling it the right way to deal with a fraud like Tianlin. Zhang Yi shook his head. These people were idiots. Today, it was Tianlin's house. Tomorrow, it could be theirs. But that wasn't his problem. A few moments later, Tianlin posted in the chat again. She said Dr. Yo was treating her grandson's injuries and that she needed medicine. Reading this, Zhang Yi's eyes darkened. Dr. Yo. He remembered him from his past life. A kind-hearted doctor who had saved many lives. Tianlin continued pleading for medicine. But her messages were met with nothing but mockery. No one trusted her. No one offered help. Watching it all unfold, Zhang Yi remained unmoved. This was karma. The blizzard had lasted for more than a week, disrupting nearly all activities and burying the lower floors under thick snow. Although Tianlin's grandson had been saved, he wouldn't survive much longer under these conditions. News of the once in 100,000 years global snowstorm had spread across the world. In some northern cities, temperatures had dropped to over 100 degrees below zero. Many people attempted to flee south, but most froze to death along the way. Tianlin once again begged for help in the apartment group chat, revealing that his grandson had been starving for 2 days. He even offered a high price for food. Some residents started selling instant noodles at outrageous prices, along with other overpriced food items. Watching the situation unfold, Zhang Yi found it amusing. They still didn't realize the greater disaster looming ahead. Not long after, Su Hua, a wealthy man, began hoarding food, buying at any price. He had come to understand that in this situation, money no longer meant anything. Meanwhile, a single mother also pleaded for help, saying her daughter was on the verge of starvation. Zhang Yi recognized this woman from his past life. He knew that she and her daughter had survived longer than most. 10 days after the freezing temperatures arrived, Zhang Yi remained comfortable in his apartment. As he was relaxing, his phone rang. Seeing the caller, he smirked and answered the video call. On the screen, 2 women appeared. Zhang Yi joked about how they looked thinner. The women, however, were too distracted by the sight of his food. Their eyes filled with longing. They asked how he still had so much food, and why his apartment looked so warm. Zhang Yi answered casually, saying his home was well heated. He even had a fireplace. Yucking, mesmerized, eagerly asked if she could come over. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi rejected her request, throwing in a sharp remark. Yucking's face darkened in anger, feeling humiliated. Zhang Yi coldly added that if she needed food, she should ask the rich men she usually manipulated. Then, without another word, he ended the call. Furious, Yuking hurled her phone to the floor. She finally realized. The man she once saw as a fool had become far sharper than she ever expected. Her friend, however, praised Zhang Yi. She claimed that he was now better than any of the wealthy men they had met before. This led to a heated argument between Yuking and her friend. But despite their fight, their so-called friendship remained intact. Meanwhile, a government announcement aired on television. The crisis was worsening. Electricity would now only be available at night. And even then, at a low voltage. The main power plants had failed. And everyone was urged to conserve energy. The entire building now realized that this disaster wouldn't end anytime soon. Still furious at Zhang Yi, Yuqing picked up her phone and called Cheng, complaining about how Zhang Yi had humiliated her just because he had food. Hearing her story, Cho Peng, already burning with anger, called Zhang Yi a menace to society. In his mind, Zhang Yi needed to be punished. Sensing Cheng's growing fury, Yuqing further fueled his rage, misleading him into thinking that robbing Zhang Yi's home was the only option. Not long after, the three of them stood in front of Zhang Yi's door, each hiding a kitchen knife in their hands as they knocked. Zhang Yi, watching everything through his surveillance cameras, immediately noticed their weapons and their ill intent. They called out, claiming to have medicine and offering to trade it for food. Annoyed by their blatant deception, Zhang Yi decided to act aggressively. He grabbed a hose, initially planning to spray them with water to drive them away. However, upon noticing the overflowing garbage bins nearby, a better idea came to him. With skills he couldn't quite explain, Zhang Yi redirected the hose, spraying filthy water and waste all over them. The result was a disgusting mess, covering their bodies and the surrounding area. Smirking, Zhang Yi told them that this was the food they deserved before slamming his door shut. Unbothered by their screams of rage, he simply went to bed. That night, a loud gunshot woke Zhang Yi from his sleep. Even though he had anticipated that the law of the jungle would soon take over, the sudden sound still startled him. Quickly, he checked his surveillance feed on his tablet. On the screen, he saw Chen Zhang and his men raiding homes, stealing supplies from the remaining residents. It was as if history was repeating itself, just like in his previous life. Adding insult to injury, Chen Zhang posted pictures of his crimes in the building's group chat, declaring himself the new ruler of the apartment complex. Zhang Yi continued to monitor the situation as a new group chat formed among the residents. People began discussing how to retaliate against Chen Zhang. One particular message caught Zhang Yi's attention. It was from Pa Manu, a veteran soldier. He wasn't just talking. He was offering to lead a counterattack against Chen Zhang. The proposal gained support from several residents. Pa Manu suggested recruiting young volunteers to maintain security and preparing weapons for defense. However, a woman in the group sent a voice message, reminding everyone that Tian Lin had stolen from them before. She questioned whether they could really trust Pa Manu. Zhang Yi, casually eating while watching the chaos unfold, observed how Chen Zhang continued moving from house to house, looting more supplies. If Chen Zhang was left unchecked, anyone who dared oppose him would end up with a bullet to the head. That was unfair to everyone in the building. The next morning, one of the residents who had previously refused to support Pa Manu found himself targeted. Terrified, he sent a desperate message to the group chat. Chen Zhang's men were forcing open his door, and he knew he was next. Moments later, he was dragged out of his home, and his fate was sealed. Meanwhile, Yuqing and her friends grew anxious. They realized they might be next on the list. Desperate to secure their own safety, they hatched a plan, to gather people and storm Zhang Yi's apartment. Their goal was simple: take control of his supplies before it was too late. Zhang Yi was added to a new group chat, where the other residents tried to inform him of their plans. However, he ignored them entirely. He saw no reason to join their efforts. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi exited the group chat, leaving Yuqing and the others stunned. They couldn't believe how the man they once saw as a loser had, in just 3 months, become so firm and independent. Confused and frustrated, they began discussing how to break into Zhang Yi's home and steal his supplies. One man, wearing glasses, suggested forcing the door open. He had a friend who could crack digital locks. They all agreed to the plan and even prepared umbrellas to protect themselves from any surprise attacks like last time. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, watching their every move through his surveillance cameras, activated his apartment's high-voltage defense system. As the lock expert attempted to crack the door code, he suddenly realized that the security system was far more advanced than expected. Before he could react, a high-voltage electric shock surged through his body, killing him instantly. The man with glasses pointed at the door, furious, cursing Zhang Yi and calling him a monster. He shouted for Zhang Yi to come out. Inside, Zhang Yi calmly picked up his bow and aimed at a hidden opening in his reinforced door. In an instant, an arrow shot out, piercing the glasses-wearing man's left arm, making him scream in pain. Two others who rushed to help him were also struck by arrows. Seeing the brutal turn of events, Yu Qing and the remaining group members panicked and fled back to their homes in terror. Upon returning home, the three men wounded by arrows lay on the floor, groaning in pain. Amid the chaos, one of the girls in the group slapped Yu Qing across the face, blaming her for what had happened. She accused Yu Qing of not warning them that Zhang Yi had weapons. Yu Qing defended herself, insisting that she had no idea. After all, Zhang Yi had only sprayed them with water and garbage before. Meanwhile, Cheng, as always, took Yu Qing's side. However, the man with glasses, still writhing in pain, reminded them of the most pressing issue: treating their wounds. They quickly contacted Dr. Yokier, who arrived to assess their condition. Upon examining their deep injuries, Dr. Yokier was shocked. He explained that without proper medical equipment, their chances of survival were no more than 20%. To make matters worse, the arrows Zhang Yi had used were rusted, increasing the risk of deadly infections. Without antibiotics, they would likely die. The girl, who was a relative of one of the wounded men, broke down in tears upon hearing the grim prognosis. She lashed out, blaming Zhang Yi and calling him cruel for deliberately setting them up. At that moment, Dr. Yokier was still unaware of who Zhang Yi really was. After warning them about the urgent need for medication, he advised them to remove the arrows immediately, otherwise, their condition would deteriorate even further. The man with glasses, now panicked, screamed for Zhang Yi to provide the medicine they needed to survive. Meanwhile, Yu Qing began to realize just how much Zhang Yi had changed. She recalled how he had been stockpiling supplies in his home for the past few months. In her mind, they had only failed in their attempt to rob him and ended up wounded instead. Now, she placed all the blame on Zhang Yi. In the corner of the room, Dr. Yokier listened to their conversation, feeling that they were simply facing the consequences of their own actions. One of the girls, still furious, urged Yu Qing to convince Zhang Yi to hand over the medicine. Even Cheng, who usually defended Yu Qing, agreed that without medicine, they would all die. Finally, they decided to call Zhang Yi. The phone rang, and when he picked up, Yu Qing immediately began crying. She pleaded with him, explaining that the injured men were on the verge of death, hoping he would show mercy. But Zhang Yi's voice was cold. He asked, "Why should I help them?" Hearing that, the wounded man's sister took the phone and angrily declared that it was Zhang Yi's responsibility. After all, he was the one who had shot them with rusted arrows. Zhang Yi responded, his voice as indifferent as ever. "I used those arrows on purpose, to make them suffer." Then, he added, "I won't help you. But Yu Qing, you can come and stay with me." Yu Qing's eyes widened in shock. Without hesitation, she grabbed the phone and, in a trembling voice, declared, "I belong to you now. You can do whatever you want with me." Yu Qing's friends begged Zhang Yi to take them in as well, but he refused. He only wanted Yu Qing. He also ordered her to keep her distance from the others. Yu Qing was ready to leave, but one of her friends grabbed her arm, trying to stop her. Frustrated, she shoved them away harshly. This led to one of the women slapping her across the face, calling her a shameless woman. Fury burned in Yu Qing's eyes. She turned to Chang Peng, pleading for his support, hoping he would help her escape this situation. But when she softly admitted that she chose Zhang Yi over him, Chang Peng's expression turned hollow. As she tried to leave again, her friend stopped her, reminding her that everything happening now was a direct result of her actions. She had no right to live happily on her own. Dr. Yokier warned them once more that without medicine, their fate was already sealed, then turned and left. The man with glasses, still in pain, proposed an idea. Instead of begging Zhang Yi, they could spread the word about his food supply and rally the other tenants to storm his home. With enough people, they could overpower him and take what they needed. Yu Qing immediately rejected the plan. If Zhang Yi was attacked, her chances with him would be ruined. But another girl snapped at her, declaring that she had no right to speak. Chang Peng hesitated, but in the end, he agreed. They quickly posted Zhang Yi's photos and videos in the building's group chat, urging the tenants to rise up against his selfishness. The message reached Chen Zhang and his gang, who saw an opportunity to plunder and take revenge on Zhang Yi. The group chat of Building 25 exploded with messages. Some begged for food. Others just wanted a single meal. Aunt Lin asked for instant noodles. A desperate mother even proposed that Zhang Yi marry her and take care of her child. Zhang Yi's only response was a voice message. "I will not feed you like pets. And I will not help anyone." Feeling bored with his usual routine of staying indoors, Zhang Yi let his mind drift. He imagined himself riding through the snow on his personal snowmobile, enjoying the scenery. Then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Dr. Yokier. The doctor informed him that their medical supplies and food were running out. He asked if Zhang Yi was willing to negotiate. Zhang Yi recalled how Dr. Yokier had died in his previous life, killed because of his kindness. But he also knew that the smarter someone was, the more dangerous they could be. So, Zhang Yi replied with a counteroffer. He would provide food and medicine. But in exchange, Dr. Yokier had to supply him with information. Zhang Yi wanted him to be his spy, to inform him of the tenants' plans. Otherwise, the doctor could join them and suffer the same fate. Dr. Yokier fell silent, contemplating whether this was the right decision. Zhang Yi gave him one last instruction. Come back with useful information. That's your payment. After careful thought, Dr. Yokier agreed. Not long after, the man with glasses sent one final threat. Give us food, or face the consequences. Zhang Yi responded casually. Oh, I just ran out. This only enraged them further. They immediately began planning how to steal everything Zhang Yi had. Later, both Dr. Yokier and Uncle Yu warned Zhang Yi of the attack, confirming that the doctor had truly sided with him. Zhang Yi prepared his defenses and reminded Dr. Yokier to stay away from the mob. At exactly 2:30 a.m., a group of armed tenants stormed Zhang Yi's home, trying to break down his door. Watching from his surveillance cameras, Zhang Yi activated his high-voltage defense system. Sparks flashed. The people near the door were electrocuted and collapsed, unconscious. Those who survived tried to retreat, but Chen Zhang and his men blocked their path. Keep breaking down the door, or die. The man with glasses rallied the tenants. Zhang Yi killed our neighbors. We must kill him. Inside his house, there's warmth and food waiting for us. Their determination reignited. With a massive wooden beam, they smashed against Zhang Yi's door. Inside, Zhang Yi took a sip of wine and played a fast-tempo song over his sound system, as if setting the rhythm of their struggle. After 20 minutes of relentless effort, they barely scratched the surface. They hadn't realized, Zhang Yi's door was reinforced steel, nearly as strong as a vault. It was almost impossible to break. Just as one man stepped closer to the door, Zhang Yi took aim with his bow. The arrow flew. It pierced through the man's throat. The others screamed in horror, stumbling back. Despite his advanced technology, Zhang Yi saw this as nothing more than self-defense. The remaining tenants had no choice but to retreat. But the man with glasses, still alive, began devising a new plan. The tenants soon realized something crucial. While Zhang Yi's door was impenetrable, the walls were only made of concrete. Shifting their attack, they began hammering at the side wall. Cracks started to form. However, as they examined the wall more closely, they were shocked to discover a layer of steel hidden beneath the concrete. The man with glasses, who had been too afraid to approach earlier, now stepped forward to inspect it himself. His shock deepened when he realized that the entire structure was reinforced with steel, as if Zhang Yi had built this fortress in preparation for exactly this kind of scenario. The tenants tried every method they could think of. Some even checked the apartments above and below Zhang Yi's unit, but the steel reinforcement extended throughout. Hopelessness spread among them. Zhang Yi had created a nearly impenetrable fortress. Without the proper tools, breaking in was impossible. Two tenants exchanged glances, hope flickering in their eyes before they snapped out of their dark thoughts. Then, one of them suddenly remembered, Zhang Yi's balcony was made of glass. A new plan formed. Using wooden planks from the neighboring apartment, they reached Zhang Yi's balcony and tried to break through. Unfortunately for them, the glass was bulletproof. Even a small explosion failed to shatter it. Their hope crumbled as they realized their efforts were in vain. Inside, Zhang Yi remained calm, watching their futile struggle. Then, almost amused, he decided to help them. He tossed a few Molotov cocktails through the cracks in the wall. The flaming bottles dropped from the ceiling of the balcony, shattering on impact. Fire erupted instantly, engulfing the tenants who had gathered there. Screams filled the night. Terror and panic spread among them. One man leaped off the balcony to escape the flames, while others endured the unbearable heat as it spread. The warmth was almost comforting, except for the agonizing pain that came with it. Some tenants tried to retreat back into the neighboring apartment, only to be blocked by others who were too afraid of being trapped in the fire. Some lost their footing on the wooden planks and fell. A few, however, made the most of the fire's heat, warming their frozen bodies despite the surrounding chaos. Zhang Yi simply sat inside, watching the madness unfold with a quiet indifference. The remaining tenants, desperate, crawled back to Zhang Yi's balcony, begging for food. Without a hint of sympathy, Zhang Yi responded by holding up a steaming plate of pasta in front of them, letting them see it, letting them hope. Then, he made an announcement. Anyone who brings me Chen Zhang's head will receive a full week's worth of food. Silence fell over the group. Then, their gazes turned to Chen Zhang. Realizing the danger, Chen Zhang immediately locked himself inside the neighboring apartment. His followers moved to protect him, but tension had already begun to boil. By morning, the hunger was unbearable. A few desperate tenants ambushed Chen Zhang and his men, hoping to claim the food reward. The fight was brutal. In the end, the two attackers lay motionless on the ground. Chen Zhang, their leader, stood victorious, but wounded. Blood seeped from a deep gash on his back. Despite his pain, he made a cold decision. Save them, he ordered his men, pointing to the fallen attackers. As food. Meanwhile, Chen Zhang's injury forced him to call for Dr. Yokier. When the doctor arrived, he made one thing clear. My services are not free. Chen Zhang smirked. You can eat with us as payment. Dr. Yokier's eyes flickered to the pot of boiling meat. He immediately declined. I'd rather starve. Chen Zhang chuckled darkly. Then don't worry. You'll be the last one we eat. Dr. Yokier tried to leave, but Chen Zhang grabbed his arm, forcing him to stay until his wound was fully treated. Resigned, the doctor sat quietly in the corner, while the others continued planning their next move against Zhang Yi. In the midst of the chaos, Yuking's friends were forced to remove the arrows lodged in their bodies without any medicine to ease the pain or prevent infection. Choing pleaded with Yuking to try persuading Zhang Yi, but her sister dismissed the idea, believing it to be pointless. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained focused on his meal, completely indifferent to the turmoil outside. Chen Zhang, growing more fearful of an impending attack, resorted to increasingly brutal actions to survive. On the other side, Dr. Yokier, desperate, confided in Zhang Yi. He revealed that Chen Zhang had completely lost his mind, raiding homes for food and even storing corpses as reserves. Dr. Yokier begged Zhang Yi to save him. Realizing the doctor's value, Zhang Yi agreed but gave him one last task to complete before granting him refuge. Not long after, Choing arrived, pleading for help. Yuking was starving. Zhang Yi's response was cold. He simply stated that Choing's injuries were too severe to heal. On his way home, Choing was overcome with a sudden realization: he had never once held Yuking's hand. Desperation consumed him. He ran straight to Yuking's room and begged her to marry him. Yuking recoiled in disgust. She refused him outright. Enraged, Choing swore that if she wouldn't marry him in this life, they would be wed in hell. But Yuking struck him across the face. I belong to Zhang Yi. Choing staggered back, humiliated and furious. If Zhang Yi wants you, he spat, then he can join you in hell. Meanwhile, Dr. Yokier made a promise to prepare a meal for Chen Zhang and his men. Believing the doctor had finally given in, they let their guard down. But secretly, Dr. Yokier laced the soup with sleeping drugs. To gain their trust, he even took a portion for himself and returned to his room. Minutes later, the drug took effect. One by one, Chen Zhang and his men collapsed into deep sleep. Dr. Yokier exhaled in relief. His plan had worked. Immediately, he contacted Zhang Yi, informing him that everyone was unconscious and awaiting further instructions. Zhang Yi's response was simple. Move them to the balcony. Nervous but obedient, Dr. Yokier followed Zhang Yi's orders. As the cold night deepened, a dark thought gnawed at him: was Zhang Yi really planning to kill them? His silent question was soon answered. Zhang Yi tossed him a rope. Without a word, Dr. Yokier tied up Chen Zhang and his men, securing them to the balcony railing. As he worked, he muttered, "At least you're helping me." But Zhang Yi only smirked. "I'm testing you." Dr. Yokier hesitated. Then, he picked up Chen Zhang's gun. Under Zhang Yi's watchful eyes, he removed the bullets and tossed the empty weapon over. Once satisfied, Zhang Yi stepped back inside. A moment later, he returned, carrying a hose. Dr. Yokier quickly retreated indoors. He watched, shivering, as Zhang Yi sprayed water across the balcony. The freezing temperature did the rest. Chen Zhang and his men, drenched in icy water, gradually stiffened. Frozen. Helpless. Trapped. Finally, drained from exhaustion, Dr. Yokier called Zhang Yi. It's done. Dr. Yokier arrived at Zhang Yi's apartment, exhaustion evident in every step. After ensuring there were no hidden threats, Zhang Yi allowed him inside but warned that an inspection was still necessary. With a flushed face, Dr. Yokier understood what was required and followed Zhang Yi's instructions to prove he wasn't hiding anything. Once the inspection was complete, Zhang Yi ordered him to clean himself in the bathroom while he checked the doctor's medical supplies for any hidden dangers. After his shower, Dr. Yokier put on the pajamas Zhang Yi had provided and sat quietly. Zhang Yi stated that he could stay because of his skills, but he had to follow the rules, or face the consequences. He added that joining him was the best decision, and to build trust, he decided to reveal his greatest secret. Zhang Yi explained that Dr. Yokier would find no visible food supplies in his home. Every last bit was hidden carefully inside a dimensional storage space. If Dr. Yokier ever betrayed him, the supplies would disappear, leaving him to starve. With that understanding, Dr. Yokier gratefully accepted the meal Zhang Yi offered. Once he was full, Zhang Yi assigned him the task of handling household chores. Over time, their relationship grew closer, and Dr. Yokier found himself living comfortably with a steady supply of food. The next morning, Zhang Yi noticed Dr. Yokier sleeping soundly, exhausted from the long night. After breakfast, Zhang Yi handed him a warm coat and led him outside. This time, he gave Dr. Yokier a metal bat and assigned him one final task. Destroy the frozen bodies of Chenzang and his men to ensure they posed no further threat. Without hesitation, Dr. Yokier stepped forward and began smashing the ice-covered corpses. Zhang Yi, standing back, recorded every moment. The footage was meant to be sent to the residents group as proof. The terror that was Chenzang had been reduced to nothing. When the video reached the residents, none of them questioned Dr. Yokier's presence. Instead, they praised Zhang Yi, celebrating the victory. Zhang Yi felt satisfied with the outcome. But just as he was reveling in his success, his phone rang. It was a call from Yuking. She was still alive. Her voice trembled with madness as she spoke. She had just heard about Chenzang's death. She had assumed Zhang Yi had chosen to be with Dr. Yokier, thinking she was already dead. But now she was ready to be his. Behind Yuking, her friend stood seething, ready to finish her off. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Yokier listened to the heated argument unfolding on the other end. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi decided to break Yuking's spirit further. He sent her a picture of himself with Yokier, along with a message. Yokier is my fiancé. The moment Yuking received the text, she lunged for her phone. Seeing the photo, her heart shattered. Consumed by madness, she screamed that she loved Zhang Yi more than anyone else. But Zhang Yi, cold and unfeeling, simply reminded her. He now loved Yokier. Then, he hung up. Yuking's friends, who had once raged at her for wanting to abandon them for Zhang Yi, now found satisfaction in watching her suffer. Zhang Yi, pleased by the outcome, turned to Yokier and asked if he had been too cruel. Yokier calmly replied that Zhang Yi had done the right thing. After all, he had only ever intended to help. Across the street, in another building, a desperate soul could no longer bear the suffering. A figure stepped onto the balcony. Then jumped. But neither Zhang Yi nor Yokier reacted. A few moments later, Zhang Yi's phone rang. It was Uncle Yu. His voice sounded hesitant, but Zhang Yi was relieved to hear that his uncle was still alive. Uncle Yu explained that he had survived thanks to the supplies he had stored after Zhang Yi's earlier warning. Now, however, he was with Sil Mei, a widow whose child was gravely ill and in need of medicine. Zhang Yi decided to help. He instructed his uncle to come and retrieve the necessary medication. After informing Yokier about Uncle Yu's situation, Zhang Yi heard a knock at the door. Checking the security camera, he saw Uncle Yu and Sil Mei waiting outside. Without opening the door, Zhang Yi tossed the medicine through a small gap. Uncle Yu expressed his gratitude, but Sil Mei wanted more. She questioned why they couldn't come inside while Dr. Yokier was allowed to stay. Zhang Yi gave her a simple answer. Yokier is my fiancé. Yokier's face immediately turned red. Zhang Yi felt a tinge of awkwardness. He didn't want to upset Uncle Yu, but his own safety came first. To avoid further questions, he lied, claiming that they had run out of coal and were relying solely on 7 coats and blankets to stay warm. Uncle Yu sighed in frustration but eventually accepted the medicine, stating that they still had food. With the conversation over, Zhang Yi rested his head on Yokier's lap, enjoying the moment. Yet a nagging feeling remained. Sil Mei could become a problem. Back at home, Uncle Yu confronted her. Why had she tried to take advantage of Zhang Yi's kindness? Sil Mei justified her actions, claiming it was for her child's sake. But Uncle Yu reminded her. They owed Zhang Yi their lives. Rather than showing gratitude, she accused Zhang Yi of being selfish. That he only helped so he could collect favors in the future. Fury flashed in Uncle Yu's eyes. His patience had limits. If she kept insulting Zhang Yi, she would find herself alone. Sil Mei fell silent. The next morning, as dawn broke, a group from the neighboring building had begun digging a tunnel beneath the snow, heading straight for Building 25. Everyone they encountered was seen as an enemy. The first unfortunate resident they met was struck down instantly. As they moved deeper into the building, they learned about Zhang Yi's reinforced door, and decided to bring dynamite to destroy it. One of them lit the fuse. The explosion was massive, causing significant damage. The deafening blast jolted Zhang Yi awake. He immediately checked the surveillance cameras. On the screen, he saw construction workers from the neighboring building rushing over to investigate the scene. The attackers had been certain that the explosion would break through his door. But nothing happened. Enraged that these people dared to try and steal from him, Zhang Yi retaliated mercilessly. He hurled grenades and Molotov cocktails. eliminating the problem along with their cold. Those who attempted to seize his supplies were put to sleep by his Glock. However, with his ammunition running low, Zhang Yi realized the threats from the other buildings were getting closer. The sounds of gunfire and explosions terrified Yokier, but she suppressed her fear and focused on her work. Quickly, she explained the situation in the residents' group chat. The explosion had come from outsiders who tried to blow up Zhang Yi's apartment to loot his supplies. She announced that Zhang Yi had successfully repelled the attack and protected many residents. Everyone thanked him for his decisive actions. Zhang Yi then contacted Uncle Yu for more information. Uncle Yu revealed that a group from Building 26, led by Huang Tianfang, was attacking residents and stealing food. Just like Chen Zhang's gang. Zhang Yi stated that revenge was inevitable. They needed to prepare and unite the residents to fight back. Later, he confided in Yokier. He feared that their own neighbors might betray them at any moment. So he assigned Yokier a task. She and Uncle Yu were to gather intelligence on the factions from other buildings. 2 days later, Yokier, now dressed as a housemaid, reported her findings. The strongest group dominating the area was from Building 26, followed by a group from Building 21. 2 other groups were also powerful, but they had not made a move yet. Zhang Yi concluded that the other factions were already at war with each other, making them less of a threat to him. He praised Yokier for her efforts and instructed her to continue gathering information. Then, the group from Building 26 returned. This time, they attacked the residents of Zhang Yi's apartment complex. They left a chilling message. As long as Zhang Yi is alive, you will all die. News of this threat spread quickly, disturbing Zhang Yi and Yokier's peaceful moment. Panicked, the residents begged Zhang Yi to act. But he coldly sent a message back. Your lives mean nothing to me. Defend yourselves. Shortly after, Zhang Yi called Uncle Yu, telling him it was time to prove his worth. Then, in the residents' group chat, Zhang Yi revealed crucial information. The group from Building 26 only had 20 members. If everyone worked together, they could win. Desperate for food, the residents agreed to fight. They knew that Zhang Yi was the only one who still had strength, resources, and a plan. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi offered his leadership. But under one condition. They must obey his orders. As long as his commands did not endanger their lives, they had no reason to refuse. To further motivate them, Zhang Yi presented a harsh choice. Take the risk and fight. Or wait for the group from Building 26 to come and slaughter them all. With Uncle Yu's encouragement, the residents reluctantly agreed. Zhang Yi also promised them a vehicle to search for food, strengthening his grip as their leader. At last, everyone chose to follow Zhang Yi, hoping they could survive the battle and secure their next meal. Now recognized as the leader of the building's residents, Zhang Yi decided to venture outside for the first time. Equipped with special cold-resistant gear, he felt ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. When Yokier asked to accompany him, Zhang Yi refused, ordering her to stay behind and guard the apartment. Before leaving, Zhang Yi stored all supplies in his dimensional space. Then, he leaped out of a window from a high floor, plunging into a massive snowdrift several stories deep. Fortunately, he had a snow vehicle inside his dimensional space, allowing him to travel smoothly. Upon reaching the Tianhui City police station, Zhang Yi smashed a window and entered to search for weapons and ammunition. Inside, he discovered frozen officers, victims of the first night of the catastrophic winter. With respect, Zhang Yi covered their bodies before continuing his search. He soon found a key. Using it, he unlocked every room in the station, including the armory. It was a paradise of weapons. Wasting no time, Zhang Yi transferred all the firearms and ammunition into his dimensional storage. Realizing that food was now the most critical resource for his dependent residents, he continued his journey using the snow vehicle. This time, heading to a shopping center. There, he dug through the snow-covered rooftop, smashed through the glass, and salvaged what little food remained. Though most of it was frozen solid, some could still be saved. After packing everything, Zhang Yi returned to the building. However, the leader of Building 26, envious of Zhang Yi's successful expedition, began plotting to steal his snow vehicle. Upon his arrival, Zhang Yi was greeted with joyous cheers. Even Uncle Yu, proud of him, called Zhang Yi a hero who had saved them all. Now armed with weapons and supplies, Zhang Yi issued a strict command. Anyone who takes food must be ready to follow my orders. Before long, the group from Building 26 arrived, demanding the supplies, threatening to slaughter the residents if they didn't surrender. But Zhang Yi ordered his people to fight back. He promised 5 days' worth of food to anyone who successfully defeated an enemy. Fueled by hunger and desperation, the residents fought fiercely, ultimately overpowering the attackers from Building 26. From the balcony, Zhang Yi and Yokier watched their victory unfold. Some of the enemy survivors fled, but many residents were injured. Yokier quickly realized. Treating them would drain their medical supplies and food. And Zhang Yi would never allow it. Instead, he turned the situation to his advantage. Those who had defeated the most enemies were rewarded with extra food. This strategy ensured that everyone remained motivated. And under his complete control. One by one, the residents fell in line, obeying Zhang Yi, who stood firm, fully armed and in control of all food supplies. However, none of them looked happy. Then, Su Hao, a notoriously lazy man, complained about the unfair distribution of food. Zhang Yi simply kicked a single candy toward him. Su Hao's protests immediately stopped. The other residents, initially frustrated, began to feel better, realizing Su Hao's situation was even worse. Still believing he was being treated unjustly, Su Hao tried to defend himself. But Zhang Yi cut him off. Only results matter. Without mercy, Zhang Yi made an example of him. He ordered 2 residents to restrain Su Hao, then beat him in front of everyone. With cold finality, Zhang Yi declared, "Work earns food. No work, no rations." Afterward, Zhang Yi ordered Yokier to store the remaining supplies. Suddenly, Wang Qing and his sickly companion appeared, pleading that they had not yet received any food. Zhang Yi remembered them but immediately ordered Yokier to store the supplies, as there was not enough food for both of them. Fang Yuqing broke into tears, questioning why Zhang Yi no longer cared for her. After so many years together. As an answer, Zhang Yi slapped her hard, declaring that he never liked her. He then announced that he was now engaged to Yokier, who was far more valuable. The other women began mocking Fang Yuqing, calling her a gold digger who always used wealthy men for personal gain. Zhang Yi agreed, accusing her of always taking advantage of rich men. Su Hao then admitted to having slept with Fang Yuqing multiple times, prompting other men to join in, laughing at her. Humiliated, Fang Yuqing ran away, while her weak companion met an even worse fate. 2 men dragged him away to an unknown location. As a reward for his loyalty, Su Hao received a better meal, and swore to be even more devoted to Zhang Yi. After the incident, Zhang Yi reinforced the building's defenses. He divided the 47 residents into 6 teams, each assigned to guard the stairwells in shifts. Pamanu, the experienced military veteran, took charge of organizing them. As time passed, Zhang Yi carefully prepared weapons, explaining to Yokier that the winter disaster would last for at least a month, and that their greatest threat would be other survivors. With a sniper rifle stored in his dimensional space, Zhang Yi could eliminate threats without ever leaving his safe haven. Outside, he saw a group of people approaching the garage. They seemed intent on stealing the snow vehicle, but Zhang Yi had already secured it in his storage. Pamanu reported that the defensive teams were fully organized. He also mentioned Salimei, a woman known for talking too much, who had warned Zhang Yi not to take things too seriously. Zhang Yi smirked and mocked Pamanu, asking if he wanted to take care of another man's child. Since strong men were precious in these harsh times. Noticing Pamanu's discomfort, Zhang Yi changed his tone, calling Salimei a good woman, and suggesting that if Pamanu truly cared for her, he should consider having children. Pamanu shook his head, reminding Zhang Yi, "There's no time for that in the middle of a disaster." He then refocused on his duties. Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. Then, he turned to Yokier, stating that the issue of having heirs needed to be carefully considered. That night, several people from Building 26 attempted to sneak into Building 25 to steal supplies. One of them was nearly beaten to death by the guards, when suddenly, a warning cry echoed through the halls. Enemy attack. A fierce battle broke out in the stairwell. The group from Building 26 was shocked by the strong defensive system of the building. Realizing they couldn't win, they retreated in panic. From his balcony, Zhang Yi watched their escape, tempted to fire a warning shot, to remind them how foolish their attempt was. Smirking, Zhang Yi retrieved his sniper rifle from storage. Then, with calm precision, he fired a single shot, striking one of the retreating men in the head. His companions froze in horror, before scattering in terror. Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming satisfaction. With each perfect shot, in mere seconds, he eliminated 7 enemies. Now, he was certain. Every building around them knew the truth. Zhang Yi, the leader of Building 25, had a sniper rifle, and no one could defy him. The next morning, Yokier arrived with food. She asked about the gunfire from the balcony last night. Zhang Yi replied, unbothered. "I shot and killed 7 people." Yokier merely admired his skill, without showing any unnecessary curiosity. She felt completely safe by his side. Zhang Yi praised her intelligence, appreciating her calm and unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, the residents of Building 26 stared in horror at the bodies lying in the snow. Among them was the relative of their leader, Tianfen. His death, and the loss of valuable supplies, only fueled Tianfen's rage. Furious, he ordered his people to retrieve the bodies, but also ration their food even further. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi set out once again, his confidence at its peak. He knew that now every survivor respected and feared him. With his headphones on, he remained in constant communication with Pamanu, assured that the building was secure in his absence. On the other side, the leader of Building 26 could only watch in jealousy, longing for Zhang Yi's snow motorcycle to help his people search for food. But the team he sent to steal it was quickly gunned down. Riding his snow motorcycle, Zhang Yi moved swiftly toward a warehouse storing imported vehicles and machinery. After smashing through the rooftop, he descended with a rope, immediately collecting everything useful. He stored it all in his limitless dimensional space. Though luxury cars held no value now, Zhang Yi believed that someday they might prove useful. Zhang Yi headed to a gas station to collect fuel. However, the entire station was buried under 10 meters of snow, making excavation impossible. Feeling defeated, he collapsed into the snow, his mind racing with thoughts of how crucial fuel was for his machines. But then, he suddenly realized something. He already had fuel, and even more than that, he had a massive excavator with just enough fuel to dig through the snow. With careful maneuvering, Zhang Yi cleared a path, breaking through the icy barrier to reach the gas pumps. There, he discovered the underground fuel storage tanks, still intact and unfrozen. With great caution, Zhang Yi sealed the tanks and stored them in his limitless dimensional space. Now, with both an excavator and a steady fuel supply, he could dig freely, unearthing anything buried beneath the snow without resistance. Meanwhile, back at the apartment complex, a young child fell into a high fever. Yokier tried to treat him, but soon realized they had no more medicine. Pamanu then stepped in, offering the last remaining medicine from Salimiai's child. He reassured the panicked mother, and after administering the medicine, the child's fever finally subsided. Yokier reminded the mother to continue monitoring her son's condition. But then, a piercing scream rang through the halls. In a fit of madness, Bibi Lin lunged at the baby. The mother threw herself forward, shielding her child, but was gravely injured in the struggle. Yokier acted quickly, managing to save the baby, but Bibi Lin, consumed by rage, screamed accusations at them. She blamed them all, claiming that since her own grandson had died, no other child had the right to live. With fierce determination, Yokier sprinted up the stairs, trying to escape with the baby. But Bibi Lin caught her by the leg. Yokier stumbled, her body slamming into the hard floor. Just as Bibi Lin prepared to strike again, Pamanu arrived. Without hesitation, he kicked Bibi Lin, sending her crashing down the stairs. To Pamanu, protecting the people, especially Zhang Yi's wife, was a duty he could never neglect. Even as she lay on the floor, Bibi Lin refused to accept reality, her rage undying. But Pamanu reminded her, they had survived only because of Zhang Yi. It was his leadership that had removed Qinzhang, the one who had once controlled them. Then, Yokier revealed the truth. After Qinzhang's fall, she had begged Zhang Yi to give medicine to Bibi Lin's grandson. But when she finally arrived with the medicine, it was too late. She found Bibi Lin standing over the boy's lifeless body. She had killed her own grandson, all to save herself. Bibi Lin screamed in fury, but the other male residents, gathering alongside Pamanu, only exchanged knowing glances. They whispered among themselves, with all that fat, she'd make a fine bonfire. Meanwhile, outside the apartment complex, Zhang Yi emerged from his tent, which he had set up near the gas station. He was ready to continue his exploration. Using the heavy machinery from his storage space, he dug deep, until he finally uncovered the city's military base. But it was empty. Every last supply and weapon was gone. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. There was only one possibility. The military leaders must have taken everything, preparing to seize control of the remaining survivors. If that was the case, Zhang Yi knew one thing for certain. He had to arm himself even more, because soon, he might have to fight them. As Zhang Yi continued digging, he accidentally broke through a wall and discovered an untouched armory. Without hesitation, he loaded all the weapons and ammunition into his limitless storage space. After spending a long time outside, he returned to the apartment complex in his snow vehicle, but without any food. His empty-handed return quickly led to complaints from several residents. Zhang Yi responded firmly. stating that he had searched all day and found nothing. If they were dissatisfied, he said, they were welcome to search for food themselves. The fact that they had gone one day without food made them feel wronged, even though Zhang Yi's efforts to protect the building had been taken for granted. However, some residents approached him, suggesting they could join him in searching for food, so that he could rest more often. A suspicious man with a hidden knife, along with his companion, attempted to negotiate with Zhang Yi. With a quick gesture, Zhang Yi disarmed the man, sending him crashing to the ground with a head injury. The man's companions immediately apologized, but Zhang Yi, without hesitation, shot them down. 4 of them fell motionless, while the rest fled through a window. The commotion attracted Pamanu and Yokier, who arrived with anxious faces. Zhang Yi declared the group as traitors, who deserved punishment, yet he showed mercy. Salimei, who had witnessed the incident, realized that Zhang Yi's mercy was merely a warning, a message to ensure no one else dared to repeat the betrayal. Zhang Yi returned to his room, his expression unaffected by the violence. In his mind, he realized that the number of useful outcasts he could manipulate was dwindling. Once home, Zhang Yi asked Yokier if anything had happened while he was gone. Yokier explained that Bibi Lin had gone mad after the death of her grandson and attacked a mother, but the situation had been resolved. Additionally, Chen Lingyu from another building wanted to speak with Zhang Yi, expressing a desire for cooperation. Zhang Yi grew curious about Chen Lingyu's intentions and asked Yokier for information. He learned that Chen Lingyu once ran a cosmetics company and now controlled Building 9. An impressive feat for a woman in these harsh times. Yokier suggested Zhang Yi speak directly to Chen Lingyu, who had reached out along with other building leaders. Zhang Yi contacted Chen Lingyu through text to ask about her purpose. Chen Lingyu revealed that they knew about Zhang Yi, his snow vehicle, and his power. She proposed that her 76 workers could use his snow vehicle to search for food, if Zhang Yi provided provisions up front. Chen Lingyu also warned that the neighboring buildings were preparing to unite against him, hinting that an alliance would be wiser. Feeling irritated by the veiled threat, Zhang Yi asked what would happen if he refused. Chen Lingyu plainly stated that if he declined, Zhang Yi would become the target of a unified assault from all the surrounding buildings. Zhang Yi requested time to think it over and ended the call, contemplating that while his building was secure, it could still be destroyed if all the other buildings joined forces against him. Shortly after, Zhang Yi received a call from Lian, the leader of Building 18, who proposed an alliance. Lian explained that his building had managed to stabilize its residents, cooperating to share resources. He offered to help Building 25 fight against the other buildings in exchange for the supplies they needed. After asking Yokier, Zhang Yi learned that although Building 18 was united, their resources were strained due to their large population. Zhang Yi realized he needed time to think, but more messages flooded his phone. He muttered to Yokier that he might have to kill all of them. Deep inside, Yokier felt satisfied with his choice to follow Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi then asked Yokier for his opinion. Should they collaborate or crush everyone? He also instructed Yokier to cut the bulletproof padding to attach to his own legs. Zhang Yi's plan was becoming clearer. He gathered the residents of Building 25 and informed them that their neighbors threatened to attack if his snow vehicle wasn't surrendered. If that happened, he warned, they would all have to search for food alone. Upon hearing this, the entire building's residents stood behind Zhang Yi, ready for a fight. Sometime later, Zhang Yi was invited to a group chat of the neighboring building leaders. Inside the chat, the other leaders threatened Zhang Yi, declaring that if he refused their demands, he would become the common enemy of all the buildings. They presented their terms, expecting Zhang Yi to submit to their will. However, Zhang Yi had a brilliant plan. He agreed to cooperate, but with a long-term strategy to eliminate all the building leaders. Without leaders, the remaining residents would be unable to unite against him. Zhang Yi coordinated his plans with his followers in the building. He provided them with quality food and motivation, assuring them that if everything went smoothly, food scarcity would never be a problem again. The residents' morale soared. They began to idolize Zhang Yi as their savior, ready to do anything for him. Zhang Yi decided to lead all the residents through the tunnels toward the meeting point. However, from a distance, he sensed something suspicious. There were too many people gathered there. He ordered Pamanu and the other residents to join the crowd, while he remained hidden, setting up a long-range rifle. At the meeting site, Pamanu and the residents of Building 25 faced the neighboring building leaders and their groups. One of the residents noticed that the other groups didn't seem interested in negotiating. It felt like they were there to destroy. Pamanu explained that the groups from buildings 26, 5, 21, 9, and 18 wanted Zhang Yi to cooperate, believing that attacking his group would lead to nothing but losses. They were confident, certain that, even if Zhang Yi was formidable, facing so many opponents would be impossible to win. One of the leaders even mocked Zhang Yi, assuming he must be terrified by their overwhelming numbers. The situation seemed to favor them. Tianfang shouted for Zhang Yi to come out and negotiate. Pamanu reminded them that a leader should only meet with a leader. If they wanted a discussion, they had to come closer. Chen Lingyu and the others questioned whether they were foolish to challenge them. Were they not afraid of death? The tension thickened. Zhang Yi contacted Pamanu, warning him to create some distance from the other groups. Using his quick thinking, Pamanu signaled his group to step back, making sure there was a safe gap. With enough distance created, Zhang Yi gave a signal with a whistle. In an instant, a grenade was thrown into the midst of the enemy group. A massive explosion tore through the area, behind the enemy leaders, spreading chaos and destruction. Standing behind the stunned leaders, Uncle Yu connected his phone to a speaker and asked, "Do you still have any questions for Zhang Yi?" Wang Chang was shocked and asked why Zhang Yi resorted to violence. Already back in his building, Zhang Yi asked over the phone, why did more than 1,000 people come just for a negotiation? He added that if they didn't agree to come to building 25 within 5 minutes, everything would end. Chen Ling, representing the leaders, reluctantly accepted the condition. Zhang Yi felt satisfied. The single explosion that claimed over 20 lives was enough to leave an impact on the neighboring building leaders. They hurried up the stairs of the elevator-less building, visibly exhausted. Zhang Yi ensured all leaders were present before starting the meeting. In the meeting, the leaders presented their terms for cooperation. Zhang Yi, displeased, pulled out his pistol and placed it on the table, casually stating that the weapon made his waist uncomfortable. The conversation continued, but the leaders remained persistent with their demands. Zhang Yi rejected all of them, instead offering 10 food portions daily for each building. How the food was distributed was their responsibility. Chen Ling, believing the amount was insufficient, demanded more. However, Zhang Yi firmly declared that this was their final option. They could either accept it or face war. As the situation reached a deadlock, Tianfang took control, asserting that Chen Ling did not represent everyone. He expressed a willingness to accept Zhang Yi's offer, but only if the food supply was adequate. Zhang Yi responded by cocking his pistol, asking if his offer of food was truly so little. Li Jiang, remaining composed, suggested discussing instead of threatening. Zhang Yi leaned back, put his feet on the table, and asserted, "Food isn't limitless. It doesn't grow on its own." He then tossed a handful of seeds onto the table, telling them they should start growing their own food. Tianfang questioned how they could plant crops in the snow. Zhang Yi explained that there was soil beneath the snow, and water wouldn't be an issue. He proposed sending workers to dig and plant, offering 10 food portions along with medicine, drinks, and cigarettes in return. To solidify the agreement, Zhang Yi pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over. While smoking, the leaders confirmed the deal, agreeing that each building would receive a pack of cigarettes daily. Li Jiang tried to speak, but 2 other leaders quickly agreed, eager to secure their daily cigarettes. 3 more leaders, intimidated by Zhang Yi's weapon, hesitantly agreed. One leader urged the others to accept, while those already in agreement blocked any further debate. They now simply wanted to appease Zhang Yi. Standing by the window, Zhang Yi noticed residents from nearby buildings moving suspiciously, indicating a potential threat. With his gun still aimed at the leaders, he asked what was happening. Wang Kong, who supported Zhang Yi, assured him there was no intention of an attack. Li Jiang stated that if there was any aggression, it would be from individuals acting independently. Zhang Yi then ordered Pamanu and the other residents to keep an eye on the neighboring leaders. After that, Zhang Yi retrieved his long-range rifle and shot one of the leaders standing outside. A heavy silence fell, and the remaining leaders looked terrified. A few moments later, Pamanu confirmed that the situation was under control. He then asked the leaders if they agreed with the terms of the negotiation. The 2 leaders who had already agreed were followed by the others. With no other options, everyone ultimately consented. Zhang Yi announced that the planting project would begin tomorrow, reminding Li Jiang to perform his duties well, as Zhang Yi would be watching closely. After leaving the building, the leaders appeared anxious, sparking curiosity among the residents. Zhang Yi explained to his own people that he had managed the situation, securing 300 food portions daily for them. Some residents, dissatisfied, questioned why they had to give so much. Zhang Yi responded that without this agreement, They would face over 1,000 enemies from neighboring buildings, leading to numerous deaths. To prevent such a tragedy, he chose to share food for their safety. Hearing this, the residents were moved to tears, realizing that only Zhang Yi could lead and protect them. After everyone had left, only Pamanu remained. He felt ashamed that things had not gone as he expected. Zhang Yi then invited Pamanu for a more private conversation, revealing his true plan. He had initially intended to eliminate all the neighboring leaders, but only the 5 most influential were his targets. The plan was postponed, as their deaths might motivate the others to unite and destroy Building 25. Pamanu now understood and was impressed by Zhang Yi's ability to strategize so thoroughly. Zhang Yi emphasized that for now, they only needed to wait. Over time, the neighboring buildings would weaken, and with only 300 portions of food, they would ultimately destroy themselves. Zhang Yi also reminded Pamanu not to share this plan with anyone. Zhang Yi returned home and found Yokier doing yoga, a reflection of how heavy their lives had become in the harsh winter. After completing various tasks, Yokier asked about the outcome of the negotiation. Zhang Yi explained that in the next few days, there was one major task he needed to handle. Then, without warning, he playfully threw Yokier onto the bed, cautioning her not to leave the house for the next few days. On the following icy morning, the residents who had agreed to work began digging the ground to a depth of 10 meters to plant the seeds. Zhang Yi briefly checked the progress before leaving to search for his snow vehicle. 2 other leaders tasked with finding the vehicle complained about not finding it, wondering where Zhang Yi had hidden it. Zhang Yi left to find a veterinary clinic to obtain poison, the kind typically used to put down animals that could not be saved. With this poison, he believed he could incapacitate up to 300 people, making it a valuable asset for the future. Afterward, Zhang Yi returned home, ensuring all supplies for his building were fully stocked. Everyone was impressed by the abundance of resources he had gathered. He contacted the other buildings, reminding them to collect their share of food as per the agreement. Representatives from each building were sent to pick up their portions, cautiously guarding against potential ambushes. Gradually, 30 apartment buildings began collecting their first day's share of food. People seemed pleased as they left, but Zhang Yi overheard complaints from weary residents about the grueling labor they endured. When Zhang Yi arrived home, he found his place always tidy and well-stocked. Unlike others, he enjoyed hot showers daily, an unimaginable luxury in such conditions. Meanwhile, in another building, Wang Kong checked if the cigarettes had arrived, anxiously distributing them to his subordinates, who felt restless without their daily smokes. After that, they considered their food supply, but Wang Kong remained wary of potential poisoning. His group cautiously ate, trusting the food provided, while others still awaited their rations. That night, arguments broke out in a neighboring building over the distribution of food. Zhang Yi and Yokier enjoyed their meal calmly, unaffected by the chaos outside. The next day, everyone was busy digging the ground. Zhang Yi warned that the growing tension over food shortages could easily lead to conflicts. He then set out on his snow vehicle to search for more food, but the results were meager. Zhang Yi informed everyone that finding food was increasingly uncertain, urging them to be content with what they had. He planned to accelerate the internal conflicts that were already beginning to surface. On the same day, several buildings began expelling their residents to reduce the number of mouths to feed. While chaos erupted outside, Zhang Yi savored the comfort of his home. The next day, Zhang Yi saw the results of his plan. Dozens of people had been cast out, and the apartment buildings were marked with signs of conflict. Some residents hesitantly asked if they should continue digging, but Zhang Yi firmly reminded them that if they didn't want to end up like those who had fallen, they needed to keep working. Everyone quickly resumed digging through the snow under the watchful eyes of Wang Kong and Pamanu. Pamanu noticed the decreasing number of people working, while his team remained active. The message was clear: those who didn't work would receive neither food nor cigarettes. The following day, more people joined in, even though they knew the food was limited. Meanwhile, corpses were being transported to be used as food reserves. Chen Ling approached Zhang Yi, visibly worried, wanting to discuss the chaos and the growing tension among the residents. He expressed concern about the dwindling food supply and the potential collapse of order. Chen Ling proposed that he and Zhang Yi seek a scientific solution to the food crisis, even suggesting expanding their territory to build a kingdom. However, Zhang Yi accused Chen Ling of attempting to seize power, and blamed his leadership for the deaths of many. Zhang Yi rejected the idea and advised Chen Ling to stay away. While the other buildings fell deeper into turmoil, Li Jian's building remained secure, with all residents alive and cooperating. Suspicious, Zhang Yi visited Li Jian to investigate. Li Jian explained that everyone in his building understood the limited food agreement, and divided it evenly among themselves. Zhang Yi joked that this meant they would all starve together equally. He suggested Li Jian choose the strongest individuals to receive more food. But Li Jian insisted on protecting everyone, preferring that they all starve together rather than sacrifice anyone. Afterward, Zhang Yi visited two corrupt leaders who never complained about the food. He offered them help, but secretly, he sympathized more with those who exploited the situation than with those who tried to help everyone honestly. Some leaders from other buildings approached Zhang Yi, begging for cigarettes, like Wang Kong and Tian Feng had. Those who had been satisfied with just a little food now craved the comfort of smoking. Zhang Yi informed them that starting tomorrow, everyone would be monitored closely, and then dismissed them. Some neighboring residents felt dissatisfied, believing they deserved more as well. Zhang Yi left them, planting seeds of envy among the residents. When he returned home, Zhang Yi felt that everything was going smoothly. He knew it wouldn't be long before many of those outside would be lying in the snow. The next morning, he went out to search for more food, using the poison he had prepared earlier. His plan worked, though he began to doubt if the leaders might turn against him eventually. Even though he felt secure with his power and weaponry, Zhang Yi decided to take further action. After returning with more food, he instructed Pamanu and the others to guard and protect him. Leaders from various buildings came to collect their food rations, but their expression seemed off. When it was Building 21's turn, Zhang Yi was caught off guard as they shouted for an attack and drew their weapons. Gunshots rang out. Amid the chaos, Pamanu, the only one Zhang Yi fully trusted, stepped forward to shield him. However, enemies from other buildings attempted to kill them both. Zhang Yi, realizing that they believed he was unarmed, wasted no time. He pulled out an automatic machine gun and began firing indiscriminately. Despite the large number of enemies, Zhang Yi's gunfire left them powerless. A group of traitors tried to flee, but all fell with precise shots to their heads. When his bullets ran out, Zhang Yi drew two more pistols. Leaders Wang Kong and Tian Feng pleaded for mercy, but Zhang Yi granted none. Chen Ling swore he wasn't involved, even mentioning his daughter. But Zhang Yi shot him without hesitation. After defeating all his opponents, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of guilt, yet realized that his enemies could not be allowed to live. Behind him, corpses lay scattered, but Pamanu was still alive. Quickly, Zhang Yi grabbed an adrenaline shot and injected it into Pamanu's chest. He instructed two residents from Building 25 to help carry Pamanu to Dr. Ear for treatment. Along the way, Si Lim anxiously watched her severely injured husband. She feared that if Pamanu died, she wouldn't survive without his protection. Zhang Yi grew irritated with her self-centeredness and told her to be quiet. Si Lim confessed that if Pamanu died, she hoped Zhang Yi would take care of their child. Zhang Yi was confused as to why she seemed to have already given up on Pamanu, almost as if she wanted him dead. Si Lim wept, terrified of losing her husband. When they reached home, Zhang Yi ordered them to leave, but Si Lim insisted on staying. As the door opened, the warm air greeted them, and Si Lim cried tears of relief. She went to the kitchen and asked about powdered milk, immediately triggering Zhang Yi's anger. Si Lim explained that the milk was for her child, and that Pamanu loved their child dearly. Zhang Yi asserted that Pamanu's recovery was the priority right now. He then retrieved a hospital bed from his dimensional storage, leaving Si Lim bewildered. Ignoring her reaction, Zhang Yi asked Yokier if there were any other necessary medications or equipment. Yokier examined Pamanu's condition and discovered severe internal damage from the bullet. Saving him seemed nearly impossible. Si Lim's crying and screaming agitated Zhang Yi, and he warned her to stop interfering. Finally, Si Lim left the room, though it was unclear whether she left to find food and warm water. Zhang Yi insisted she stay and help, reminding her that her presence was crucial for Pamanu. After that, Zhang Yi went down to the first floor and gathered the residents of Building 25. He announced that Pamanu might not survive and declared it was time to act. With their dwindling numbers, Zhang Yi ordered them to be ready to attack anyone who left the building. Those who refused would be deemed traitors. Zhang Yi also provided warm clothing for everyone. His group arrived at Building 21. The residents on the upper floors froze in fear, realizing Zhang Yi could easily kill them all with his machine gun. Some felt safe inside the building, but Zhang Yi commanded his members to guard all exits and windows before entering the lobby. In the lobby, Zhang Yi gathered wood and clothing from his dimensional storage, doused them with gasoline, and lit a match. The fire quickly spread, filling the building with smoke. Panicked residents tried to open the frozen windows, but without tools, they failed. After leaving the building, Zhang Yi ordered that no one be allowed to escape. As the fire grew, many residents leaped into the snow. Though some were severely injured, a woman mercilessly stabbed a fallen victim, startling the nearby men. Her partner anxiously asked if she was all right, But she seemed cheerful, considering it part of her duty. Whenever someone fell and still breathed, she swiftly ensured they wouldn't suffer any longer. Within minutes, Building 21 was destroyed. Zhang Yi then led his group to Building 26, led by Tianfang. The residents of Building 26 panicked, pleading that they didn't support Tianfang and were innocent. Zhang Yi ignored their pleas, declaring it irrelevant, then set the building ablaze. 5 more buildings were burned to stave off the cold. Afterward, Zhang Yi announced to the other residents that the innocent would be spared. Some felt a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi ordered a temporary halt, allowing his followers to warm themselves by the fires, using the fuel taken from the destroyed buildings. Zhang Yi then checked the phones of his 2 most loyal followers, discovering messages revealing that Fang Yuqin had been inciting rebellion against him. After dealing with the revolts in the buildings, Zhang Yi returned home to check on Pamanu. His stable heartbeat indicated that Pamanu had survived. Zhang Yi felt relieved and satisfied with the outcome. Si Lim approached, asking for food for herself and her child. Annoyed, Zhang Yi threw a pack of instant noodles onto the floor, saying it was enough. Si Lim complained when she noticed there were eggs and chicken in the kitchen, which further angered Zhang Yi. He harshly told her that this was all she would get. Afterward, he retreated to his room with Yokier. Exhausted, Zhang Yi massaged Yokier, who informed him that Pamanu's recovery was surprisingly rapid. This led Zhang Yi to wonder if the supernova explosion had granted people certain powers under specific conditions, like himself and Pamanu. Zhang Yi concluded that critical conditions might trigger the awakening of these abilities. He decided to instruct Yokier to keep Pamanu sedated until the right time. Zhang Yi went to the living room and saw Si Lim searching for food. He told her that all the supplies were in the storage, and ordered her to take care of Pamanu. Si Lim then went to her husband's room, while Zhang Yi prepared to hunt down the remaining traitors. With a police shield in hand, he climbed the stairs, shot the door lock, and kicked it open. Fang Yuqin lunged at him with a knife, but the blade bounced off, and Fang Yuqin fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Yi realized how Fang Yuqin had survived for so long. Enraged, Fang Yuqin blamed Zhang Yi, claiming she would have sided with him if Zhang Yi had remained weak. Zhang Yi said nothing, instead striking her leg with a baton, breaking her bone, and dragging her by the hair. Then, he threw Fang Yuqin from the upper floor. Her body lay motionless in the snow below. The next day, Zhang Yi checked on Pamanu. He was shocked to see Pamanu's rapid recovery. In just one day, the gunshot wounds had healed. Zhang Yi instructed Yokier to keep monitoring Pamanu's condition until he fully recovered, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. Yokier administered a sedative to Pamanu, while Si Lim requested Zhang Yi to go to her house to retrieve a phone charger and baby diapers. Believing that people in comas could often hear their surroundings, Zhang Yi kindly told Si Lim that he would go after handling a few matters. Afterward, Zhang Yi went out to burn more buildings, thinking it was necessary to eliminate further threats. Su Hao, who had been previously beaten, offered valuable information about Wang Simon, the richest man in the city who had built an underground shelter called Doomsday. They went to an apartment to discuss further. Su Hao explained that Wang Simon had an endless food supply in his shelter. He proposed robbing the place, but Zhang Yi thought the idea was too risky. Su Hao tried to convince him, revealing that Wang Simon already knew about Zhang Yi, and had once attempted to steal his snow vehicle. Enraged, Zhang Yi glared sharply at Su Hao, and threatened him, asking how he wished to end his life. Terrified, Su Hao swore not to betray Zhang Yi, promising to help warn him of any danger. Zhang Yi fired a shot beside Su Hao's head, demanding a reason to spare his life. Su Hao explained that the shelter had vast food supplies, and that he wanted to join Zhang Yi to secure a share. Additionally, Su Hao sought revenge against Wang Simon, an old friend who had always humiliated him. Intrigued by the idea of revenge, Zhang Yi gave him a chance. He asked about the security system and the number of enemies there. However, Su Hao insisted that he would only share the information if they reached an agreement first. Zhang Yi threatened him, but Su Hao remained firm, saying threats wouldn't change the outcome. Finally, Zhang Yi agreed to negotiate, but he imposed 2 conditions. First, Su Hao had to help eliminate someone who had been a problem for him. Zhang Yi took Su Hao to an apartment, claiming he had a secret to share. Calmly, Zhang Yi opened a suitcase, causing Su Hao to feel scared and confused. However, Su Hao realized that joining Zhang Yi was his best chance at survival, so he accepted the risk. Zhang Yi pulled out a syringe and revealed that he was a professional assassin, using a poison that would take effect in a week as insurance. He promised to give the antidote after they took over Wang Simon's shelter. Zhang Yi told Su Hao that they would eliminate someone that day. However, when alone, Zhang Yi revealed that the liquid was just a saline solution. a strategy to reduce the risk of betrayal. Returning home, Zhang Yi found Si Lim with Pamanu. He assured Pamanu that his condition was improving, and promised to care for all three of them like family, allowing them to stay together. Si Lim was delighted by Zhang Yi's promise, and handed her baby to him. She believed that with the baby and Pamanu there, Zhang Yi wouldn't drive her away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi informed Su Hao that their target had left, and asked Su Hao to handle the aftermath. While Zhang Yi played with Si Lim's baby, he walked toward the door of his home, only to be shocked to find someone already inside. He received a message saying that the issue had been resolved. Back home, Zhang Yi told Pamanu that Si Lim and her baby would be staying with them. However, Pamanu felt it was too much, and didn't want to burden Zhang Yi any further. At that moment, the baby began to cry. Zhang Yi, clueless about handling a baby, eventually handed the baby to Yokier, asking her to change the diaper and find a way to calm the child. Afterward, Zhang Yi spoke with Pamanu, who was anxious because Si Lim had been gone for a while. Concerned, Zhang Yi decided to look for her, and sent a message to the building's residents to gather in apartment 1301. He also sent a warning message to Su Hao. Once everyone gathered, Zhang Yi chose to throw 2 grenades into the room, and quickly shut the door. The explosion obliterated the room, burning everything inside. After inspecting the aftermath, Zhang Yi found one survivor and was furious. He explained that they owed their lives to him, and he was merely taking what was rightfully his. With that, Zhang Yi felt he had wiped out all his enemies. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi informed Pamanu that the building's residents had rebelled and killed Si Lim. They had planned to join forces with other buildings to attack, but Zhang Yi had already dealt with them, though a few managed to escape. Pamanu felt guilty and frustrated, pounding the bed so hard that it cracked. This made Zhang Yi realize Pamanu's extraordinary physical strength. Trying to calm him down, Zhang Yi took responsibility, and promised to find a new woman for him. Zhang Yi then had to deal with the baby's constant crying. Yokier mentioned that nothing seemed to work to calm the baby. Determined, Zhang Yi decided to find someone to nurse the baby. He went to Lian's building, the only one left unburned, and requested help from their leader, Lian. Lian, clearly under pressure, admitted her fear of Zhang Yi, but realized that running from him was pointless. Seeing the baby in Zhang Yi's arms, Lian understood that he wasn't there to attack. Zhang Yi asked Lian to find a mother to care for the baby, and to provide food supplies for those willing to help. He assured Lian that he wouldn't harm them, knowing they wouldn't betray him. Though hesitant, Lian eventually agreed. Zhang Yi then asked what their plans were once their food supplies ran out. With a firm tone, Lian replied that they would face death with dignity. Zhang Yi respected Lian's resolve. Lian seemed to want something from Zhang Yi, but he initially refused. In the end, he gave her a handful of grain seeds as a final gesture of help. Zhang Yi explained that by planting those seeds, they could become self-sufficient, no longer dependent on anyone else. It was a genuine act of goodwill, a first step to help them stand on their own. Lian asked an old biology teacher whether the seeds could grow in such harsh conditions. The teacher replied that while the chances were slim, nothing was impossible. After that, Zhang Yi left the place. At home, he felt satisfied that the issues with the neighbors were resolved, and could now focus on the new shelter. Yokier returned and asked if Zhang Yi had finished his work. Without hesitation, Yokier began preparing food, while Zhang Yi playfully asked her to guess what he wanted. The next day, after working hard, Yokier fell asleep, and Zhang Yi sent a message to Su Hao to come over. Once treated harshly, Su Hao now arrived respectfully, sitting quietly and waiting for orders. Zhang Yi asked about his communication with Wang Simon, and demanded Su Hao's phone. Su Hao hesitated, but after a moment of fear, he handed over the phone. Zhang Yi discovered that Su Hao had shared all the crucial information with Wang Simon, including their plans to join forces and steal Zhang Yi's belongings. Su Hao swore that it was only a strategy to gain Wang Simon's trust. Zhang Yi also realized that Wang Simon already knew about his weapons, snow vehicle, and shelter. Using this knowledge, Zhang Yi forced Su Hao to reveal information about Wang Simon's underground bunker. Su Hao explained that the bunker was equipped with sleeping gas systems and flamethrowers, only accessible if allowed by those inside. Zhang Yi planned to neutralize the system, and listened to Su Hao's plan to pretend to capture Zhang Yi, so Wang Simon would let them in. Although the plan seemed suspicious, Zhang Yi recognized that it might be their only option. An idea began to form in his mind. Zhang Yi started thinking about new ways to utilize his dimensional space power. After instructing Su Hao to leave, and promising to contact him in 2 or 3 days, Zhang Yi reassured Su Hao, who was anxious about the antidote. He assured him that the poison would only take effect after 7 days. Afterward, Zhang Yi sat down, reflecting on new ways to use his ability. He tried to absorb the fire burning inside his house with his dimensional power. Successfully absorbing the fire without harm gave him a sense of satisfaction. Then, he attempted to release the fire like a cannon, feeling the incredible power he possessed. His mind continued to explore the possibilities, even considering the idea of absorbing living beings into the dimensional space. Convinced of the vast potential of his power, Zhang Yi sought out a guard from Lian's building to use as a test subject. He threw a wooden stick and challenged the guard to hit it, tempting him with the promise of bread as a reward. Although suspicious, the guard tried to strike the stick for the sake of food. Zhang Yi used his dimensional space power and successfully absorbed the guard into the space, though the process was slow. Once fully absorbed, the guard appeared frozen, like a lifeless object. Zhang Yi checked and found no heartbeat or breath, realizing that time inside the dimensional space moved differently. Living beings didn't die instantly inside, but their minds could deteriorate if they stayed too long. He released the guard, who was still alive but terrified, describing the experience as if facing death. Zhang Yi reassured him, saying it was just an illusion. To further test, Zhang Yi cut off one of the guard's fingers and observed that the severed finger remained intact inside the dimensional space. The guard seemed oddly content, even though he had lost a few fingers. He felt that he could now eat better, no longer haunted by hunger. From the experiment, Zhang Yi concluded that objects could be thrown out of the dimensional space easily, while living beings were absorbed slowly. Fire could be absorbed and projected at will. Armed with this information, Zhang Yi was confident he could defeat Wang Simon. Afterward, Zhang Yi called Su Hao, who desperately begged for the promised antidote, as the poison in his body was worsening. Zhang Yi realized that despite Su Hao eating well, his appearance had deteriorated due to the fake injections Zhang Yi had given him. Zhang Yi handed him a temporary antidote to alleviate the symptoms, one that would only last until the operation to attack Wang Simon's shelter began. Su Hao thanked him and immediately contacted Wang Simon to arrange a meeting. Zhang Yi prepared to leave for the mission and informed Yokier of his departure. Yokier was confused, thinking the issues in their neighborhood had already been resolved. Zhang Yi promised to explain later and left food supplies for Yokier and Pamanyu, assuring Yokier that he was the greatest threat out there. Before leaving, Zhang Yi kissed Yokier to calm her. Zhang Yi began his mission, with Su Hao following behind. They arrived at a condominium complex, an elite area situated high enough that the snow didn't cover the houses. Zhang Yi noticed that the area's topography kept it clear of snow. As they approached Wang Simon's mansion, a woman who saw their arrival on a snow vehicle hoped it was her last chance, considering her home was empty and without food. By the time they reached Wang Simon's mansion, darkness had fallen. Zhang Yi instructed Su Hao to call out to Wang Simon. Su Hao, fearing potential gunfire, approached the surveillance camera nervously, introduced himself, and pleaded for Wang Simon to let them in, offering a chance to negotiate. Wang Simon was puzzled by their early arrival and their lack of a snow vehicle but eventually allowed them entry, warning that any suspicious actions would have severe consequences. Upon entering the mansion, Zhang Yi was surprised by its luxury, far superior to his own apartment. Su Hao warned him that beyond the door ahead was the main part of the house. However, as they stepped further in, Wang Simon activated the defense system, releasing toxic gas into the room. In the surveillance room, Wang Simon watched as smoke filled the space, followed by screams that quickly fell silent. Amid the smoke, Zhang Yi wore a gas mask and absorbed the gas into his dimensional space, returning the room to a calm state. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Zhang Yi prepared to attack. However, realizing it wasn't Wang Simon, Zhang Yi and Su Hao pretended to be unconscious. A man with a gun approached to check if they were truly unconscious. Zhang Yi recognized him, a famous TV actor and Wang Simon's acquaintance. The man picked up Zhang Yi and Su Hao, threw them to the floor, and tied them up while boasting about the mansion's sophisticated security system. After the man left, he and Wang Simon began discussing Zhang Yi's snow vehicle. Zhang Yi, still listening, quietly freed himself. He released the gas he had absorbed, directing it toward them. As the gas took effect, both men lost consciousness. Zhang Yi swiftly tied them up and secured their weapons. Walking through the lavish mansion, Zhang Yi explored various rooms. In one, there was an indoor garden, a clear sign of wealth. As he climbed the stairs, he found several rooms. In one marked as an animal room, he saw unconscious women on beds. Some of them were bound, with drug syringes scattered across the floor. One conscious woman, crying, begged for freedom or another dose of the drugs. Without sympathy, Zhang Yi kicked her aside, beginning to grasp what was happening in this place. Suddenly, gunshots shattered the silence. Zhang Yi headed to the control room, believing it to be the shelter's central command. After trying several locked rooms, he gave up and returned to the two wealthy men he had tied up. He splashed water on their faces, waking them up. Disoriented, the two men couldn't comprehend how they had been trapped. Zhang Yi coldly reminded them that a magician never reveals his tricks, and now there were more important matters to discuss. Zhang Yi proposed a collaboration to Wang Simon, who hesitated but eventually agreed on the condition that Zhang Yi wouldn't harm him. Zhang Yi then requested to stay with Simon in his luxurious, yet lonely, mansion. Wang Simon felt a sense of relief, but Zhang Yi clarified that having a wealthy friend like Simon was the best decision for when the snow eventually melted. In return, Zhang Yi demanded that Wang Simon teach him how to operate the mansion's security system, provide the passwords, and share any other necessary information. Left with no choice, Wang Simon agreed, reaffirming his demand for safety after giving the information. Zhang Yi promised to let him go, emphasizing that he did not kill innocent people. After obtaining all the information, Zhang Yi pretended to release Wang Simon but suddenly attacked him with a knife. He instructed Simon to breathe slowly, assuring him that the pain would soon fade. Confused, Wang Simon asked why, and Zhang Yi coldly replied that there was no use in keeping someone useless alive. Zhang Yi then faced a dilemma regarding Su Hao, who had helped him significantly. While cleaning up the mess left by Wang Simon and his accomplice, Su Hao regained consciousness and questioned how Zhang Yi had managed to handle the situation. Zhang Yi simply replied that he had his own methods. Relieved that Wang Simon had received the punishment he deserved, Su Hao thanked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi handed him a backpack filled with food as a reward for his help but warned that the mansion's power wouldn't last long, and the food supplies were running low. However, Su Hao grew angry, accusing Zhang Yi of hiding valuable resources and not sharing fairly. He felt the reward was not worth the risk he had taken. Enraged, Su Hao threatened to expose everything he knew about Zhang Yi's supplies and abilities. Seeing no reason to keep him alive, Zhang Yi shot Su Hao in the chest. As Su Hao fell, Zhang Yi calmly stated that anger only made people weaker. He retrieved the food backpack, remarking that Su Hao could have survived if he hadn't sought his own death. Zhang Yi sat in the living room, deep in thought. He wondered if things would be better if Yokier were there with him. But what about Pamanyu? Perhaps Pamanyu could stay in the old apartment while he moved here with Yokier. Passing by the mansion's bar, Zhang Yi remembered his promise to find a beautiful girl for Pamanyu, though he still wasn't sure how to fulfill it. Curious, he checked the TV and discovered international cable channels. Intrigued, he searched for the server room and found a satellite internet connection, granting him access to global information. There, he found reports of individuals with special abilities. Some could control fire, others could change colors. Zhang Yi concluded that this was another reason to stay in the secured mansion. His next goal was to find Yokier and bring her there. As he prepared to start the snow vehicle, a beautiful red-haired woman called out to him. Zhang Yi pointed his gun at her, but the woman confessed that she hadn't eaten in days and begged to join him. Zhang Yi recognized her, a famous actress, and allowed her to accompany him. As they reached the mansion, the woman asked if this was Wang Simon's house. Zhang Yi replied that it now belonged to him. Upon entering, the warmth welcomed them, and the woman curiously inquired about Zhang Yi's relationship with Wang Simon. Zhang Yi simply stated that Simon had moved away. The woman then requested to take a shower, a request Zhang Yi readily granted. In the bathroom, she contemplated that Zhang Yi seemed appealing and considered making a sacrifice for her survival. After her shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and immediately asked if she could stay there. The harsh world outside made it difficult for her to survive alone, and she needed protection. Zhang Yi invited her to share a drink and asked if she truly believed the snow would melt and the world would return to normal. The woman confidently replied that it would, and Zhang Yi agreed. However, he set a condition: she had to obey his commands. Her first task, as he put it, was a partner exercise to burn some calories. After their exercise, Zhang Yi demonstrated his ability by creating new clothes for her out of thin air. Astonished, the woman asked if he was a powerful magician, curious to learn more. Wearing her new, revealing outfit, she tried to maintain her charm. Zhang Yi offered her a feast of pizza and roasted chicken, promising that such comforts would continue if she remained obedient. Cautiously, she added a condition of her own: she didn't want to be forced into anything too vulgar. Zhang Yi reminded her that she was the one who sought his help and warned her not to demand too much. After hesitating, she agreed, but Zhang Yi was more interested in whether she knew any other beautiful women. The actress explained that most wealthy people in the area were quite old, but Zhang Yi was unfazed, believing it might suit his friend Pamanyu. She mentioned a woman named Jaime, once regarded as a goddess. Zhang Yi asked her to contact Jaime, and soon the woman arrived. To impress her, Zhang Yi created food out of nowhere and offered it to Jaime. It was the main reason for her visit. Zhang Yi then warned them that if information about this place leaked, there would be severe consequences. Outside the luxurious condominium in Chu village, a group of people prepared for the extreme snow. They dug through the snow and fished for food when they spotted Zhang Yi's snow vehicle with a handsome man and a beautiful woman aboard. One of the men, with malicious intent, tried to strike Zhang Yi with a trident, causing Jaime to fall from the vehicle. Seeing Jaime's concern, Zhang Yi stepped forward to protect her, reminding the men that he was armed. They underestimated his ammunition, willing to take the risk for the valuable snow vehicle. Zhang Yi tried to avoid bloodshed, but one of the men proposed that he leave the vehicle and the woman in exchange for his life. Jaime hesitated, but Zhang Yi rejected the offer, questioning their sanity. With no other choice, Zhang Yi shot them all. The first man fell with a bullet to the forehead, and the gunshot attracted wild wolves. Zhang Yi quickly absorbed their bodies into his dimensional space. Jaime returned to the snow vehicle, and they continued their journey. When the surviving men returned to find their comrades dead and their dogs missing, they realized Zhang Yi had killed them and stolen their dogs. They vowed revenge and headed back to the castle where Chun-Lei lived. Inside, Chun-Lei indulged in his twisted fantasies with a doll. The returning men felt disgusted, questioning why he preferred a doll over real women. Reluctantly, they pulled away his blanket to wake him. Eventually, Chun-Lei met them, and the men informed him about Zhang Yi, his snow vehicle, and the beautiful woman. They asked for Chun-Lei's help to capture Zhang Yi and take the vehicle, suspecting Zhang Yi might have powers similar to his. Chun-Lei, who was considered important by his tribe, believed that his power was a gift from God. When he heard about the arrival of someone with a strange power, he saw it as an opportunity to grow stronger. With the full support of the tribal elders, who entrusted him with the future of their people, he decided to hunt down this person. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Jaime were in hiding. Jaime, recognizing someone familiar, felt awkward when she noticed Zhang Yi's reaction. She assumed he was interested in an older woman, but Zhang Yi quickly clarified that Jaime had come to see her uncle, not him. Concerned about her uncle's condition, Zhang Yi reassured her that he was recovering faster than expected. He had previously asked Yokier for sedatives but now believed that Pamanyu was ready to be freed. Understanding the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Pamanyu, Zhang Yi approached him. Pamanyu, now fully recovered, was grateful for being saved. He appeared healthier and even more handsome than before. Feeling stronger, he tested his newfound power by pressing down on his bed, nearly breaking it. Zhang Yi urged him to calm down and explained that his transformation was like a tadpole evolving into a frog. Demonstrating his own abilities, Zhang Yi also revealed the reason behind their abundant food supplies. However, Pamanyu, overwhelmed by excitement, accidentally smashed his bed. Reassured by Zhang Yi, he acknowledged that he just needed time to adjust. Zhang Yi then introduced someone to Pamanyu, who greeted them with a warm smile. He explained that this house would be their shared residence for now while he and Yokier moved elsewhere. As a parting gift, Zhang Yi presented Pamanyu with a snowmobile to help him gather food. At first, Pamanyu hesitated, considering it too valuable, but after seeing Zhang Yi's advanced snow vehicle, he accepted it. Those witnessing the moment were shocked, realizing just how powerful and resourceful Zhang Yi truly was. Zhang Yi and Yokier then set off towards their new home. During the journey, Yokier asked about their new residence. Zhang Yi described it as spacious and comfortable, far better than their previous apartment. He also mentioned that there were others living there to help with daily tasks, which initially made Yokier jealous. But after Zhang Yi reassured her that she was the only one in his heart, she relaxed and felt happy again. As they traveled, a snowstorm turned into a raging tornado. Reacting quickly, Zhang Yi used his abilities to absorb the first tornado into another dimension. However, a second tornado appeared, making him realize that someone with special powers was behind it. Sensing the threat, he decided to turn back and avoid direct confrontation. But the blizzards kept intensifying, and Zhang Yi continued absorbing each tornado into his storage space. Meanwhile, Chun-Lei, the one responsible for the attacks, was growing exhausted. Despite claiming he could continue, it was clear he needed time to recover. His group waited, observing their enemy's strength. Zhang Yi, noticing his opponent's fatigue, stopped his vehicle and retrieved a rifle from his storage. He knew this was the perfect moment to strike back. Stepping out of the car, he aimed towards a pile of snow and fired, successfully injuring one of his enemies. At his feet, only 2 people remained. Chun-Lei was bewildered. How had Zhang Yi managed to find them despite their careful hiding? But Zhang Yi kept firing relentlessly. Desperate, Chun-Li tried to attack again with another tornado, but Zhang Yi neutralized it effortlessly. No matter how much Chun-Li pushed himself, his attacks were useless. Zhang Yi's overwhelming strength left his opponents in stunned silence. However, Zhang Yi realized that continuing the battle there could put Yokier in danger. Instead, he challenged them to chase him, declaring that their next fight would take place on his territory. With that, Zhang Yi returned to his vehicle. Yokier quickly calmed down, though she briefly asked if Zhang Yi had killed all their enemies. Zhang Yi explained that they were still alive, which meant there was a chance for revenge in the future. Yokier was already familiar with Zhang Yi's ways, so this didn't surprise her. They continued their journey, leaving their defeated but surviving enemies behind. Inside the safe house, Yami, a red-haired girl, was resting while waiting for Zhang Yi. When he arrived, he asked her to get ready to meet a new friend. Yami hesitated and asked if this was his fiancé, but Zhang Yi simply handed her new clothes and told her to come downstairs. She dressed up and prepared to meet her supposed rival. Zhang Yi seemed excited, walking ahead with the red-haired girl following behind. When Yami and Yokier saw each other, both looked shocked. Yokier approached Yami with an annoyed expression, as if ready to argue. Sensing the tension, Zhang Yi quickly stepped in and asked if they already knew each other. Yokier then revealed that Yami was her cousin, which took Zhang Yi by surprise. He immediately tried to ease the situation. Yami requested that their relationship remain undisclosed but then questioned whether it truly mattered or if it was just a temporary arrangement. Yokier expressed her discontent toward Yami, believing that she had tarnished their family name by working in the entertainment industry. Additionally, Yami's poor acting skills had further damaged the family's reputation. Yokier felt that Yami's appearance, used as a marketing tool, was vulgar and had made their family a laughingstock. Zhang Yi intervened, stating that the past was behind them and that they needed to live in harmony now. He then introduced their new home and assigned responsibilities to each of them. When they saw the indoor farming area, both Yokier and Yami grew excited about taking care of it. Yami thanked Zhang Yi for keeping her secret and suggested that they continue hiding their connection. Zhang Yi agreed, but deep down, he wondered how he would manage their complicated relationship. As a gesture of gratitude, Yami offered to cook. However, upon checking the kitchen, she realized that they had run out of ingredients. As she searched for supplies, Zhang Yi approached her and whispered something in her ear, making her blush and wonder what he was up to. Ignoring her reaction, Zhang Yi retrieved food from his dimensional storage, explaining that this would be their way of eating from now on. Despite already knowing about Zhang Yi's abilities, Yami was still impressed. Zhang Yi playfully patted Yami's back and eagerly waited for the meal. When the food was ready, Yami called everyone to eat. Yokier was the first to taste it and immediately complained that it was too salty. Embarrassed, Yami admitted that she had trouble focusing due to everything that had happened. Noticing the tension between the cousins, Zhang Yi decided to give Yokier more attention. He fed her with care, making her smile proudly in front of her cousin. Although Yami pretended not to care, she still showed subtle concern. Later that night, as they lay in bed, Yokier asked Zhang Yi who was better between them. Zhang Yi gently stroked her head and reassured her that she was the most important to him, not only because she was his, but also because she was the most beautiful. He kissed her forehead and embraced her before they fell asleep together. In that sweet moment, Zhang Yi reflected that love was insignificant, what truly mattered was personal gain. In the following days, Zhang Yi continued his archery training. Suddenly, his phone rang. He ignored the call and blocked the number, but moments later, the same number called again, irritating him. Even after blocking it once more, the calls kept coming. Eventually, his phone answered automatically. On the other end, a voice claimed to know a great deal about him, including his birth date and other personal details. The caller even knew about his house and threatened to expose the information unless Zhang Yi met their demands: food, clothing, and drinks. Zhang Yi tried to downplay the importance of the information, but the caller, a hacker, insisted that they had proof of him stealing from the city's warehouses. They threatened to inform the authorities if he refused to comply, putting him in danger. Zhang Yi realized that the hacker had likely already taken control of his home's security systems. Though furious, he listened as the hacker demanded that the requested items be delivered to Villa 302. If Zhang Yi tried to avoid it, all his information would be leaked. After the call ended, Zhang Yi was filled with rage. He immediately informed Yokier about the threat and the possible danger ahead. Realizing that their location and personal information had been exposed, Zhang Yi and Yokier now felt threatened. Yokier pointed out that gossip about famous people was often unreliable, but when it came to specific details about an unknown individual, this hacker posed a serious danger. Zhang Yi expressed his desire to eliminate the hacker immediately, but he worried that their data would still be leaked even if the hacker was taken down. Yokier tried to think of a solution and recalled that tech companies used to hire people to eliminate hackers to prevent data breaches. However, they always left a backdoor to ensure that the information could still be leaked if anything went wrong. Zhang Yi realized that this hacker likely had a similar strategy, meaning that simply killing him wouldn't be enough. Yokier suggested taking a break to think things through, but Zhang Yi insisted that the issue couldn't be delayed. As Yami passed by on her way to the cultivation room, Zhang Yi explained the situation to her and asked for her opinion. Yami compared it to how people spread rumors about celebrities on the internet. Suddenly, Zhang Yi had an idea. He thought about flooding the media with false information, turning the truth into nothing more than a rumor. Seeing Yokier and Yami's confusion, he told them he needed to prepare everything first before explaining further. In the control room, Zhang Yi received another call from the hacker, who asked if he had prepared the requested items. Furious, Zhang Yi threatened to kill him if not for the information he possessed. The hacker laughed and warned that if anything happened to him, Zhang Yi's personal information would be sent to every phone in the city within 24 hours. Zhang Yi realized he had only 24 hours to act. He decided to play along for now and ended the call. His plan was to spread widespread rumors about the warehouse theft across all media channels, burying the truth beneath layers of lies so that no one would believe it. After setting his plan in motion, Zhang Yi grabbed his backpack and declared that it was time to take out the trash. He placed the bag at a predetermined location and moved far away, hiding behind a tree with his rifle aimed at the pickup spot. Zhang Yi then messaged the hacker, stating that the delivery had been made and that he had left the area. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response, and no one appeared to take the bag. He considered calling or sending another message to ask if the package had been picked up, but he decided against it to avoid raising suspicion. Time passed, and finally, the door opened. Someone stepped out to collect the bag. Zhang Yi fired with a determination he had never felt before. In an instant, the bullet pierced the man's head. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi rushed to the location and ensured his enemy was eliminated with a few additional shots. After confirming the area was secure, he entered the house to search for valuable items. Amidst his search, he found a laptop. At first, he considered destroying it, but realizing it might contain important information, he decided to store it in his dimensional storage instead. With his mission complete, Zhang Yi left the place and returned home, feeling relieved. Yokier was cooking, and after they finished their meal, Zhang Yi asked about any new messages on their phones. They showed him a flood of messages about a warehouse theft at Walmart. Zhang Yi then revealed that he had spread false information to bury the real truth beneath a web of lies. He had programmed the messages to be sent out daily to ensure the misinformation would dominate public perception. Yami was impressed by his clever strategy, noting that celebrity scandals often faded away when a bigger issue took over. She praised Zhang Yi's intelligence. However, Yokier remained concerned about the risk of being tracked, even with their security measures in place. Zhang Yi admitted that as long as technology existed, they would always be vulnerable. Despite their worries, both girls trusted that Zhang Yi would find a way to handle any future threats. Still, Zhang Yi couldn't shake off the unease of being unprepared for an unexpected attack. Determined to reinforce their defenses, he assured the girls that he could protect them, but they all needed to take action. Sensing something was off, Zhang Yi glanced at the red-haired girl, who appeared shy. He gently patted her head before announcing that they wouldn't rely solely on technology, they would set physical traps as well. Zhang Yi explained that while their security system was prepared for large-scale threats, it was still lacking against human intruders. Therefore, they needed additional traps to counter potential attackers. Both girls grew excited and were eager to follow his instructions. Zhang Yi then retrieved wooden planks and nails, preparing to craft the first line of defense. Together, they worked diligently, hammering nails into the wooden boards and burying them beneath the snow. They also set up various other traps, but Zhang Yi realized that if their enemies used equipment to dig them out, their efforts would be wasted. To counter this, he decided to embed explosives around the traps. If anyone attempted to dig them up, they would be taken out instantly. Additionally, he concealed grenades with tripwires that would detonate if triggered. After their relentless efforts, the perimeter of their home was now fortified. Every trap was carefully placed and ready for any intruders who dared to approach. As they returned home, Yami asked when the intruders would arrive so she could witness the traps in action. Zhang Yi replied that, ideally, they would never have to use them. Sitting on the sofa, he added that no sane person would attempt to attack a place filled with traps, especially when everyone was already trying to avoid trouble. Zhang Yi then installed a mechanical lock on the front door, despite already having a digital one, an extra measure to enhance their security. Yami felt that joining Zhang Yi had been the best decision of her life, as she now felt safer and happier. Zhang Yi also thought they needed a digital security expert. He remembered Xin, his tech-savvy younger sister, though they hadn't heard from her in a while. While Zhang Yi was intrigued by Xin's skills, he knew there were more pressing matters to handle. In the following days, Zhang Yi dedicated himself to refining his archery skills, significantly improving his shooting precision and attack power. Testing his abilities on moving targets, he began to feel almost invincible. However, he soon realized that such power drained his energy quickly. Fortunately, with his ample food reserves, he felt free to push his limits. Meanwhile, at a classified military base, the facility's commander was growing increasingly concerned about their dwindling power supply. His secretary entered the room, presenting the latest intelligence report. The report included information about a recent warehouse robbery, naming Zhang Yi as the primary suspect. Although skeptical at first, the commander decided to launch an investigation into Zhang Yi. At the same time, in the castle of Shu village, Chunlei, who had previously lost to Zhang Yi, fell into despair upon learning of his alleged involvement in the robbery. Driven by curiosity, Chunlei began investigating and came to a realization: Zhang Yi's ability to transfer objects into an alternate space might have been the key to stealing from the warehouse. Feeling even more powerless, Chunlei collapsed in frustration, wondering if Zhang Yi was the true protagonist of this world while he was merely a side character. Accepting that he could not defeat Zhang Yi, Chunlei decided to warn the villagers, especially his grandfather, about Zhang Yi's strength. He detailed how Zhang Yi had overpowered him and was now suspected of stealing vital supplies. Instead of being alarmed, Chunlei's grandfather was inspired. He believed that if they could steal from Zhang Yi, they would never go hungry again. Despite Chunlei's warnings about the dangers, his grandfather dismissed Zhang Yi as nothing more than an overconfident guardian. Some time later, back at Zhang Yi's home, the atmosphere remained peaceful and warm. Zhang Yi sat at the dining table, enjoying a meal with his wives. The peace was shattered when Yami heard a strange noise near the window. Zhang Yi remained calm and decided to investigate. Using binoculars, he observed a group of people approaching the house. With his sniper rifle in hand, he watched them closely, deciding to let the traps do their work. One of the intruders stepped onto a hidden spike trap, screaming in agony. Another rushed to help him, but their leader warned them about the possibility of more traps and ordered everyone to proceed with caution. The group advanced carefully, using sticks to probe the ground ahead. After a while, they successfully navigated past the traps. But just as one of them reached to disarm a trap, they triggered a nearly invisible tripwire connected to a grenade. The explosion ripped through the group, sending shrapnel flying. Even those who weren't caught in the initial blast were injured by the debris. Writhing in pain, some fell onto other hidden explosives, setting off a chain reaction of detonations. When the smoke cleared, many were wounded or trapped. Fear spread among them, and they hesitated, realizing they couldn't face Zhang Yi without their leader's grandson, the one with superhuman abilities. Zhang Yi continued observing through his scope, analyzing their reactions. The tribal leader, now cornered, remembered his grandson's warning but refused to retreat. Instead, he roared at his men, urging them to fight for the wealth inside Zhang Yi's home. Handing out binoculars, he showed them the food and valuables inside, tempting them despite their fear. Even though some hesitated, their leader's threats forced them into action. They began using long poles to trigger the remaining traps from a distance. The strategy worked. Step by step, they cleared a path toward the house. Confidence grew among them. Inside, Yami and Yokier watched from the window. Yami's expression was troubled as she questioned whether they would survive if the enemies got too close. Yokier, on the other hand, scoffed at their stupidity, certain they were no match for Zhang Yi. As the moment arrived, Zhang Yi pressed a button, remotely detonating the remaining explosives. The controlled explosions annihilated the remaining invaders, leaving behind a massive scene of destruction. Zhang Yi felt no remorse. They should have retreated the moment they realized the land was trapped. But as the dust settled, Yokier, who had been excited before, now looked uneasy. Yami turned away, feeling sick from the sight of the carnage. On the battlefield, the old leader collapsed to his knees, staring at the devastation. His voice trembled as he whispered, "He's a demon, this is not fair." He regretted the deaths of all those who had perished because of his orders. He only wanted to secure supplies for his people. Zhang Yi then put away his rifle and switched to a bow and arrows, utilizing the new skills he had been training. He fired 3 arrows simultaneously, hitting 3 enemies with deadly precision. The attack was followed by a series of rapid shots, each one striking true and eliminating more of his foes. The old leader, who had witnessed everything, could only lament and beg Zhang Yi to end his life. However, before Zhang Yi could do so, a sudden ice tornado emerged, obstructing his vision. Zhang Yi swiftly switched to a long-range rifle, enabling him to engage his enemies from a greater distance. Chun-Lei ordered his people to retreat while maintaining the ice tornado as a shield. The wounded were carried away, while Chun himself stood firm, prepared to fight. Remaining calm, Zhang Yi had already devised another plan. He put on a protective vest and informed his wives that he would return soon. Chun believed that things would turn out fine, but suddenly, a snowmobile rushed in at high speed. From the vehicle's window, Zhang Yi fired at the attackers. Panic ensued as they struggled to escape, their lives hanging by a thread. Even Chun's life was now at risk. One of Chun's allies helped him retreat as Zhang Yi continued his relentless pursuit. Driving the snowmobile closer, he fired once again from the window, further thinning their numbers. Fear gripped Chun-Lei. He began to doubt that any of them would survive. In desperation, he ordered his people to abandon the corpses they had been carrying for burial, prioritizing their escape. Though reluctant, his men obeyed, as honoring the dead was an important tradition. They discarded the bodies one by one, hoping to slow Zhang Yi down. He maneuvered skillfully, avoiding the falling corpses while keeping his aim steady. His shots continued to land with deadly accuracy, taking down more enemies. Realizing that he was running out of options, Chun-Lei used his powers to create deep cracks in the ice, obstructing the path of Zhang Yi's snowmobile. The vehicle became stuck in the frozen terrain. Zhang Yi, undeterred, continued firing at the fleeing enemies until they had gotten too far away. He was certain they wouldn't dare return after this massacre. Pulling his snowmobile free from the ice, he drove past the scattered bodies on the ground and made his way home. Upon arriving, Zhang Yi noticed Yang Mi, who stood in shock, struggling to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, Yokio remained calm and asked if Zhang Yi had managed to defeat the person with special abilities. Zhang Yi explained that the man was clever and had successfully escaped along with a few others. Elsewhere, Chun-Lei returned to his village with the remaining survivors. As soon as they arrived, the tribe members began to judge him, blaming him for not participating in the battle from the start, which had resulted in many deaths. An elder interrupted, reminding them that this was not the time for blame. He instructed Chun-Lei to meet with his grandfather. Upon entering the house, the village chief told him that the responsibility for the tribe's loss should fall on him, not on Chun-Lei. Chun-Lei's grandfather, with tears in his eyes, said that he was tired and ready to die. With those final words, he passed away. News of his death spread quickly. The villagers rushed to the scene, shocked and devastated by the loss of their beloved leader. Chun-Lei left his grandfather's house in deep confusion, unsure of how to take care of himself, let alone lead others. Amidst his uncertainty, he encountered a girl who introduced herself as Shu Lily. She thanked him, saying that because of Chun-Lei, her father had survived the last battle. Chun felt awkward but soon realized that he should not blame himself for the deaths of others. In fact, he started to feel like a hero who had saved many lives. After their brief meeting, something inside him changed. He began to think about the future, especially one that included the girl. Determined, Chun-Lei returned home and started planning ways to protect his village from Zhang Yi, whom he now considered a great threat. With renewed resolve, he immediately began designing defenses to safeguard his people. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was preparing new traps to deal with anyone who dared to attack him, determined to put an end to the problem once and for all. After working tirelessly, exhaustion overtook him. Two of his wives came to help him relax. As he rested, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call and heard a voice introducing himself as Chun from Shu Village. Chun expressed his gratitude to Zhang Yi, saying that thanks to him, he had met someone he loved. He also wished to make peace with Zhang Yi after realizing that they had once attempted to attack him. Zhang Yi asked if they understood that they could never defeat him. Chun admitted their mistake and offered to do anything as an apology on behalf of his people. Zhang Yi then asked who was speaking for Shu Village and how Chun-Lei could prove that he truly represented them. Chun-Lei revealed that he was the one with special abilities who had fought against Zhang Yi twice before. Zhang Yi agreed to make peace but demanded that Chun-Lei prove his sincerity by meeting in person. Chun-Lei refused, hoping that peace could be achieved without a face-to-face meeting. However, Zhang Yi firmly stated that if Chun-Lei did not comply, Shu Village would become his enemy. He gave Chun-Lei a deadline to come to his house by 2:30 p.m. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Yi ended the call. Chun-Lei felt cornered and terrified, convinced that he would die without ever having truly enjoyed life. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi believed that Chun-Lei's abilities held great potential, something he could use for his own benefit. Exhausted from setting up traps, Zhang Yi retreated to his room to rest. As Yang arrived to keep him company, Zhang Yi noticed Chun-Lei approaching alone. At first, Zhang Yi intended to eliminate him, but seeing how Chun-Lei kept stumbling, he began to doubt his own threat and decided to talk instead. Chun-Lei called Zhang Yi, saying he was stuck because of the traps. Zhang Yi went to meet him. After their meeting, Chun-Lei introduced himself and stated his purpose for negotiating, reminding Zhang Yi that the attack had been initiated by his own people, who owed Zhang Yi their lives. Chun-Lei admitted this and apologized. Zhang Yi then asked who had ordered the attack. Chun-Lei revealed that it was his grandfather, who had already passed away. Zhang Yi found it too convenient and asked if Chun-Lei didn't want revenge. However, Chun-Lei replied that he felt no real loss. His grandfather was the only person who had ever mattered to him, and the deaths of others didn't make him feel sorrow or vengeance because he had lived his entire life in isolation. Chun-Lei expressed admiration for Zhang Yi's ability to face so many enemies and acknowledged his strength. Zhang Yi firmly stated that he had not yet forgiven their mistakes. As a price for his mercy, he demanded that Chun-Lei work for him. Though Chun-Lei wanted to show gratitude with a hug, Zhang Yi stopped him and made it clear that there were rules to follow. With a mischievous thought, Chun-Lei jokingly asked if Zhang Yi wanted his body. Zhang Yi responded sternly, telling him to stop. Instead, Zhang Yi gave Chun-Lei an action figure as a gift and promised protection for his family, if he proved useful. On their journey to a new location, Chun-Lei asked if the action figure had the ability to control time within a storage space, which made Zhang Yi wonder if Chun-Lei's powers were somehow related to time manipulation. Eventually, they arrived at a site where Chun-Lei's abilities would be tested. Using his power over ice, Chun-Lei successfully cleared a path to a gas station buried under the snow. After several minutes of struggling, Zhang Yi saw great potential in Chun-Lei's abilities. He thought that with such power, Chun-Lei could make it easier to obtain resources and store them. As a reward, Zhang Yi gave him chocolate, realizing that ability users depended on their energy levels. Zhang Yi then entered the gas station to collect all the supplies inside. After some time, he returned. Chun-Lei praised Zhang Yi's ability, considering it extraordinary. Being able to store anything was incredibly useful in the present time. Zhang Yi then admitted that Chun-Lei also possessed an impressive power. He had never considered using such an ability to excavate buried items from beneath the snow. Chun-Lei, who was considered important by his tribe, believed that his power was a gift from God. When he heard about the arrival of someone with a strange power, he saw it as an opportunity to grow stronger. With the full support of the tribal elders, who entrusted him with the future of their people, he decided to hunt down this person. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Heimei were in hiding. Heimei, recognizing someone familiar, felt awkward when she noticed Zhang Yi's reaction. She assumed he was interested in an older woman, but Zhang Yi quickly clarified that Heimei had come to see her uncle, not him. Concerned about her uncle's condition, Zhang Yi reassured her that he was recovering faster than expected. He had previously asked Yokier for sedatives but now believed that Pamanyu was ready to be freed. Understanding the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Pamanyu, Zhang Yi approached him. Pamanyu, now fully recovered, was grateful for being saved. He appeared healthier and even more handsome than before. Feeling stronger, he tested his newfound power by pressing down on his bed, nearly breaking it. Zhang Yi urged him to calm down and explained that his transformation was like a tadpole evolving into a frog. Demonstrating his own abilities, Zhang Yi also revealed the reason behind their abundant food supplies. However, Pamanyu, overwhelmed by excitement, accidentally smashed his bed. Reassured by Zhang Yi, he acknowledged that he just needed time to adjust. Zhang Yi then introduced someone to Pamanyu, who greeted them with a warm smile. He explained that this house would be their shared residence for now while he and Yokier moved elsewhere. As a parting gift, Zhang Yi presented Pamanyu with a snowmobile to help him gather food. At first, Pamanyu hesitated, considering it too valuable, but after seeing Zhang Yi's advanced snow vehicle, he accepted it. Those witnessing the moment were shocked, realizing just how powerful and resourceful Zhang Yi truly was. Zhang Yi and Yokier then set off towards their new home. During the journey, Yokier asked about their new residence. Zhang Yi described it as spacious and comfortable, far better than their previous apartment. He also mentioned that there were others living there to help with daily tasks, which initially made Yokier jealous. But after Zhang Yi reassured her that she was the only one in his heart, she relaxed and felt happy again. As they traveled, a snowstorm turned into a raging tornado. Reacting quickly, Zhang Yi used his abilities to absorb the first tornado into another dimension. However, a second tornado appeared, making him realize that someone with special powers was behind it. Sensing the threat, he decided to turn back and avoid direct confrontation. But the blizzards kept intensifying, and Zhang Yi continued absorbing each tornado into his storage space. Meanwhile, Chun-Lei, the one responsible for the attacks, was growing exhausted. Despite claiming he could continue, it was clear he needed time to recover. His group waited, observing their enemy's strength. Zhang Yi, noticing his opponent's fatigue, stopped his vehicle and retrieved a rifle from his storage. He knew this was the perfect moment to strike back. Stepping out of the car, he aimed towards a pile of snow and fired, successfully injuring one of his enemies. At his feet, only 2 people remained. Chun-Li was bewildered. How had Zhang Yi managed to find them despite their careful hiding? But Zhang Yi kept firing relentlessly. Desperate, Chun-Li tried to attack again with another tornado, but Zhang Yi neutralized it effortlessly. No matter how much Chun-Li pushed himself, his attacks were useless. Zhang Yi's overwhelming strength left his opponents in stunned silence. However, Zhang Yi realized that continuing the battle there could put Yokier in danger. Instead, he challenged them to chase him, declaring that their next fight would take place on his territory. With that, Zhang Yi returned to his vehicle. Yokier quickly calmed down, though she briefly asked if Zhang Yi had killed all their enemies. Zhang Yi explained that they were still alive, which meant there was a chance for revenge in the future. Yokier was already familiar with Zhang Yi's ways, so this didn't surprise her. They continued their journey, leaving their defeated but surviving enemies behind. Inside the safe house, Yami, a red-haired girl, was resting while waiting for Zhang Yi. When he arrived, he asked her to get ready to meet a new friend. Yami hesitated and asked if this was his fiancé, but Zhang Yi simply handed her new clothes and told her to come downstairs. She dressed up and prepared to meet her supposed rival. Zhang Yi seemed excited, walking ahead with the red-haired girl following behind. When Yami and Yokier saw each other, both looked shocked. Yokier approached Yami with an annoyed expression, as if ready to argue. Sensing the tension, Zhang Yi quickly stepped in and asked if they already knew each other. Yokier then revealed that Yami was her cousin, which took Zhang Yi by surprise. He immediately tried to ease the situation. Yami requested that their relationship remain undisclosed but then questioned whether it truly mattered or if it was just a temporary arrangement. Yokier expressed her discontent toward Yami, believing that she had tarnished their family name by working in the entertainment industry. Additionally, Yami's poor acting skills had further damaged the family's reputation. Yokier felt that Yami's appearance, used as a marketing tool, was vulgar and had made their family a laughingstock. Zhang Yi intervened, stating that the past was behind them and that they needed to live in harmony now. He then introduced their new home and assigned responsibilities to each of them. When they saw the indoor farming area, both Yokier and Yami grew excited about taking care of it. Yami thanked Zhang Yi for keeping her secret and suggested that they continue hiding their connection. Zhang Yi agreed, but deep down, he wondered how he would manage their complicated relationship. As a gesture of gratitude, Yami offered to cook. However, upon checking the kitchen, she realized that they had run out of ingredients. As she searched for supplies, Zhang Yi approached her and whispered something in her ear, making her blush and wonder what he was up to. Ignoring her reaction, Zhang Yi retrieved food from his dimensional storage, explaining that this would be their way of eating from now on. Despite already knowing about Zhang Yi's abilities, Yami was still impressed. Zhang Yi playfully patted Yami's back and eagerly waited for the meal. When the food was ready, Yami called everyone to eat. Yokier was the first to taste it and immediately complained that it was too salty. Embarrassed, Yami admitted that she had trouble focusing due to everything that had happened. Noticing the tension between the cousins, Zhang Yi decided to give Yokier more attention. He fed her with care, making her smile proudly in front of her cousin. Although Yami pretended not to care, she still showed subtle concern. Later that night, as they lay in bed, Yokier asked Zhang Yi who was better between them. Zhang Yi gently stroked her head and reassured her that she was the most important to him, not only because she was his, but also because she was the most beautiful. He kissed her forehead and embraced her before they fell asleep together. In that sweet moment, Zhang Yi reflected that love was insignificant, what truly mattered was personal gain. In the following days, Zhang Yi continued his archery training. Suddenly, his phone rang. He ignored the call and blocked the number, but moments later, the same number called again, irritating him. Even after blocking it once more, the calls kept coming. Eventually, his phone answered automatically. On the other end, a voice claimed to know a great deal about him, including his birth date and other personal details. The caller even knew about his house and threatened to expose the information unless Zhang Yi met their demands: food, clothing, and drinks. Zhang Yi tried to downplay the importance of the information, but the caller, a hacker, insisted that they had proof of him stealing from the city's warehouses. They threatened to inform the authorities if he refused to comply, putting him in danger. Zhang Yi realized that the hacker had likely already taken control of his home's security systems. Though furious, he listened as the hacker demanded that the requested items be delivered to Villa 302. If Zhang Yi tried to avoid it, all his information would be leaked. After the call ended, Zhang Yi was filled with rage. He immediately informed Yokier about the threat and the possible danger ahead. Realizing that their location and personal information had been exposed, Zhang Yi and Yokier now felt threatened. Yokier pointed out that gossip about famous people was often unreliable, but when it came to specific details about an unknown individual, this hacker posed a serious danger. Zhang Yi expressed his desire to eliminate the hacker immediately, but he worried that their data would still be leaked even if the hacker was taken down. Yokier tried to think of a solution and recalled that tech companies used to hire people to eliminate hackers to prevent data breaches. However, they always left a backdoor to ensure that the information could still be leaked if anything went wrong. Zhang Yi realized that this hacker likely had a similar strategy, meaning that simply killing him wouldn't be enough. Yokier suggested taking a break to think things through, but Zhang Yi insisted that the issue couldn't be delayed. As Yami passed by on her way to the cultivation room, Zhang Yi explained the situation to her and asked for her opinion. Yami compared it to how people spread rumors about celebrities on the internet. Suddenly, Zhang Yi had an idea. He thought about flooding the media with false information, turning the truth into nothing more than a rumor. Seeing Yokier and Yami's confusion, he told them he needed to prepare everything first before explaining further. In the control room, Zhang Yi received another call from the hacker, who asked if he had prepared the requested items. Furious, Zhang Yi threatened to kill him if not for the information he possessed. The hacker laughed and warned that if anything happened to him, Zhang Yi's personal information would be sent to every phone in the city within 24 hours. Zhang Yi realized he had only 24 hours to act. He decided to play along for now and ended the call. His plan was to spread widespread rumors about the warehouse theft across all media channels, burying the truth beneath layers of lies so that no one would believe it. After setting his plan in motion, Zhang Yi grabbed his backpack and declared that it was time to take out the trash. He placed the bag at a predetermined location and moved far away, hiding behind a tree with his rifle aimed at the pickup spot. Zhang Yi then messaged the hacker, stating that the delivery had been made and that he had left the area. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response, and no one appeared to take the bag. He considered calling or sending another message to ask if the package had been picked up, but he decided against it to avoid raising suspicion. Time passed, and finally, the door opened. Someone stepped out to collect the bag. Zhang Yi fired with a determination he had never felt before. In an instant, the bullet pierced the man's head. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi rushed to the location and ensured his enemy was eliminated with a few additional shots. After confirming the area was secure, he entered the house to search for valuable items. Amidst his search, he found a laptop. At first, he considered destroying it, but realizing it might contain important information, he decided to store it in his dimensional storage instead. With his mission complete, Zhang Yi left the place and returned home, feeling relieved. Yokier was cooking, and after they finished their meal, Zhang Yi asked about any new messages on their phones. They showed him a flood of messages about a warehouse theft at Walmart. Zhang Yi then revealed that he had spread false information to bury the real truth beneath a web of lies. He had programmed the messages to be sent out daily to ensure the misinformation would dominate public perception. Yami was impressed by his clever strategy, noting that celebrity scandals often faded away when a bigger issue took over. She praised Zhang Yi's intelligence. However, Yokier remained concerned about the risk of being tracked, even with their security measures in place. Zhang Yi admitted that as long as technology existed, they would always be vulnerable. Despite their worries, both girls trusted that Zhang Yi would find a way to handle any future threats. Still, Zhang Yi couldn't shake off the unease of being unprepared for an unexpected attack. Determined to reinforce their defenses, he assured the girls that he could protect them, but they all needed to take action. Sensing something was off, Zhang Yi glanced at the red-haired girl, who appeared shy. He gently patted her head before announcing that they wouldn't rely solely on technology, they would set physical traps as well. Zhang Yi explained that while their security system was prepared for large-scale threats, it was still lacking against human intruders. Therefore, they needed additional traps to counter potential attackers. Both girls grew excited and were eager to follow his instructions. Zhang Yi then retrieved wooden planks and nails, preparing to craft the first line of defense. Together, they worked diligently, hammering nails into the wooden boards and burying them beneath the snow. They also set up various other traps, but Zhang Yi realized that if their enemies used equipment to dig them out, their efforts would be wasted. To counter this, he decided to embed explosives around the traps. If anyone attempted to dig them up, they would be taken out instantly. Additionally, he concealed grenades with tripwires that would detonate if triggered. After their relentless efforts, the perimeter of their home was now fortified. Every trap was carefully placed and ready for any intruders who dared to approach. As they returned home, Yami asked when the intruders would arrive so she could witness the traps in action. Zhang Yi replied that, ideally, they would never have to use them. Sitting on the sofa, he added that no sane person would attempt to attack a place filled with traps, especially when everyone was already trying to avoid trouble. Zhang Yi then installed a mechanical lock on the front door, despite already having a digital one, an extra measure to enhance their security. Yami felt that joining Zhang Yi had been the best decision of her life, as she now felt safer and happier. Zhang Yi also thought they needed a digital security expert. He remembered Xin, his tech-savvy younger sister, though they hadn't heard from her in a while. While Zhang Yi was intrigued by Xin's skills, he knew there were more pressing matters to handle. In the following days, Zhang Yi dedicated himself to refining his archery skills, significantly improving his shooting precision and attack power. Testing his abilities on moving targets, he began to feel almost invincible. However, he soon realized that such power drained his energy quickly. Fortunately, with his ample food reserves, he felt free to push his limits. Meanwhile, at a classified military base, the facility's commander was growing increasingly concerned about their dwindling power supply. His secretary entered the room, presenting the latest intelligence report. The report included information about a recent warehouse robbery, naming Zhang Yi as the primary suspect. Although skeptical at first, the commander decided to launch an investigation into Zhang Yi. At the same time, in the castle of Shu village, Chunlei, who had previously lost to Zhang Yi, fell into despair upon learning of his alleged involvement in the robbery. Driven by curiosity, Chunlei began investigating and came to a realization: Zhang Yi's ability to transfer objects into an alternate space might have been the key to stealing from the warehouse. Feeling even more powerless, Chunlei collapsed in frustration, wondering if Zhang Yi was the true protagonist of this world while he was merely a side character. Accepting that he could not defeat Zhang Yi, Chunlei decided to warn the villagers, especially his grandfather, about Zhang Yi's strength. He detailed how Zhang Yi had overpowered him and was now suspected of stealing vital supplies. Instead of being alarmed, Chunlei's grandfather was inspired. He believed that if they could steal from Zhang Yi, they would never go hungry again. Despite Chunlei's warnings about the dangers, his grandfather dismissed Zhang Yi as nothing more than an overconfident guardian. Some time later, back at Zhang Yi's home, the atmosphere remained peaceful and warm. Zhang Yi sat at the dining table, enjoying a meal with his wives. The peace was shattered when Yami heard a strange noise near the window. Zhang Yi remained calm and decided to investigate. Using binoculars, he observed a group of people approaching the house. With his sniper rifle in hand, he watched them closely, deciding to let the traps do their work. One of the intruders stepped onto a hidden spike trap, screaming in agony. Another rushed to help him, but their leader warned them about the possibility of more traps and ordered everyone to proceed with caution. The group advanced carefully, using sticks to probe the ground ahead. After a while, they successfully navigated past the traps. But just as one of them reached to disarm a trap, they triggered a nearly invisible tripwire connected to a grenade. The explosion ripped through the group, sending shrapnel flying. Even those who weren't caught in the initial blast were injured by the debris. Writhing in pain, some fell onto other hidden explosives, setting off a chain reaction of detonations. When the smoke cleared, many were wounded or trapped. Fear spread among them, and they hesitated, realizing they couldn't face Zhang Yi without their leader's grandson, the one with superhuman abilities. Zhang Yi continued observing through his scope, analyzing their reactions. The tribal leader, now cornered, remembered his grandson's warning but refused to retreat. Instead, he roared at his men, urging them to fight for the wealth inside Zhang Yi's home. Handing out binoculars, he showed them the food and valuables inside, tempting them despite their fear. Even though some hesitated, their leader's threats forced them into action. They began using long poles to trigger the remaining traps from a distance. The strategy worked. Step by step, they cleared a path toward the house. Confidence grew among them. Inside, Yami and Yokier watched from the window. Yami's expression was troubled as she questioned whether they would survive if the enemies got too close. Yokier, on the other hand, scoffed at their stupidity, certain they were no match for Zhang Yi. As the moment arrived, Zhang Yi pressed a button, remotely detonating the remaining explosives. The controlled explosions annihilated the remaining invaders, leaving behind a massive scene of destruction. Zhang Yi felt no remorse. They should have retreated the moment they realized the land was trapped. But as the dust settled, Yokier, who had been excited before, now looked uneasy. Yami turned away, feeling sick from the sight of the carnage. On the battlefield, the old leader collapsed to his knees, staring at the devastation. His voice trembled as he whispered, "He's a demon, this is not fair." He regretted the deaths of all those who had perished because of his orders. He only wanted to secure supplies for his people. Zhang Yi then put away his rifle and switched to a bow and arrows, utilizing the new skills he had been training. He fired 3 arrows simultaneously, hitting 3 enemies with deadly precision. The attack was followed by a series of rapid shots, each one striking true and eliminating more of his foes. The old leader, who had witnessed everything, could only lament and beg Zhang Yi to end his life. However, before Zhang Yi could do so, a sudden ice tornado emerged, obstructing his vision. Zhang Yi swiftly switched to a long-range rifle, enabling him to engage his enemies from a greater distance. Chun Lei ordered his people to retreat while maintaining the ice tornado as a shield. The wounded were carried away, while Chun himself stood firm, prepared to fight. Remaining calm, Zhang Yi had already devised another plan. He put on a protective vest and informed his wives that he would return soon. Chun believed that things would turn out fine, but suddenly, a snowmobile rushed in at high speed. From the vehicle's window, Zhang Yi fired at the attackers. Panic ensued as they struggled to escape, their lives hanging by a thread. Even Chun's life was now at risk. One of Chun's allies helped him retreat as Zhang Yi continued his relentless pursuit. Driving the snowmobile closer, he fired once again from the window, further thinning their numbers. Fear gripped Chun Lei. He began to doubt that any of them would survive. In desperation, he ordered his people to abandon the corpses they had been carrying for burial, prioritizing their escape. Though reluctant, his men obeyed, as honoring the dead was an important tradition. They discarded the bodies one by one, hoping to slow Zhang Yi down. He maneuvered skillfully, avoiding the falling corpses while keeping his aim steady. His shots continued to land with deadly accuracy, taking down more enemies. Realizing that he was running out of options, Chun Lei used his powers to create deep cracks in the ice, obstructing the path of Zhang Yi's snowmobile. The vehicle became stuck in the frozen terrain. Zhang Yi, undeterred, continued firing at the fleeing enemies until they had gotten too far away. He was certain they wouldn't dare return after this massacre. Pulling his snowmobile free from the ice, he drove past the scattered bodies on the ground and made his way home. Upon arriving, Zhang Yi noticed Yang Mi, who stood in shock, struggling to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, Yokio remained calm and asked if Zhang Yi had managed to defeat the person with special abilities. Zhang Yi explained that the man was clever and had successfully escaped along with a few others. Elsewhere, Chun Lei returned to his village with the remaining survivors. As soon as they arrived, the tribe members began to judge him, blaming him for not participating in the battle from the start, which had resulted in many deaths. An elder interrupted, reminding them that this was not the time for blame. He instructed Chun Lei to meet with his grandfather. Upon entering the house, the village chief told him that the responsibility for the tribe's loss should fall on him, not on Chun Lei. Chun Lei's grandfather, with tears in his eyes, said that he was tired and ready to die. With those final words, he passed away. News of his death spread quickly. The villagers rushed to the scene, shocked and devastated by the loss of their beloved leader. Chun Lei left his grandfather's house in deep confusion, unsure of how to take care of himself, let alone lead others. Amidst his uncertainty, he encountered a girl who introduced herself as Shu Lily. She thanked him, saying that because of Chun Lei, her father had survived the last battle. Chun felt awkward but soon realized that he should not blame himself for the deaths of others. In fact, he started to feel like a hero who had saved many lives. After their brief meeting, something inside him changed. He began to think about the future, especially one that included the girl. Determined, Chun Lei returned home and started planning ways to protect his village from Zhang Yi, whom he now considered a great threat. With renewed resolve, he immediately began designing defenses to safeguard his people. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was preparing new traps to deal with anyone who dared to attack him, determined to put an end to the problem once and for all. After working tirelessly, exhaustion overtook him. Two of his wives came to help him relax. As he rested, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call and heard a voice introducing himself as Chun from Shu Village. Chun expressed his gratitude to Zhang Yi, saying that thanks to him, he had met someone he loved. He also wished to make peace with Zhang Yi after realizing that they had once attempted to attack him. Zhang Yi asked if they understood that they could never defeat him. Chun admitted their mistake and offered to do anything as an apology on behalf of his people. Zhang Yi then asked who was speaking for Shu Village and how Chun Lei could prove that he truly represented them. Chun Lei revealed that he was the one with special abilities who had fought against Zhang Yi twice before. Zhang Yi agreed to make peace but demanded that Chun Lei prove his sincerity by meeting in person. Chun Lei refused, hoping that peace could be achieved without a face-to-face meeting. However, Zhang Yi firmly stated that if Chun Lei did not comply, Shu Village would become his enemy. He gave Chun Lei a deadline to come to his house by 2:30 p.m. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Yi ended the call. Chun Lei felt cornered and terrified, convinced that he would die without ever having truly enjoyed life. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi believed that Chun Lei's abilities held great potential, something he could use for his own benefit. Exhausted from setting up traps, Zhang Yi retreated to his room to rest. As Yang arrived to keep him company, Zhang Yi noticed Chun-Lei approaching alone. At first, Zhang Yi intended to eliminate him, but seeing how Chun-Lei kept stumbling, he began to doubt his own threat and decided to talk instead. Chun-Lei called Zhang Yi, saying he was stuck because of the traps. Zhang Yi went to meet him. After their meeting, Chun-Lei introduced himself and stated his purpose for negotiating, reminding Zhang Yi that the attack had been initiated by his own people, who owed Zhang Yi their lives. Chun-Lei admitted this and apologized. Zhang Yi then asked who had ordered the attack. Chun-Lei revealed that it was his grandfather, who had already passed away. Zhang Yi found it too convenient and asked if Chun-Lei didn't want revenge. However, Chun-Lei replied that he felt no real loss. His grandfather was the only person who had ever mattered to him, and the deaths of others didn't make him feel sorrow or vengeance because he had lived his entire life in isolation. Chun-Lei expressed admiration for Zhang Yi's ability to face so many enemies and acknowledged his strength. Zhang Yi firmly stated that he had not yet forgiven their mistakes. As a price for his mercy, he demanded that Chun-Lei work for him. Though Chun-Lei wanted to show gratitude with a hug, Zhang Yi stopped him and made it clear that there were rules to follow. With a mischievous thought, Chun-Lei jokingly asked if Zhang Yi wanted his body. Zhang Yi responded sternly, telling him to stop. Instead, Zhang Yi gave Chun-Lei an action figure as a gift and promised protection for his family, if he proved useful. On their journey to a new location, Chun-Lei asked if the action figure had the ability to control time within a storage space, which made Zhang Yi wonder if Chun-Lei's powers were somehow related to time manipulation. Eventually, they arrived at a site where Chun-Lei's abilities would be tested. Using his power over ice, Chun-Lei successfully cleared a path to a gas station buried under the snow. After several minutes of struggling, Zhang Yi saw great potential in Chun-Lei's abilities. He thought that with such power, Chun-Lei could make it easier to obtain resources and store them. As a reward, Zhang Yi gave him chocolate, realizing that ability users depended on their energy levels. Zhang Yi then entered the gas station to collect all the supplies inside. After some time, he returned. Chun-Lei praised Zhang Yi's ability, considering it extraordinary. Being able to store anything was incredibly useful in the present time. Zhang Yi then admitted that Chun-Lei also possessed an impressive power. He had never considered using such an ability to excavate buried items from beneath the snow. Thank you for following this storyline. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this content so you won't miss updates on other exciting comic storylines. On the way back to the vehicle, Chun admitted that he had never considered leaving his room before. He had been preoccupied with his personal life. As a reward for his hard work, Zhang Yi gave him a backpack full of food for the day. Chun was overjoyed and promised to always follow Zhang Yi. During their return, they grew closer. Zhang Yi curiously asked how Chun discovered his powers. Embarrassed, Chun explained that after his parents passed away, he had been deeply sad, losing himself in imagination and personal indulgence. One day, after indulging himself more than 26 times, he felt like he was going to die. However, the next day, he woke up with newfound strength. Zhang Yi was stunned, never expecting someone to recover from near-death experiences so frequently. In the end, Zhang Yi decided that Chun should return to his village alone, as his vehicle couldn't safely cross the frozen lake. Before leaving, Zhang Yi reminded Chun to be cautious of the many dangers in the post-apocalyptic world, including threats from those around them. When Chun arrived back at his village, he was criticized by the new village leader for negotiating with Zhang Yi on his own. Despite Chun's claims that the negotiation led to cooperation rather than retaliation, the leader was furious. He blamed Chun for the many casualties and accused him of trying to gain personal benefit by aligning with the enemy to protect the village. Chun tried to explain that he had promised his grandfather to protect the village, which was why he sought to prevent Zhang Yi from attacking. However, the new leader asserted his authority, making it clear that all decisions must now go through him. Chun could no longer act independently. The leader announced that he would take measures to ensure the village's safety, including reaching out to Zhang Yi himself. He broadcasted a message to the villagers, declaring that they were no longer in danger. Many praised his leadership, saying he should have been the leader from the start. As he basked in their compliments, he belittled Chun, accusing him of never being taken seriously by women. After Zhang Yi returned home, he shared the day's events with the two women living with him. Yang Mi praised his strategy, while Yokier thought Yang Mi still underestimated Zhang Yi's capabilities. She reminded Yang Mi that Zhang Yi could defeat anyone. Zhang Yi believed that maintaining relationships with people like Chun could be useful in the future if new enemies emerged. With the issue settled, Yokier suggested celebrating. She went to get drinks, while Yang Mi prepared food. Before long, both Yokier and Yang Mi fell asleep from drinking, but Zhang Yi, who wasn't used to drinking much, remained alert. As the two women slept, Zhang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction but also an unease he couldn't shake off. The next day, Chun contacted Zhang Yi, proposing the idea of forming a 5-person team dressed in different colors like the Power Rangers. Embarrassed, Zhang Yi began questioning his decision to ally with someone as eccentric as Chun. Chun's constant messages overwhelmed Zhang Yi, leading him to start ignoring them and only giving short responses. Meanwhile, in the garden, Yang Mi focused on her work while Zhang Yi worried about the possibility of their system being hacked again, a lingering issue that constantly troubled him. Inside, Yang Mi and Yokier were discussing Shinsen, a girl confined to a wheelchair. Yang Mi wanted to help her, but Yokier doubted Zhang Yi would take a risk that brought no benefit to him. To persuade Zhang Yi, Yang Mi considered using her charm, which Yokier mocked, believing it was just an excuse to seduce him. The two women began to bicker, suspicion growing between them. Just then, Zhang Yi entered and asked about the commotion. Although they tried to brush it off as a family matter, Zhang Yi sat between them, stating that there should be no more secrets among the three of them. He asked if they were worried about their families. Yokier revealed that she had lost contact with her family since the snowstorm and had no idea if they were still alive. Meanwhile, Yang Mi shared that her family had managed to reach out to her, but they were in danger and needed help. They were trying to figure out a way to convince Zhang Yi to help people who had no direct connection to them. Despite initial hesitation, both Yang Mi and Yokier pleaded with Zhang Yi, insisting that these people were the only family they had left. Yokier further promised to fulfill any of Zhang Yi's requests if he agreed, including anything involving both her and Yang Mi. Zhang Yi asked if they were truly willing to go that far, and though embarrassed, both women nodded. Yang Mi expressed how heartbreaking it was to see Shinsen trapped in her wheelchair, unable to move freely in the snow. Zhang Yi realized that if Shinsen was that important to them, perhaps she was valuable to him as well. Yokier was impressed by Zhang Yi's decision, calling him a kind-hearted person despite his cold demeanor. Yang Mi, feeling grateful, drew closer to Zhang Yi and promised to repay his kindness. The next day, after tensions had cooled, the three of them resumed their discussion. Zhang Yi asked about the girl trapped in the wheelchair, Shin. Yokier explained that Shin was at Tianning Academy, the best university in the city, known for being home to many geniuses. Zhang Yi wondered how someone confined to a wheelchair could survive there for months. Yang Mi explained that the campus had its own market system, ensuring enough supplies for the students staying there. Zhang Yi then questioned why Yang Mi had just now tried to contact him about this. Yang Mi revealed that she had tried to reach Shin multiple times, but the number was unreachable. Yokier joked that maybe Shin had changed her mind and no longer wanted help. When Zhang Yi asked about the distance to the academy, they found out it was over 22 kilometers away. Considering the snowstorm, it was likely that the phone lines were down. Zhang Yi suggested trying to connect via the internet. They went to the control room and attempted to call using the best phone available. The call connected, but the signal was poor. They heard static and terrified screams mentioning something dangerous, followed by shouts about a monster. Zhang Yi heard a chilling, monstrous roar before the call abruptly disconnected. Initially, Zhang Yi thought the rescue mission would be simple, just go there and return, but after hearing those sounds, he realized something far more dangerous awaited them. Doubts crept into his mind about going to such a perilous place, yet his wives insisted that he should not back out. Zhang Yi decided to proceed, understanding he needed the help of his subordinates and their combined strength. With assistance from Pamanu, Chun-Lei, and his own weapons, they might be able to minimize the danger. He contacted Chun-Lei, who accepted the mission out of boredom while snacking. Zhang Yi pondered whether eating too much could affect his agility, but he also needed enough energy to fuel his powers. Zhang Yi told his wives that for their safety, they would stay on the lower floor of the house. Yang Mi questioned this, but Yokier, knowing her husband's cautious nature, didn't question his decision. She trusted that if anyone attempted to invade their home, the doors would remain impenetrable. His wives supported his plan, while Yang Mi expressed hope that they could bring her sister home. Before departing, Zhang Yi ensured his wives' safety, reminding himself not to be reckless, especially when it came to those closest to him. Chun-Lei arrived early at the meeting point, worried about disappointing Zhang Yi. They quickly got into the vehicle due to the cold weather. Zhang Yi explained their mission to rescue the girl stranded at the distant academy. Chun-Lei asked if the girl was important to Zhang Yi, who replied that her computer skills were essential for protecting his home from hacker attacks. Along the way, they met Uncle Yu, the third member of the team, arriving in a snow vehicle. Uncle Yu appeared healthy and active, often exercising with his wife. Zhang Yi introduced Uncle Yu and Chun-Lei, explaining their abilities, Uncle Yu, with his strength and regenerative abilities, and Chun-Lei, who could control snow. Despite coming from different worlds, they were united for this rescue mission. Uncle Yu, curious, asked about the mission. Zhang Yi described it as a simple task to save a girl, with the main challenge being the potential presence of dangerous monsters at their destination. Uncle Yu was startled and asked about the monsters. Zhang Yi explained that they could be animals mutated into monsters or humans transformed into terrifying creatures. With that, they set off toward their destination. At Tianning Academy, the students had gathered in the gymnasium. Tensions rose among them. Some angrily questioned how someone bound to a wheelchair like Ecchi could survive so long when many had already died. They accused her of being a burden, dragging others toward death, and criticized the need to protect someone immobile. Some students focused solely on their own survival, while others mourned friends they'd lost. A student noted that Ecchi showed no remorse for the deaths around her and questioned why she was still alive. They argued that teacher Lien should no longer protect her since she was just a burden. Some even suggested sacrificing her if the monsters attacked again. However, a few asserted that they had protected Ecchi enough. The argument paused when a student declared that it wasn't their decision to make, as teacher Lien would never abandon anyone. He had been their protector all this time. At that moment, a student approached Ecchi, who was sitting alone. Coldly, the girl told Ecchi that if teacher Lien refused to let her leave, she should go to hell without dragging everyone else down. Ecchi silently cried, unable to respond, while other students shouted their agreement from a distance. Only Ecchi's best friend stood up for her, insisting that she was the one who had always helped Ecchi without anyone else's support. Yet, a wealthy girl retorted that Ecchi's friend had no right to speak, being a poor scholarship student. The friend argued that everyone had equal rights, but the rich girl dismissed her, asserting that they would never be equals. In her view, Ecchi only had value because of her wealthy, influential family, even though she was wheelchair-bound. She suggested that Ecchi had lost her status because she was a burden. Ecchi's friend continued to defend her, but the others accused her of seeking rewards for supporting Ecchi. After hearing all these insults, Ecchi wept quietly. Amid the heated debate, a girl from the crowd approached Ecchi, seemingly extending a hand of friendship, though her intentions were likely self-serving. Suddenly, the argument was interrupted as a window shattered, and a massive claw burst through, grabbing a student and pulling them outside. The creature, a giant cat, began licking its captured prey, leaving the gymnasium in stunned silence. Everyone inside the gym screamed in panic at the horrifying sight, running away as quickly as possible. Shin and her friend were left behind, with Shin still trapped in her wheelchair. They tried to reach the door, but it was locked. The giant cat shattered the window and leaped inside, still clutching its prey, whose body was now halfway into its mouth. It spat out the mangled body, leaving only the head uneaten, while discarding the rest carelessly. The cat then pounced in front of the other students, as if intimidating them. One of the students pushed Shin forward, causing her to fall helplessly in front of the giant cat. Her friend, terrified, thought about saving her, but Shin was right in the creature's path, on the verge of becoming its next victim. One student, seeing the cat's focus diverted, tried to escape through the gym's exit, but the cat quickly turned back, attacking them. The student stumbled and fell, and the cat shifted its focus to others who were still moving. Shin's friend tried to help, while the other students realized the cat was more interested in moving targets. Since Shin had fallen and wasn't moving, the cat ignored her. The same student who initially tried to escape screamed again, drawing the cat's attention. Amid the chaos, everyone ran for the exit. Some glanced back, seeing the first injured student lying on the ground, pleading for help, but all they could do was keep running. They understood that for some to survive, others had to be sacrificed. As the students fled, the injured one lay motionless, muttering that if their survival depended on them, everyone would die alongside them. Meanwhile, the giant cat continued to toy with its prey, batting them with its massive paws. Its tail lashed out, striking down several more students. The atmosphere became increasingly grim as desperate screams for help echoed throughout the gym. Fortunately, their teacher, Lien, finally returned. Her presence was enough to draw the attention of the mutant cat. The beast sensed the threat from the sword she wielded. When Lien attempted to strike, the cat dodged, seemingly realizing that this teacher was far more dangerous than the students. The cat eventually grabbed a fallen prey and retreated. Lien, standing guard at the exit, confirmed that the monster had truly left, its massive paw prints etched deeply into the snow. It seemed the creature couldn't defeat teacher Lien, hinting at her unusual strength. Had Lien remained in the gym, they wouldn't have been at risk, but she had to leave to find food, an opportunity the mutant cat exploited for its attack. Among the victims and the wounded, a student who had previously argued with Shin complained again, questioning why the wheelchair-bound girl always survived every attack. How was it possible that she remained unharmed? Another student tried to calm them down, reminding them that teacher Lien had brought food and the cat had already left. Exhausted from both the debate and the responsibility of scavenging for supplies, Lien didn't interfere. She simply stated that as long as they didn't kill each other, she wouldn't intervene, let them argue as much as they wanted. A distressed student cried out, declaring that the world had ended and there was no hope left, that they were all doomed to die. However, another student tried to reassure them, claiming that their father was the leader of a major corporation and would surely come to rescue them. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and his team finally arrived near the rescue site, but everything was buried under thick snow. They struggled to find the exact location of the academy, as it was almost completely covered. Their attempts to contact the girl they were searching for failed, as there was no signal. Considering splitting up for a quicker search, Zhang Yi ultimately decided that it was too risky with monsters lurking around. Staying together was the only way to ensure everyone's safety. After continuing their journey, they found a building not covered in snow. According to the GPS, it was the campus astronomy center, while the dormitories and cafeteria were to the north. However, to enter the building, they had to face the risk of a collapse from the dangerous ice structure. Before Zhang Yi could stop him, Chunlei had already tried to enter, but his large body couldn't fit through. Suddenly, Zhang Yi saw something approaching. As he pointed his weapon, he realized it was a giant cat. Despite having a gun aimed at it, the monster didn't immediately attack, leading Zhang Yi to think the creature might possess some intelligence. When Pamanu and Chunlei returned, they immediately attacked the creature. In response, the giant cat became more aggressive. With no other choice, Zhang Yi joined the fight, using his enhanced physical abilities. He jumped over the creature and shot it in the head. Despite the shot, the cat kept advancing. Pamanu, standing protectively before Chunlei, used his strength to deliver a powerful punch to the cat's head. The hit was so strong that it cracked the ice beneath them, causing the creature to retreat. Observing the situation, Zhang Yi was stunned by the creature's resilience. He then used a stronger precision rifle and shot the cat's face, wounding it. Enraged, the cat curled into a ball and rolled toward them. In panic, Zhang Yi considered trapping the creature in his dimensional storage space. The plan nearly succeeded, but the cat, sensing danger, changed direction and fled toward the snowy mountains. It let out a loud growl before disappearing, then reappeared in the distance, growling angrily. The creature seemed to mock them as it vanished. Pamanu and Chunlei were puzzled, feeling as if the cat had cursed them with its behavior. They wondered how a cat could be that massive and dig such precise tunnels. Chunlei worried that if the cat hunted like this, no one at the school would survive. Zhang Yi recalled that when the creature first approached, it didn't seem aggressive. It only became hostile after being attacked by Chunlei and Pamanu. He concluded that the cat had mutated, grown larger, and developed high intelligence, aware of its actions. They examined the tunnel dug by the creature and decided to follow it, believing it could lead to where the cat more easily hunted. At the bottom of the tunnel, there were branches and other tunnels whose directions were unknown. Fearing they might get lost, Zhang Yi marked their path with tools from his dimensional storage. They smelled blood and chose to follow the scent. Zhang Yi, on guard, took out a powerful weapon from his storage. Pamanu, a former veteran, appreciated the weapon and took the lead with his experience as a group leader. Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium, their teacher remained on guard despite being exhausted from days without sleep. He continued searching for food for the students, whose supplies were running out. The students complained, urging the teacher to find food quickly. The teacher hesitated, considering whether to go out now, risking an encounter with the creature, or wait and face an even greater danger. One student suggested that the teacher leave quickly and return with food. Teacher Lien, barely maintaining his patience, managed to control himself. He decided to go out again to search for food. After that, they closed the door and remained isolated inside the gymnasium. Outside, Teacher Lien thought that if he encountered the cat, he would fight to the death alongside the students. Meanwhile, inside the gym, Karen asked Shin if she was okay. Shin replied that she was fine thanks to her friend's help. However, the wealthy and arrogant student once again criticized Shin, saying she continued to be a burden to her friend and never felt tired of being useless. Karen defended Shin, reminding them that the student had pushed Shin when the cat attacked and should apologize. Before the argument could escalate, the giant cat reappeared at the gym window. Its massive claw reached inside and grabbed a student. The student who had previously claimed to be able to save everyone ran away, pushing a classmate back into the gym. In the next attack, the cat crushed another student's body, while the desperate students tried to escape. Teacher Lien returned to the gym and now had the opportunity to fight the cat. He chose to attack the cat's head. Despite being wounded, they engaged in a fierce battle before the terrified students. Amid the chaos, Zhang Yi and his team arrived through the tunnel and witnessed the scene. Realizing their presence, Teacher Lien felt a glimmer of hope and asked for help to fight the monster. Chunlei was ready to attack, but Zhang Yi stopped him, reasoning that the woman wielding a sword seemed highly skilled. She could hold her ground against the cat, indicating she might also be a mutant with special abilities. Unsure whether she was an ally or enemy, they chose not to interfere and searched for another way to the gym. They left the tunnel, managed to enter through a gym door, and headed toward the students. Zhang Yi immediately recognized Xin from her wheelchair and red hair. He felt fortunate she was still alive. However, before he could approach her, a boy blocked his path and asked if he was from the Western Mountain Base and a friend of his father. Zhang Yi seriously asked about the place. The boy introduced himself as Xingyu, the class vice president from a noble family, hoping Zhang Yi would recognize him. Zhang Yi just nodded and wanted to know more about the base in the Western Mountains. The clever boy questioned why they were asking about the Western base if they were from another base since that one was closer. This made Zhang Yi think that there might be another base around this area. He asked the boy for information about any other shelters besides the one in the Western Mountains, but the boy only knew a little, that his father had mentioned a few safe places. Ignoring the boy, Zhang Yi approached Xin. Other students, shocked, tried to talk to Pamanu and Chunlei, curious about what Zhang Yi was discussing. Finally reaching Xin, Zhang Yi confirmed if she was alright. He introduced himself as Zhang Yi, saying he knew her older brother well and that her brother had asked him to come and rescue her. He then asked if Xin was willing to leave with him. Without much thought, Xin agreed. Zhang Yi prepared to push her wheelchair to take her away, but before leaving, Xin requested that Zhang Yi stop the fight between Teacher Lien and the cat. Seeing an opportunity to make Xin owe him a favor, Zhang Yi called Chun and Pamanu to carry out the task. As they headed toward the battleground, Zhang Yi noticed the scattered cat claws and decided to store them in his dimensional space. Upon arriving, Chun used his strength to collapse the ceiling, separating Teacher Lien and the cat from the fight. Although they succeeded, Teacher Lien was furious because she didn't want the battle to stop, she just wanted help to defeat the creature. Zhang Yi sarcastically remarked that Teacher Lien should be thankful. However, Teacher Lien, enraged, showed her sword and said this was the first time she had managed to corner the beast, and they had ruined it. She doubted she'd ever get such a chance again. Zhang Yi explained that he only wanted to help, not kill the creature, and that he acted because one of her students had asked him to. Teacher Lien, still angry, cursed and attacked him. Trusting his instincts, Zhang Yi leaped back and shot her in the forehead with a desert eagle, but to his surprise, Teacher Lien deflected it with her sword. As Teacher Lien prepared to strike again, Zhang Yi used his dimensional power and trapped her inside his dimensional space. After a few tense seconds, Zhang Yi released her, mocking her for attacking someone who had just helped. He warned everyone not to approach her recklessly, describing her as both dangerous and reckless. Zhang Yi then took her sword, deciding to keep it temporarily since a blade capable of cutting bullets was valuable. When Teacher Lien demanded her sword back, Zhang Yi refused. He asked a student to help the exhausted teacher rest, noting how fatigued she seemed after days without proper sleep. After that, Zhang Yi explained to everyone that he had only come to take Xin away. The teacher questioned why he wouldn't take the other students as well. Students around Zhang Yi began offering money, claiming they were all from wealthy families and willing to pay anything if he could escort them to safety. Zhang Yi reiterated that he couldn't take responsibility for important people like them. If their families were wealthy, they would surely send someone to rescue them. A student angry at Xin Xian took drastic action by holding Xin Xian hostage along with several other students. They threatened to kill Xin Xian if they were not included. The teacher, witnessing this, felt terrified and tried to remind them of the dangers outside, but the students remained adamant. Zhang Yi, having had enough, shot all of Xin Xian's captors dead. Teacher Lien was shocked by his actions, unable to believe Zhang Yi could be so ruthless. Zhang Yi asserted that anyone who dared to take hostages should be prepared to face the consequences. What surprised him was Xin Xian's calm demeanor, showing no fear at all. After confirming Xin Xian was safe, Zhang Yi asked if they could leave. Xin Xian agreed but requested to bring Karen, her best friend. Zhang Yi hesitated to take on another person, but Xin Xian explained that Karen was highly intelligent and resourceful. Karen was a scholarship student at the academy, an expert in mechanics and engineering capable of building and repairing various things. After considering Karen's skills, Zhang Yi agreed to bring her. During their departure, some other students claimed to have abilities like driving or managing money to join the group. A student blamed Zhang Yi for Teacher Lien's lost opportunity to face the creature and warned of the danger if the monster returned. Zhang Yi ignored them. Before leaving, Xin Xian thanked Teacher Lien, and Zhang Yi decided to take only her and Karen. Outside, Zhang Yi showcased his power by retrieving a car and snow vehicles from his dimensional storage. They left, leaving the confused students behind. At that moment, a wealthy student noticed his phone had a signal and tried to contact his father. Zhang Yi and the two girls continued their journey comfortably inside the car, enjoying the warmth after spending so much time outside. Zhang Yi brought out water and food from his storage to replenish their energy. Shin Xian and Karen felt grateful and praised Zhang Yi, but he redirected the praise to Shin Xian. Shin Xian felt puzzled by the compliment, believing she was just a burden and would not have survived without Karen's protection. Zhang Yi insisted that it wasn't true. He believed Shin Xian's survival in a wheelchair all this time wasn't just luck but also due to her intelligence and a secret she kept. Karen, confused, didn't understand what they were discussing. Zhang Yi acknowledged Shin Xian's sharpness in understanding situations, especially concerning the monster. Shin Xian admitted that she had once taken care of a stray cat named Blossom before the snow disaster. That cat, now a monster, didn't attack her and Karen because of the kindness shown before. Karen was shocked to learn that the monster was the same cat they had once fed. Zhang Yi grew curious whether the cat spared them out of gratitude or if there was another reason. Shin Xian explained that she had instructed the cat not to attack any outsiders who came to rescue her, but it continued to prey on the students it saw as food. Zhang Yi, sharing Shin Xian's view, only cared about the safety of Shin Xian and Karen. He believed that in this cruel world, only those of value could survive. During the journey, Zhang Yi asked why Shin Xian took so long to contact her sister. Shin Xian revealed that her intention in contacting her sister was to reach Zhang Yi. As a top student, she had been investigating the warehouse theft in the city even before the snow disaster. After the disaster, she suspected the stock supervisor as the main perpetrator, and recent information confirmed her theory. Using her sister's phone, she devised a plan to call Zhang Yi to save her. Shin Xian admitted that she knew all of Zhang Yi's actions before and after the disaster and had been monitoring his movements since the warehouse robbery news spread. If Zhang Yi hadn't come through her contact with Yang M, she had other ways to draw his attention, but she was thankful that Zhang Yi came willingly. This revelation left Zhang Yi surprised and more cautious of Shin Xian. Additionally, he began to suspect the presence of Blossom, the mutated cat that had been following their vehicle since they left. Zhang Yi considered taming the mutant cat, believing it could strengthen him further. Meanwhile, Shin Xian and Karen kept observing the cat from the car window. When they finally arrived at the shelter, they were greeted by Chun Lei and his uncle. Zhang Yi expressed his appreciation for their assistance before suggesting they return to their own homes. Zhang Yi then returned home, creating a warm atmosphere that made Shin Xian and Karen feel comfortable. Zhang Yi explained that as long as they were obedient and helpful, he would treat them well. Shinsin felt awkward and asked about other tasks, which surprised Zhang Yi. He emphasized that Shinsin should focus as a digital expert. Despite finding Shinsin adorable, he already had Yokier and Yangmi. Shinsin began to wonder if she was rejected because of her limitations. The conversation was interrupted when Yokier and Yangmi arrived. Yangmi seemed very worried about her sister. Shinsin reassured her, saying she was fine and only wanted to meet because she knew Yangmi was with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi observed that the two sisters each had their own charm, beauty and intelligence that drew attention. Yangmi was curious about how Shinsin knew about their location and introduced Ken, her best friend and a mechanic expert at school, whom Zhang Yi found quite endearing. The head of the house instructed Yangmi to prepare dinner and rooms for the two girls. During dinner, they enjoyed a delicious meal, a luxury they hadn't had for months. Karen mentioned her need for proper materials and machines to create weapons and ammunition. Zhang Yi, feeling satisfied, took Karen to see some mechanical equipment he had stored. Karen listed the necessary machines and materials. Zhang Yi offered to help gather them, but Karen was confident she could organize it herself. As a test, Zhang Yi took out Teacher Lien's sword from his dimensional storage and handed it to Karen for evaluation. Karen was highly impressed with the sword's quality and felt honored to hold it. She explained that the sword was an invaluable ancient artifact that couldn't be replicated, sharp enough to cut diamonds. It had been given to Miss Lien as a reward for her services, and she valued it more than her own life. This information gave Zhang Yi a new idea. After that, they continued their meal and discussed Karen's potential contributions to the house. Once they finished, they watched the news. Reports revealed that the cold disaster had no end in sight, with most of the global population already gone. Anarchy was spreading, laws were no longer effective, and power determined survival. Armed groups and military organizations began seizing territories and resources. Shinsin felt a pang of jealousy watching Zhang Yi's closeness with the other girls, while Zhang Yi realized that armed groups and military organizations would become significant threats in the battle for resources. Shinsin agreed, saying that a large-scale war over territory and resources was inevitable, and their shelter could become a target. Zhang Yi brought her to the control room with full internet access. In a short time, Shinsen mastered the system and discovered outdated security gaps. She explained that although the system was once advanced, it could now be exploited by hackers. Several hacking attempts had already occurred in recent weeks, and in a month, the attackers could take over the system. Shinsen quickly sealed all the gaps and began counter-hacking the attackers' network without leaving a trace. Zhang Yi felt fortunate to have brought her along. However, the situation changed when Yokier informed them that a giant cat monster had arrived at their door. Zhang Yi asked Shinsen for a solution, suspecting that the cat wanted to protect her. He decided to tame the creature. Zhang Yi led Shinsen out of the security room, calmed the girls, and approached the window where the cat was waiting. The cat seemed calm but threatening when Zhang Yi got too close. Zhang Yi tried to bribe the cat with food from his dimensional storage, but it refused. Shinsen reminded him that stray cats are highly suspicious of strangers. Finally, Zhang Yi proposed a deal. If the cat promised not to attack the village and only ate non-human food, he would provide it with sustenance. The cat agreed, and Zhang Yi returned home with Shinsen. When they arrived, Yokier was shocked to see the giant cat had suddenly shrunk. The creature wasn't mutated but had the ability to enlarge and shrink at will. This explained how it managed to devour several students. It would shrink while eating. The cat's ability to disappear and remain undetected, even by teacher Lien, was also linked to this power. Zhang Yi noticed that the cat was wounded from the previous battle, but it seemed indifferent. He planned to provide the cat with medicine to gain its trust. Karen felt like she was dreaming because just that morning, they had been starving and freezing, while tonight, they were in a warm place with enough food and sleeping comfortably. Shinsen felt safe by Zhang Yi's side, who was so clever and resourceful. They discussed ways to strengthen their weapons and defenses. Meanwhile, back at the campus, a wealthy student managed to contact his father, but most of the others couldn't reach their families, possibly because they didn't survive. At least the monster cat hadn't attacked again. The young man pleaded with his father to save everyone. After several hours of waiting, a sound came from outside. They went out and saw a sleigh pulled by wolves with a group of soldiers dressed in cold weather gear. The teachers recognized them as trained soldiers. The boy asked if they had come on his father's orders. One of the soldiers removed his helmet, revealing himself as the boy's father. The boy was shocked to see his father looking thin and exhausted. He hugged his father, asking why he had taken so long to save him. Before his father could explain, the soldiers asked about the school's supplies since they knew a large stock was stored there. The boy told them about the frozen market at the school and mentioned the giant monster lurking nearby. The soldiers didn't see it as a problem and prepared to take down the monster. However, the boy left the responsibility to his teacher, who agreed to lead them to the supplies. The soldiers headed to the stockroom, but the teacher warned them about the monster, reminding them that it had already killed several students. The soldiers remained confident, prepared to face any threat. Along the way, the teacher also reminded everyone that the base was over 10 kilometers away. The soldiers warned that anyone who complained would be punished as a deserter. The students were instructed to stay silent and keep up with the group. The teacher handed out chocolate to those who were exhausted, and they continued their journey until nightfall. Finally, they arrived at the base at the foot of the mountain and were ordered to go inside, descending a series of stairs. The base was large and advanced but empty. The teacher tried to calm the anxious students. Not long after, a group of soldiers in protective suits arrived and sprayed them with gas. A heavy-set woman introduced herself and explained that this was a disinfection procedure to prevent disease from spreading in the base. After a series of tests, including disinfection, blood tests, and stool tests, the students were given delicious white yogurt to eat. They enjoyed it for a while. Later, the woman who led the procedure asked about the boy with them. His father, looking fearful, confirmed that it was his son. The woman ordered her team to take the students to a designated area but told the boy to go somewhere else. The boy told his friends that he was different and important because of his father, who warned him not to break the rules. He was taken to the place specified by the woman. Upon arriving there, the large woman asked the boy to take a bath. He complied since it had been 3 months since he last bathed. After exiting the bathroom with only a towel, he was shocked to see the large woman standing in front of him. She grabbed his hand and threw him onto the bed. After some time, the students were taken to another area to put on work uniforms. They were placed in a section with large bicycles and giant gears that needed to be pedaled to generate energy. They were told that working all day was mandatory to receive food and a warm bed. This labor was crucial for providing energy to the entire base. If they did not work, they would not receive food. The students felt pressured and couldn't believe it. Those who were once considered important now had to work hard. They panicked and pleaded with their teacher to save them, but the leader of the place coldly told them they could cry while working. The teacher tried to calm them, reminding them to follow orders for the sake of protection and sustenance. In a room designated for the luckier students, one of them lay broken after completing his tasks. His father waited for him, asking if everything went well. The large woman in charge remarked that the boy was diligent like his father. She hoped the boy would continue to work hard for the prosperity of the base. The boy lay down, struggling to process what had just happened. His father checked on him, ensuring nothing was broken. The boy, now crying, asked why his father hadn't told him earlier about the harsh realities of survival. He also wanted to know about his father's work. His father explained that everything had changed since the snowstorm. Mutant humans with powers emerged, and the hierarchy shifted. Those with abilities became more significant, while those with lower political standings lost their place to survive. His father had to work hard, and now his son had to replace him and work diligently alongside the large woman who had just left. After a day of pedaling the massive bikes, the students returned to their dorms, their bodies sore. They asked Teacher Lien if they would have to work like that every day. The teacher responded that they must work and not complain because this was the way of life in the new world. However, they were not ordinary people, they were elites. The students wondered why someone as important as they were should also work and suffer. They hoped Teacher Lien could find a way for them to avoid this labor. The most influential boy among them arrived with a dejected expression. When they asked if he could change the situation, he replied that things here were not as he had imagined. All they could do now was follow orders since everyone had their assigned roles. The students held a meeting, and one of them explained that they could only rely on themselves. Teacher Lien realized that his position as a teacher now meant nothing, but as an experienced fighter and a strong mutant, he still had value. The boy explained that the base was managed by Chen Yuan, the most powerful person there. The base had 4 layers. The first for the leaders and their families living in comfort, the second for technicians and scientists, the third for mutants with abilities, and the fourth for laborers who generated energy and lived in misery. The frightened boy explained that he had no intention of rebelling. The overseers from the third layer maintained strict security and would destroy anyone who resisted. One of the students angrily blamed the boy for the unfulfilled promises. The boy remarked that they would have been better off staying at the campus, dying from the giant cat or starvation. He then said that the only way to improve their situation was with Teacher Lien's help. The students pleaded with Teacher Lien to help change their fate. After witnessing the injustice, Teacher Lien felt exhausted and decided to rest to be ready to work again the next day. The next morning, everyone woke up and lined up for work. An overseer announced that it was the day to thank their saviors. Periodically, all personnel in the base gathered to pay homage to their protectors, those guarding against the ongoing chaos outside. The students were given thin porridge. Teacher Lien left while the students wondered if this was part of his plan to improve their situation. The secretary signaled the students to return to their place. Teacher Lien was respectfully greeted, and then they walked toward the office of the highest leader, who welcomed him warmly and invited him to sit. The leader explained his plans for the base while Teacher Lien listened attentively. The secretary then escorted Teacher Lien to his new residence on the 2nd level, where he was promoted to a military officer due to his awakened power. Meanwhile, the most luxurious residence belonged to Zhang Yi. After much effort, he finally gained the cat's trust by offering the best food. The cat, which initially ignored him, began to approach and enter the house. It marked its territory by tearing up the expensive sofa, but Zhang Yi accepted it without complaint. Felt relieved that the cat was not a woman. After everything was settled, the cat slept on a plush chair. Zhang Yi attempted to pet it but was rejected. Zhang Yi managed to earn the cat's trust after persistent efforts, often bathing with it. Meanwhile, Yokier and the other girls began to approach him more frequently. Shin, with his hacking skills, discovered a conversation attempting to breach the house's security system. He easily tracked it without being noticed, realizing the conversation originated from the base where his teacher was stationed. They were planning to attack the residence. Confident, the protagonist decided to eliminate his enemies without fear. He then approached Karen, who informed him that she had made a sound suppressor for Zhang Yi's rifle. With the addition, the previously noisy rifle could now be used more quietly. Zhang Yi sat beside the girl, placed his hand on her shoulder, and asked about creating grenades and landmines. The girl was slightly confused, thinking Zhang Yi underestimated her abilities, though making such weapons was not difficult. She explained that crafting weapons like those had been done since medieval times, and she could do it with her eyes closed if the right materials were available. Zhang Yi explained that enemies with mutant abilities could attack their base. Although the girl was worried, Zhang Yi assured her that he could protect everyone. He expressed a special sentiment toward the girl, considering her like a sister who needed protection. Those words saddened the girl, realizing there was no chance for anything more. Zhang Yi stroked her face and promised to provide a safe life as long as she worked for him. The girl regained her enthusiasm and was ready to do anything for him without limits. Zhang Yi left her to work, with plans to ensure her absolute loyalty through her best efforts. He desperately needed weapons to face new threats. Zhang Yi contacted Chun and Pominyu to inform them about the threat from the major base. He warned them not to reveal their special abilities. Zhang Yi also emphasized that Chunlei was more dangerous due to its position between Zhang Yi's base and the mysterious military base, likely the first target. He asserted that if Chun was in danger, they should immediately respond because someone with Chun's extraordinary abilities could not be allowed to die. Meanwhile, Chun believed that the farming village and its people would not be attacked, as there was no reason for any organization to target them. At the western mountain base, 27 kilometers from Chun's village, a man and a girl prepared to investigate Zhang Yi's base. The girl speculated that the snowstorm would last a long time, possibly as God's final act to erase the world's sins. They continued their journey on a sled, avoiding the frozen river near Zhang Yi's base. Upon arriving at Chun's village, the two were impressed by the large ice castle there. They introduced themselves as government envoys, and the village leader welcomed them, instructing the villagers to treat them well despite some villagers' doubts. The leader convinced them that an alliance with the military was more crucial than their food supplies. He hosted a feast and explained the ice castle and the village's food production, crediting his leadership. One skeptical villager believed the leader was merely continuing the previous leader's efforts. When asked about food production, the village leader initially claimed they had maintained their crops despite the snowstorm. However, he later adjusted his statement, mentioning a decline in food production. The village leader discussed the ice structure he ordered, claiming it could benefit the government if they became allies. He ordered more food to further convince the woman, who began to suspect the village leader was hiding something that could be useful to the mountain base. When asked about when the snowstorm would end, the woman mentioned that the government had a significant plan to address the weather issue. The village leader and his followers were intrigued, but the woman also asked if they had noticed any changes among the villagers. The leader pretended to be unaware, considering whether to reveal Chun's identity as a mutant, though he requested the woman's phone number to report information if necessary. The village leader, fearing exposure, hesitated to disclose his knowledge of Zhang Yi, a resident across the river. The mention of Zhang Yi piqued the woman's interest, as he was the target of their investigation. The leader recounted how Zhang Yi had wiped out half of the village after they tried to steal food from him. All who had seen his face or knew his powers perished in the attack. However, the woman gained no further information about Zhang Yi's appearance or abilities. After their conversation, the two decided to leave the village and report back to their base. The woman planned to claim that they had discovered a village with ample food, beneficial for the future. Although the man questioned the lies they planned to tell, the woman remained unfazed, focused on securing special treatment and the necessary information. The pair arrived at Zhang Yi's residence, a large, well-stocked, and warmly heated house. They were convinced that Zhang Yi was an extraordinary figure, possibly involved in the supply thefts they had heard about. The man, with his leaping ability, carried the woman over the property's secure perimeter. The house was luxurious and well-guarded, but the woman managed to sneak inside undetected. As they explored the house, a sense of unease set in. The comfort and safety of the home were far beyond what they experienced at the mountain base. Feeling unsafe, the woman left a knife as a marker and suggested they return with reinforcements. She realized that Zhang Yi was far more prepared. His home was not just secure but luxurious, better even than the elite facilities of the mountain base. Zhang Yi surely possessed unknown powers and resources. Any confrontation could lead to fatal consequences. They quickly left, but in Zhang Yi's room, his cat awoke, sensing something amiss. Zhang Yi woke up, grabbed his weapon, and checked his phone. There were no security alerts. However, the cat's persistent nudging led him to open the door, where he found the knife left behind. Realizing the threat, Zhang Yi checked the surveillance footage and discovered that someone with special abilities had infiltrated his supposedly impenetrable home. Furious, he reviewed the footage and saw the two escaping on a snowmobile, heading toward their base to report crucial information. The woman speculated that Zhang Yi had stolen from the Walmart supply caches and possibly possessed the ability to hide or access items through dimensional means. If true, this would be one of the most potent abilities known. They anticipated a significant reward, but their excitement abruptly ended when a projectile pierced the woman's head. The surviving soldier panicked but quickly regained control, wary of the large, furry creature rolling toward them. The man shielded his companion, narrowly avoiding an attack. Chaos unfolded as the cat, an unusual and powerful creature, tore through the intruders. The soldier's last sight was a blur of fur and claws before collapsing in the snow. The intruders' gear revealed they were part of the Shizhen organization, whose underground base lay 27 kilometers away. Divided into 4 tiers, it housed military forces and individuals with special abilities. Zhang Yi's appreciation for Shizen's talents deepened. Later, Ear arrived with critical findings from the examination room. She explained that the woman's brain cells were distinct from typical humans, while the man possessed artificial muscle mutations in his legs. Knowing this, Zhang Yi grew curious about the power he had absorbed from them. Heading to the underground training facility, Zhang Yi tested his newfound abilities. His arrows now surpassed the speed of sound, thrilling him with the growth of his power. Meanwhile, at the military base, agents investigating Zhang Yi's territory made an urgent call for reinforcements. The military leader requested additional forces but was denied and instructed to seek authorization from the base commander. The secretary blocked the door, citing the commander's involvement in important matters. After a meeting with a group of admiring young women, the commander finally heard the soldiers' report. He agreed to dispatch lower-ranking troops, considering the situation insignificant. As the reinforcements prepared to leave, teacher Lien noticed her students on the ground floor and inquired about their presence. 2 mischievous girls claimed to have special abilities and shared their encounters with the commander. Disappointed, teacher Lien realized her students had become aware of their disgraceful situation. One of the girls confessed they had to return to the second-tier dormitory after serving the commander. Before they left, teacher Lien asked about the other missing students. The girls revealed that many had been separated when teacher Lien was absent and had never returned. One student tearfully admitted she believed her friends might already be dead, realizing their survival efforts might be in vain. This confession left teacher Lien shocked and suspicious that there were darker secrets concealed within the base. Back on the 4th level, teacher Lien met a student named SWA, who showed her the location of the missing students. Down there, she saw scientists carrying large bags, which the student claimed contained the failed experiment victims. The student spoke up because his friends had started disappearing, despite his father's orders to stay silent. Teacher Lien acted discreetly, incapacitating a scientist and disguising herself in his specialized attire. This disguise allowed her to enter a restricted area, where she witnessed human bodies used in energy experiments and discarded like trash. The bodies were ground into a white paste. The scientists casually discussed the flavor of the next meal on the 4th level, referring to the paste as a delicious and nutritious yogurt. They ate it without guilt, unaware of its true origin. Teacher Lien felt nauseated, realizing that the food she had been consuming was made from humans, specifically, the students. This revelation shattered her perception of the place, which she now saw as a hell of injustice, especially for the weak. She resolved to find a way to save her students and escape, but she was uncertain where to go, knowing that outside the base, they could die from the cold and starvation. Meanwhile, the reinforcements sent as backup arrived in front of Zhang Yi's house. One of the soldiers fell into a trap, his body brutally torn apart in the snow. The enraged captain was convinced the culprit was someone within the base. Explosions and gunfire alerted Zhang Yi that the attack had begun. He quickly activated a new protective force field created by Karen, satisfied with its effectiveness, realizing that new enemies had arrived. The soldiers searched for and deactivated the traps hidden in the snow, a tactic also used by Chun's village. Zhang Yi activated remote explosives, causing more soldiers to fall. The furious captain was informed that they were facing an unknown and formidable threat. With more casualties piling up from the traps, the soldiers suggested calling for additional reinforcements. However, the captain refused, choosing to press on despite the risks. Yang Mei was worried there might be a flaw in their defense system, but Zhang Yi trusted Karen and Shinsen's work, believing there were no security gaps. When asked why he hadn't attacked them, Zhang Yi simply replied that he wanted to test their abilities. The soldiers eventually realized that this shelter was built to protect Zhang Yi. The captain devised a plan to use explosives to breach the house. One soldier managed to infiltrate and plant the explosives while Zhang Yi watched calmly, then said, "It's time for them to learn how to face their enemy." The soldier fled the house before the explosives detonated. However, the explosion only created a small hole, melting the surrounding snow. Upon investigation, they found that the shelter's walls remained completely unscathed. They concluded that their only option was to dig a tunnel since the top of the shelter was indestructible. Ultimately, they gave up on capturing Zhang Yi alive, and an order was given to the snipers to eliminate the target. Zhang Yi, observing from the window, remained unfazed as bullets missed, and his reinforced windows remained intact. Disappointed with the abilities of the mutant soldiers from the West Mountain military base, Zhang Yi's reaction was noticed by the troops. Realizing the mission was impossible, the captain ordered a retreat. Seeing them withdraw, Zhang Yi began shooting at them. The soldiers fired back, thinking he had exposed himself, but this was all part of his strategy. Zhang Yi absorbed the incoming bullets into his alternate dimension and reflected them back at the soldiers, swiftly eliminating many of them. The captain ultimately called off the attack, commanding all troops to retreat, and referred to Zhang Yi as a mutant demon with powers too mysterious to comprehend. As they fled, one soldier was shot in the leg and could no longer run. His comrades hid behind a pile of snow and deployed a smoke grenade to block Zhang Yi's vision. However, Zhang Yi, who had previously absorbed snow from an avalanche, hurled it toward them, wiping out nearly the entire squad. A few hours later, the leader of the underground base received a report about the nearly annihilated squad. Previously underestimating Zhang Yi, the leader now realized the gravity of the situation. His secretary revealed that Zhang Yi's shelter had been built 10 years ago, making it incredibly well protected. The leader concluded that Zhang Yi, who was once just a warehouse supervisor, was now living in a base more resource-rich and luxurious than their own military outpost. He became convinced that all of Walmart's resources were in Zhang Yi's hands, granting him unlimited access to food. Zhang Yi's ability to store vast amounts of supplies made him a prime target. Determined to seize these resources, the leader decided to mobilize the full military force to take them by any means necessary. Some time later, the troops arrived at Chun village. Chun quickly contacted Zhang Yi, confirming his suspicion that the soldiers had come to attack the shelter across the frozen lake. Zhang Yi warned Chun to be cautious, as they would likely seize the village's food supplies to strengthen their forces. He advised Chun to escape to his residence if he ever felt threatened. Zhang Yi also warned that if the military discovered Chun's abilities, they would try to recruit him with promises of luxury, but that would turn them into enemies. Chun, feeling ashamed at the thought, reaffirmed his loyalty to Zhang Yi. In the village chief welcomed the troops and suggested Chun hide. However, Chun decided to meet the leader and insisted that hiding his identity was a mistake. The village chief introduced Chun as a mutant. The captain of the unit asked about his abilities, and Chun demonstrated his power to control snow. The captain then offered him a bright future within their organization. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi received a call from Chun, who reported on the strength of the troops. Zhang Yi thanked him for his loyalty and asked if he wanted to join the military. After hearing Chun's response, Zhang Yi was confident that Chun remained on his side and that the information he provided could be trusted. Chun, following his instincts, entrusted everything to Zhang Yi. Upon learning the enemy's plans, Zhang Yi held a meeting with the women in his home, informing them of the impending attack. He suggested they take shelter underground, the safest part of their base. Although the enemy was stronger, Zhang Yi was certain they wouldn't be able to breach their defenses. Zhang Yi then checked the security system with Shinsen, who confirmed that all enemy hacking attempts had been thwarted. Feeling grateful to have Shinsen by his side, Zhang Yi proceeded to visit Karen at her workplace to discuss potential attacks. Karen explained that explosives, particularly C4, were the most obvious method to destroy the base. However, without sufficient supplies, such an attack would be difficult to execute. Karen also reported that explosives and modified bulletproof vests resembling the uniforms of high-ranking enemy officers had been prepared as per Zhang Yi's request. Curious about the equipment Zhang Yi had ordered, Karen asked for clarification, but Zhang Yi assured her that everything would make sense in due time. At the village base, Chun met with the mutant soldiers who would assist in attacking Zhang Yi's fortress. Soon after, the main force arrived, including new mutants and Professor Lien, who recognized Chun as the savior of Shinsen and the thief who had stolen his sword. Although Lien disagreed with the group's mission, he chose to remain silent. The soldiers inquired about Chun's abilities, and he revealed his power to control ice and construct ice houses. The captain then prepared for a large-scale assault on Zhang Yi's base. As they advanced, the captain noticed grenades scattered around Zhang Yi's residence. Zhang Yi, clad in combat gear, instructed the women to head underground. He then looked out the window, closely monitoring the approaching enemy forces. The soldiers crept toward the house, planting explosives as the captain ordered a massive detonation to remove any traps. They stacked bombs in an attempt to bring down the front wall of Zhang Yi's house. Observing from a distance, Zhang Yi had already anticipated their plan. As the explosives were about to be activated, the captain felt a tinge of disappointment. Zhang Yi hadn't resisted, making the assault seem too easy. However, when the detonator was triggered, the explosion resulted in minimal damage. The soldiers were confused, only a small section of the area where the bombs were placed showed any signs of destruction. Inside the house, Zhang Yi reassured the women that everything was fine. He had absorbed the explosive force into his storage dimension, rendering the enemy's attack useless. This realization stunned the soldiers. Chun then informed the troops to return to their base and prepare for the next attack. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reminded Chun to stay vigilant. In the village, a soldier reported that they needed food supplies for 65 people. Chun realized that their food stocks would soon be depleted. The village leader approved the request but asked how long it would take to destroy Zhang Yi's base. The soldier responded that it was classified information. Later, the village leader asked Chun to build ice houses for the soldiers. The next day, new explosives arrived, along with a mutant resembling Shingeki Kaijin. The captain hurled explosives at Zhang Yi's fortress, but Zhang Yi countered by using his ability to redirect the blast. He threw the box of explosives back, forcing the soldiers to take cover. The massive explosion reduced dozens of soldiers to ashes, leaving Zhang Yi satisfied. The captain was shocked, questioning what kind of power could create such destruction. While lost in thought, a bullet nearly struck his head, but he managed to dodge it twice. Though Zhang Yi's shot had missed, another soldier was hit in the forehead. However, his mutant abilities prevented the bullet from penetrating his skull. Zhang Yi continued observing the enemy's movements. 2 more bullets were fired at him, but he absorbed them with his storage ability, remarking that this was too easy. He then reflected the bullets back at their shooters, instantly killing them both. A powerful tremor nearly caused Zhang Yi to fall from the window. The enraged captain launched an all-out assault on the structure, but the fortress walls remained unscathed. Frustrated, he delayed the battle and vowed to destroy Zhang Yi, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Zhang Yi acknowledged the enemy's strength but saw them as a threat only if they managed to infiltrate the fortress. The soldiers who had failed their mission returned to the village, only to be met with complaints from the villagers. Frustrated, the captain ordered them to remain silent and demanded food to restore their strength. The villagers, however, began to question their support for the military. One soldier grew angry at the villagers' defiance, but the captain reassured him that they would remain useful until Zhang Yi was defeated, after which they would be used as energy sources at the Ear mountain base. Meanwhile, Yang Mi brought food to Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi ate, he asked Ken about the structural repairs. Ken explained that they could be carried out later. They then raised their glasses in celebration of their victory. During dinner, Shinsen informed Zhang Yi that Professor Lien had contacted her. She handed him the phone, and Professor Lien expressed her intention to negotiate. Zhang Yi asked Shinsen if she trusted the professor, and Shinsen assured him that Lien always kept her promises. Professor Lien revealed that she had infiltrated the military base at Western Mountain and could assist Zhang Yi, on the condition that her student's safety was guaranteed. Zhang Yi agreed to contact her when necessary. After the conversation ended, Zhang Yi informed the women about the situation at the enemy base. Karen felt saddened upon hearing about the fate of her colleagues. Zhang Yi then asked Shinsen about the Trojan horse plan. Shinsen explained that Professor Lien could plant a flash drive inside the enemy's systems, granting them access to the base's network. Zhang Yi then contacted Professor Lien to request the mission, and she agreed, placing her trust in him after he had saved her students. Meanwhile, the captain reassured the villagers that the military was staying in their village to protect them from the demons across the lake. He urged them to unite in the fight against these so-called demons. During a meeting, the captain warned that a rebellion among the villagers was imminent and that some of them might die in the uprising. Professor Lien, furious at the idea of sacrificing innocent people, objected. Feng proposed an alternative to avoid unnecessary casualties, and Lien agreed, siding with them for the sake of her students' safety. However, she insisted that they minimize civilian deaths. Shortly after, Feng instructed the villagers to dig tunnels and join the fight against Zhang Yi. However, most of them refused, not wanting to create more problems. The village leader tried to convince them that Zhang Yi's death would bring peace, but many resisted, pointing out that Zhang Yi had never attacked them since the peace agreement. Lien grew increasingly worried about the situation. She contacted Zhang Yi to inform him of the villagers' actions and asked for his next move. Zhang Yi calmly responded that he would allow them to dig, as the situation was under control. Lien then asked for Zhang Yi's home address, hoping he would come to pick her up later, but Zhang Yi simply replied that everything would happen in due time. The next day, the attack on Zhang Yi's bunker began from multiple directions. Despite this, Zhang Yi watched without concern. Yang Mi, puzzled by his calm demeanor, questioned him. Shinsen explained that they had equipment capable of detecting underground movements, so allowing the enemy to dig was all part of their strategy. As time passed, many enemy soldiers began to perish due to the cold and exhaustion. Those who attempted to rebel were dealt with harshly, as the captain would not tolerate disobedience. A few days later, Lien contacted Zhang Yi again, reporting the rising death toll. Zhang Yi assured her that he would soon put his plan into action but first asked why the number of mutant attacks had decreased. Lien explained that only the leaders were fighting while the rest were guarding the village to prevent rebellion. Zhang Yi understood the situation and prepared for his next move. He exited through a secret tunnel, driving a snow vehicle toward Chun village while wearing a military uniform. A soldier who spotted him immediately saluted, but before he could react further, his life was swiftly taken. The scent of blood spread through the air, alerting the other soldiers, who quickly pursued him. However, their attacks were meaningless against Zhang Yi's dimensional abilities. He retaliated with his sword, cutting down soldiers one by one until the ground was littered with bodies. A distress signal was sent to the captain and the remaining mutants, prompting them to return to the village at full speed. By the time they arrived, they found the bodies of their fallen comrades scattered across the village. The captain, enraged, concluded that a traitor must have leaked their plans to Zhang Yi and vowed to uncover the culprit. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi took Chun back to his residence using the snow vehicle. Once inside, he brought Chun to his room, which was fully equipped with a body pillow. Afterward, Zhang Yi headed to the control room, where Lian and Shinsin were waiting. Shinsin explained how she had used Lian's information to access the enemy's base system and sever communications between the Zishan headquarters and Captain Feng. This news delighted Zhang Yi, who then assured Lian that he would rescue her students once the enemy threat was eliminated. However, their conversation was cut short when enemy troops arrived at the bunker's emergency exit. Zhang Yi had been waiting for the right moment to strike. He stepped out to face the enemy, who immediately recognized his presence. Standing alone, Zhang Yi appeared to be an easy target. One enraged soldier, ignoring his comrade's warnings, charged at him recklessly. However, as he approached, Zhang Yi pressed a hidden switch on the ground. A massive explosion erupted, triggering an avalanche that instantly buried the soldier beneath the snow. Lian rescued Chun along with the mutant cat. Feng was furious at her betrayal, but Lian declared that she was never truly one of them. A fierce battle erupted between Lian and the captain of the mutant forces. One of the mutant soldiers tried to defend himself by creating a barrier, but the mutant cat's powerful attack shattered it, instantly killing him. Feng briefly lost focus after witnessing his comrade's death but quickly regained his composure as Lian's attack drew near. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's relentless assault mercilessly wiped out the remaining mutants. The enemy forces found themselves trapped, Zhang Yi in front and Chun lay appearing behind them. Chun used her abilities to trigger a massive avalanche, burying them all beneath the snow. Amid the chaos, Lian seized the opportunity to escape with the mutant cat, taking Chun Lei with her. The captain could do nothing but watch, powerless to stop them. The remaining enemy troops were now completely cornered as Zhang Yi stood above them. "You will taste your own weapons," Zhang Yi declared before launching explosives toward them. A massive explosion erupted, instantly killing most of the enemy soldiers. The captain and a few of his remaining troops managed to survive, only to face an even greater threat, a gigantic snow avalanche crashing down, burying them alive. Zhang Yi contacted Shinsin to confirm that his calculations were correct and assured her they would return home soon. Professor Lian suggested checking on the enemy captain, but Zhang Yi was certain he would freeze to death beneath the snow. After returning home, they celebrated their victory. Zhang Yi relaxed with his wives, enjoying a drink in the midst of the peaceful atmosphere. Turning to Yokier, Zhang Yi remarked, "You are one of the lucky few who have managed to survive in this dangerous world." Music. From the entire assault on Zhang Yi, only Captain Feng survived and returned to the base. There, he faced the wrath of his leader for losing nearly half of their elite troops. The loss of 50 top warriors significantly weakened their future defenses. Feng, burdened with guilt over the deaths of his comrades, whom he considered his brothers, fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness and willingly accepting execution as punishment. However, he also pleaded for one last chance to take revenge on Zhang Yi. The leader initially considered executing him but realized that losing their strongest mutant was too great a risk. Instead, he ordered Feng to be imprisoned for a week to reflect on his failures. The leader then made a critical decision, to halt direct attacks on Zhang Yi and focus on rebuilding their forces. He feared that other bases might take advantage of their weakened state and attack them. He then inquired about the status of the newly captured villagers. His secretary reported that they were in good condition and had the potential to develop special abilities. Without hesitation, the leader decided to begin experiments, injecting Feng's mutated cells into the villagers. Although many would likely die in the process, he was indifferent, prioritizing the replacement of lost soldiers. He aimed to conquer Tianhai City, but without a strong army, his plans would be impossible. For now, he postponed the missile project and instead considered negotiating with Zhang Yi to persuade him to join the Zishan base. Chen, the leader, ordered his subordinates to prepare the communication setup. Once the laptop and headphones were ready, Chen resolved to use the missiles as a last resort if Zhang Yi refused his offer. As the call began, Zhang Yi greeted Chen casually, even complimenting his leadership at the Zishan base. However, Zhang Yi's tone made Chen feel mocked, fueling his anger. Chen declared that his actions were not for Zhang Yi's benefit. Calmly, Zhang Yi teased him, pointing out his weaknesses, especially after more than 50 of his men failed to defeat him in just a few days. He then questioned how Chen planned to kill him after suffering such repeated failures. Chen, now furious, threatened to launch missiles to destroy Zhang Yi's entire hideout. Zhang Yi was initially surprised but quickly deduced that Chen was bluffing, as there were no missile bases in Tianhai. However, Chen insisted that he had contacts in a neighboring city that possessed a military base with missile capabilities. This base had previously been responsible for bombing missions against their enemies. Zhang Yi started to believe him but remained skeptical. To test Chen's threat, Zhang Yi dared him to fire a missile near his location. Chen scoffed, calling Zhang Yi a fool. "Missiles are too valuable to be wasted so easily," he retorted. From Chen's tone, Zhang Yi began to realize that the threat was real. Despite his doubts, Zhang Yi requested a few days to consider the offer. However, Chen gave him only one day to decide. After the call ended, Chen hoped Zhang Yi would surrender to avoid wasting valuable resources. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi began contemplating abandoning his current hideout. Shinsen doubted whether the leader of the Shinsan base truly had access to missiles, given that they had previously sent soldiers without missile support. Zhang Yi, however, confirmed that the military base in the neighboring city did possess such weapons. If attacked, everything would be destroyed. Yokier asked if they could return to their original home, and Zhang Yi nodded. "The safety of my harem is my top priority," he affirmed. Chun Lei looked disappointed, having just arrived in this warm and comfortable place. Professor Lien then reminded Zhang Yi of the promise he made to her. He could not forget it. Zhang Yi gazed at his computer, deep in thought, before handing a small chip to Lien. "The success of rescuing your students depends on your ability to install this chip in the central computer," he told her. Sometime later, Lien successfully infiltrated the Sinuan base without being detected. On her way inside, she overheard a conversation between two scientists. They were shocked to learn that Lien had left her students behind. Because of this, their leader, Chen, had decided to conduct mutant experiments on both the students and the captured villagers. After the scientists left, Lien contacted Zhang Yi, requesting help to rescue her students. Zhang Yi reminded Lien to implant the chip into the central computer to ensure the students' escape and promised protection and food if she succeeded. Lien knew this was the only way, despite the computer room being heavily guarded. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and his women headed to Building 25, informing Shinsen that if Lien succeeded, they would attack the military base in the mountains. Shinsen emphasized the importance of gathering intelligence from the base, as understanding more about these unexpected powers would give them an advantage. Their conversation was interrupted when Karen expressed concern that Lien might get caught and tortured. Zhang Yi smiled inwardly, not believing in good fortune for good people, yet he reassured Karen with comforting words. After some time, they arrived at Yuan Luo, where Uncle Yu was waiting with his new wife, who was willing to assist them. Chun looked saddened at the thought of leaving her plastic wife behind. Zhang Yi, aware of the surrounding area, was certain that all the neighbors had perished. However, his uncle's cheerful voice upon hearing good news disturbed his thoughts. Together, they made their way to the safe house. Returning to their original home stirred old memories. Juimi encouraged everyone to make themselves comfortable despite the limited space. Meanwhile, others eagerly played board games with friends. Zhang Yi spoke with his uncle about the current situation, asking if there were any survivors or if anyone had tried to steal resources. His uncle explained that the first arrivals had begged for food but became aggressive when refused. Some survivors still lived in Building 18. Zhang Yi was surprised and inquired further, but his uncle only knew that they were occasionally seen roaming the streets. Intrigued, Zhang Yi decided to visit them but also mentioned the rocket threat from the leader of the Shan Mountain base. He longed for a simple life, yet achieving it seemed impossible. Zhang Yi expressed his doubts about the existence of Shan's rockets. His uncle explained that Hover possessed many valuable resources, attracting countless people. Even his uncle had been attacked despite having fewer resources. Zhang Yi decided to stay away from the main base for a while, waiting until he was strong enough to face his new enemies. Uncle Yu informed Zhang Yi about a strange group that had recently emerged, calling themselves the Servants of Snow. Initially dismissing them as religious fanatics, he later realized they offered training to enhance people's abilities. Uncle Yu ultimately refused their offer, and the group then attempted to influence others in the neighborhood. Zhang Yi, noticing suspicious activity in the building his uncle mentioned, felt the need to investigate personally. When Uncle Yu offered assistance, Zhang Yi declined, confident that these people were far weaker than him. Before leaving, Zhang Yi told the women that he was going to visit an old friend and assured them not to worry. Entering Building 18 without hesitation, He fired a shot into the air to grab Lin Jian's attention. Seeing Zhang Yi, Lin Jian was instantly filled with fear and rushed to his wife and child. Confused, his child asked why they had to fight Zhang Yi, while his wife suggested they resist. However, Lin Jian remained calm, explaining that even if the entire neighborhood united, they would still be no match for Zhang Yi. He urged his wife to hide. Soon after, Lin Jian descended to meet Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi approached, he was surprised to see the building's residents still alive. Lin Jian explained that they had survived thanks to the seeds Zhang Yi had left behind. Zhang Yi found it hard to believe that the seeds had grown so quickly. He then activated his ability to sense other mutants. Lin Jian apologized and offered himself to be killed if Zhang Yi wished to punish them. However, when the residents saw their leader in danger, they shouted and swore to protect him. Thank you for following this storyline. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this content so you won't miss updates on other exciting comic storylines. Zhang Yi, once considered weak, now stood before the residents of apartment number 18. Their faces showed sincerity but also a deep determination to protect Lin Jian, even at the cost of their own lives. The tense atmosphere made Zhang Yi try to calm the situation. He began to dig into the reason behind their fear until they finally admitted that the baby he had entrusted to them, Si Lime, had not survived. That explanation opened Zhang Yi's awareness. Their fear actually stemmed from the baby he had once abandoned. The residents mistakenly believed that the child was of great importance to him, so her death was considered a grave mistake. Zhang Yi understood that surviving in these conditions was already difficult, let alone for a baby. He assured them that the tragedy was not their fault and stated that he only wanted to understand how they had managed to survive. Lin Jian, as their leader, invited Zhang Yi inside, promising to show him something interesting. Along the way, Lin Jian explained that they had repeatedly tried to plant the seeds Zhang Yi had given them, but all their attempts had failed. Everything changed when a group from the snow sect arrived, offering help, but only on the condition that they worshipped the snow god. After enduring great hardship, Lin Jian finally accepted their offer, gaining a new ability that changed his life. His body was now capable of growing plants, earning him the title of the Plant Man. The produce he generated was highly nutritious and grew rapidly in any environment. However, Zhang Yi felt something was off about this ability. A human body should not be able to produce food in such large quantities. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi stepped into a room Lin Jian had mentioned, only to be horrified by the sight before him, dead bodies, serving as fertile soil for growing crops. Lin Jian explained that they used corpses as fertilizer to grow the seeds. Around them, there were many unused bodies that served as a resource for survival. Zhang Yi, intrigued, asked how many rooms had already been used for this purpose. It turned out that 3 rooms had been utilized so far, and for now, they did not need more. Even though this concept of self-sustainability sounded reasonable, Zhang Yi warned that if this method continued, Lin Jian's body would eventually be unable to endure it, leading to his death. Lin Jian accepted this reality. Using his powers was painful, but he was willing to bear the suffering to ensure the survival of his wife and child. Although Zhang Yi found such self-sacrifice irrational, he couldn't help but admire Lin Jian's courage. He then asked to see Lin Jian's ability more clearly, wanting to determine whether his power was natural, like Zhang Yi's, or artificially induced like the abilities of those at the military base. Additionally, Zhang Yi wanted to know if Lin Jian's power could be used offensively, or if it was limited to plant growth. Prepared to demonstrate his ability, Lin Jian exerted himself, causing one of the seeds embedded in his arm to rapidly sprout and grow into a fully developed plant. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi felt disgusted and immediately warned that it was enough. The process was draining Lin Jian's already weakened body. Walking toward the door, Zhang Yi grabbed the newly grown plant, contemplating what he had just seen. He acknowledged that such an ability was extremely useful for food production in times like these. However, if he ever deemed it a threat, Zhang Yi wouldn't hesitate to eliminate Lin Jian and all the residents of the apartment. Having gathered all the information he needed, Zhang Yi left Lin Jian and the others without a word, leaving them to continue their grim existence. Lin Jian, the leader of apartment number 18, felt relieved as Zhang Yi, the feared and deadly figure, finally left. For Lin Jian, his experiment had seemingly succeeded, but he knew that their lives still remained under Zhang Yi's control. Zhang Yi returned to his residence. There wasn't much he could do except wait for developments regarding the missile threat before taking further action. The attack plan would only proceed if Lien successfully planted the tracking chip into the military base's central computer. At the military base, newly enslaved residents were being assigned to their respective workstations. Many of the villagers were furious. One grieving father wept, expressing his resentment. He claimed that these newcomers had stolen their food, taken their homes, and killed his father and daughter. He believed they were 100 times worse than Zhang Yi. But complaints about injustice only led to execution. Anyone who did not wish to share the same fate was forced into obedience. The soldiers had once helped and sacrificed for their village, but now, they had to repay everything through forced labor in the base. From a distance, Lien watched everything with mixed emotions. He knew that the bodies of the fallen residents would soon be used as raw materials, but he chose to focus his thoughts on the mission at hand. He headed to the second floor, a place divided into 5 main sections, including food and nutrition. Security on this floor was not as strict as on the EMP floor, which was the main focus of Qin Yuan, the base leader. As he approached the control room, Lien ensured the surrounding area was safe. However, he was startled when someone touched his shoulder from behind. He instinctively prepared to attack, but his movement stopped when a familiar voice urged him not to act. He recognized the voice. It was Tian, one of his students. Tian looked shocked to see Lien return after having previously escaped. He asked why his teacher had come back. Lien explained that he had returned to save Tian and the other students. Tian then recounted his experiences. He revealed that the students had been taken to undergo cruel experiments, and he was the only one who had survived. The methods used were so brutal that even remembering them made him cry. Those who managed to survive were given the opportunity to serve the base and live a better life, but at a heavy price. Their life force was drained every time they used their powers. Lien listened intently, then asked what Tian planned to do. Tian stated that he not only wanted to escape but also sought revenge on those who had tortured them and destroyed their lives. Lien comforted his student, assuring him that there was still hope, to save the remaining survivors and take revenge at the same time. After discussing and formulating a strategy, Tian spoke with other soldiers, issuing orders to guard the control room. Meanwhile, Lien began preparing to install the tracking chip in the military base's computer. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was at his residence. That day marked the deadline given by Qin Yuan for Zhang Yi to decide whether he would join him. When the call came, Zhang Yi gave a firm response. He would not join and was not afraid of any threats. This declaration enraged Qin Yuan, who then threatened to destroy Banger, Zhang Yi, and his family. However, Zhang Yi remained unfazed, simply telling Chen to wait for the consequences of his actions before ending the call. Even though the missile threat from Qin Yuan seemed real, Zhang Yi knew that joining the military base was not an option for him. His top priority now was finding a new place to protect the people he cared about. His thoughts were interrupted when a message from Lien arrived. In it, Lien reported that he had successfully completed his part of the deal by installing the tracking chip in the military base's computer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately went to find Shinsin and informed her of Lien's success. The news excited Shinsin, the girl familiar with wheeled devices. She quickly grabbed her computer and began working. Even though she only had a basic computer, she managed to access all the data from the enemy military base. A look of triumph spread across her face as she confidently declared that nothing could stop her now. Zhang Yi moved closer to see what data had been retrieved. At that moment, Shinsin was completely focused on her screen. Zhang Yi directed his attention to their greatest concern, the missile threat. He asked if they could access any information regarding the weapon. Shinsin began retrieving conversations between military base leaders from various cities. From the data, they discovered that a missile launch was indeed being planned against a common enemy. This revelation shocked them both. The missile threat Qin Yuan had mentioned was real. Realizing this, Zhang Yi felt a deep sense of loss. The destruction of Banger would be a devastating blow. However, amidst the serious atmosphere, Shinsin presented a bold plan. With a teasing tone, she asked Zhang Yi if he was ready to have a little fun while executing her idea. Shinsin's plan was to alter the missile's target coordinates, so that instead of hitting Banger, the missile would strike Qin Yuan's own base. Her strategy impressed Zhang Yi, though he questioned whether the change would be detected. With confidence, Shinsin explained the mechanism behind the coordinate manipulation, ensuring that Qin Yuan's allies would not realize the change. Once the launch command was given, she would sever communications between the bases, preventing interference during the missile's flight. Zhang Yi then requested Karen to check the structural layout of the enemy's base. He wanted to determine whether its destruction was truly feasible. Karen explained that Zishan base had an extremely strong structure, extending 100 meters underground. Even a missile alone would not be enough to completely destroy it. Despite this, Zhang Yi was not entirely satisfied. He still ordered Shinsin to proceed with the plan to redirect the missile toward Qin Yuan's base. Additionally, he requested complete data on Zishan base's defense and weaponry systems. After issuing his commands, Zhang Yi left the room without saying another word. Karen, curious about Zhang Yi's intentions, did not fully understand his plan. However, Shinsen speculated that Zhang Yi might be preparing for a direct assault on the military base to eliminate his enemies. Even so, she noted that Zhang Yi was extremely cautious and was still considering the significant risks involved in such a mission. Zhang Yi then took a moment to reflect. So far, he had managed to survive Qinyuan's attacks, but he realized that his current situation did not guarantee his safety. Despite the risks, this might be his only opportunity to launch an assault on the base and eliminate his enemies once and for all. Thank you for following this storyline. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this content so you won't miss updates on other exciting comic storylines. Zhang Yi reassured himself that even though the initial missile attack might not destroy the base, it would create massive panic. With half a ton of explosives that he had managed to steal from enemy soldiers, he planned to bring down the base from within. He felt that if he could eliminate the enemies inside, that would be enough for him. After solidifying his resolve, Zhang Yi returned to the room and asked Shinsen to show him all the information she had gathered about the base's defenses. He wanted to know everything about his opponents, including the strength of the mutants stationed there. If there was even the slightest weakness, Zhang Yi believed it was an opportunity worth taking. However, he also emphasized the importance of assessing their own strength first. If the power gap was too great, then the plan would not be viable. The genius girl then compiled all the necessary information, including the total number of troops stationed at Zishan base, 521 regular armed soldiers, 6 team leaders who were mutants, and around 50 other mutant soldiers. Additionally, there was a primary leader named Feng, whom Zhang Yi had previously defeated, and who held an S rank rating. The other mutants were mostly A rank or lower, except for one individual with a B rank. Zhang Yi was not too concerned. He knew that mutant rankings were not always accurate, and significant changes could occur in the future. With all the data on the strongest mutants in the base, Zhang Yi printed the report. Following Ken's suggestion, he reassured himself that his allies were capable of handling their adversaries. Once all the information was gathered, Zhang Yi summoned everyone to the living room. Standing before them, he explained that he needed their help to attack Zishan base and wanted to hear their thoughts on the plan. After that, he turned to Uncle Yu, the oldest member of their group, who had a military background. Zhang Yi asked for his opinion. Uncle Yu stated that considering the heavy losses Qinyuan's base had suffered in their last attack against them, it was unlikely that they would simply make peace or leave Zhang Yi alone. He agreed with Zhang Yi's stance that attacking Zishan base was the right move rather than just waiting for the enemy's next assault. Uncle Yu firmly declared that he was ready to fight alongside Zhang Yi until the very end, without regret. Zhang Yi then turned to Chunlei and asked for his opinion on the attack. Chunlei hesitated, wondering if they were truly capable of facing so many mutants and armed soldiers. Zhang Yi sat down and reassured him, saying there was no need to worry about that. Even if they were outnumbered, Zhang Yi himself would handle all the regular soldiers and weaker mutants. He then asked if Chunlei doubted his ability to defeat all the enemies at once and whether Chunlei had no desire to take revenge for the villagers who had been taken to the base. With an awkward expression, Chunlei replied that he didn't care about those people, he didn't even know them, so he had no reason to join the attack. His uncertain response made Zhang Yi feel that Chunlei might not be the most cautious person in the group. However, after some thought, Chunlei finally said that he would help in any way he could. If it was for Zhang Yi, he was willing to risk everything. Zhang Yi smiled at his response and felt satisfied. The three of them finally agreed to work together. Chunlei then asked about the details of their operation. Zhang Yi pulled out a board displaying information about the key mutants they would face. Uncle Yu pointed to one of the mutants he considered a suitable opponent for himself. After that, Zhang Yi asked Shinsen to take them to see the military base's map. As the three of them left the room, Zhang Yi took out his phone and sent a message to Lien, instructing him to hide in a safe place until noon the next day. He informed Lien that they would be evacuating the area and might need his help from inside the base if necessary. Lien responded, agreeing to hide and offering his assistance in any way possible as long as Zhang Yi provided him with more information. Zhang Yi explained that, for now, he couldn't give too many details since the plan wasn't fully developed yet, but he would keep Lien updated as things progressed. A few moments later, Shinsen successfully altered the missile's target coordinates. She informed Zhang Yi that the missiles were now scheduled to strike Zishan base at noon. Zhang Yi thanked Shinsen for her excellent work and started feeling the tension of the impending battle. Not long after, Karen arrived and informed Zhang Yi that although the missiles wouldn't completely destroy the base, they would generate powerful shockwaves capable of affecting everyone inside, similar to an earthquake with a magnitude of 8. Zhang Yi explained that when the shockwave hit, Shinsen would cut off the base's power supply. Since all their defense systems relied on electricity, this would make the invasion much easier. Shinsin added that the power outage would only be temporary, as the base likely had a manual way to restore power. However, Zhang Yi didn't see this as a major issue since there would be enough time for Lien and the students to escape. As usual, Chun asked what they would do to destroy the base once they successfully infiltrated it. Everyone listened in silence. Chun then questioned whether killing the leader would truly solve the problem. Wouldn't someone else just take his place? He suggested that the only way to neutralize the threat was to eliminate everyone inside the base. Finally, Zhang Yi explained that he had a large stockpile of explosives that he had saved when Feng and his subordinates attempted to blow up his fortress some time ago. The supply had been replenished. Karen then described the effects of detonating 1,000 kilograms of explosives. They realized that the explosion would not only destroy the base's oxygen system but also make it difficult to breathe, potentially killing any survivors. Chun then asked how they could enter the base undetected. Zhang Yi instructed everyone to memorize the locations where they needed to plant the explosives and to escape immediately afterward. By wearing scientist lab coats, they would be sufficiently disguised. Zhang Yi emphasized the importance of placing the explosives in the right locations to ensure the base's destruction from within. He reminded everyone to move quickly, as the impact of a 1,000 kilograms explosion would be immense. Zhang Yi then explained their approach to the base and how they would execute the attack. Each team member had a specific role to play, but he stressed that their mission's success was not the top priority, their survival was. Inside the Profer Mountain base, Lien gathered his remaining students, preparing them to escape the next day. They all agreed to help and thanked their teacher for still remembering them. The next morning, Zhang Yi's team took time to recharge while discussing the final details of their plan. Zhang Yi ensured that Chun and Uncle Yu fully understood the assault strategy. He also reviewed the explosive placement locations and what they needed to do afterward. Always attentive, Zhang Yi even took the time to feed his loyal battle cat. He had already prepared a special strategy to deal with the 6 strongest mutant leaders. That night, the air was colder than usual. Uncle Yu, along with his beautiful wife, Zhang Yi, and the women of his group, as well as Chun, who was alone, prepared to carry out their mission. Ear had hoped to accompany Zhang Yi, but he asked her to stay behind so she wouldn't have to worry. They set off, driving a tactical vehicle through the snowstorm, remaining constantly alert. Upon nearing the target location, Zhang Yi administered adrenaline injections to prepare everyone for the mission ahead. He warned that the side effects would only be felt once they had completed the mission and returned home to their wives. They could already feel the power of the bioengineering enhancements coursing through their bodies. As they approached the base entrance, Zhang Yi could hardly wait to deliver his surprise attack. Meanwhile, Lien was gathering his students for their life-saving escape mission. One of the girls hesitated, questioning whether they were truly about to flee. A student who served a greedy woman reminded everyone to stay silent and follow Lien's orders without question. Lien observed carefully. Although he didn't know the exact details of the plan, he understood that now was the right time to wait for its execution. In his office, Chen Yuan was preparing to carry out his threat, ordering the launch of missiles at Zhang Yi's base. He knew it was a massive waste of resources, but unfortunately, it was necessary to maintain his authority. Feng entered the office, and Chen Yuan anticipated his reaction, saying that if the issue concerned Zhang Yi, the great leader had already devised a plan to eliminate that demon. Feng was shocked to hear that their leader had a solution to defeat Zhang Yi, who had remained undefeated even when they had sent large forces against him. Though Feng did not want to doubt his leader's words, he wondered how it was possible for him to have the power to defeat such a formidable opponent. Chen Yuan confidently explained that no mutant was truly invincible. Ultimately, humanity's greatest strength lay in the weapons they had created. He then revealed a map containing information on Zhang Yi's residence, which they had attempted to invade multiple times without success. He planned to turn the place to ashes using missiles. Feng admitted that their leader was highly intelligent, only he had the connections to execute such an operation. They were convinced that this time, Zhang Yi would finally die. The leader stated that they would witness Zhang Yi's defenses crumble together. The two of them waited for the massive explosion that would bring about the long-awaited revenge. After reviewing Zhang Yi's fortress layout, Feng remarked that destroying it with missiles was a waste of resources. Chen Yuan agreed but insisted that it was necessary. There would be no peace as long as someone like Zhang Yi still roamed free. The only problem was that after the destruction of the enemy, Chen Yuan was unsure whether the general supporting him now would still have a reason to need him in the future. At exactly midnight, Shinsin sat in front of his computer, preparing to execute the plan. Meanwhile, the great general from the neighboring city pressed the button to launch the rockets. The missile launch operation from the Zishan base had begun. As the missiles approached their target, the members of the surveillance and control department began to panic, saying they needed to immediately warn and evacuate the base. However, everything happened so quickly that there was no time to react. In a matter of seconds, what was once a peaceful place turned into a sea of fire. No one in the area had the chance to complain about the cold, snowy weather. At that moment, Zhang Yi was overjoyed and informed the hacker, Shinsin, that their plan had succeeded. Then, with just a single press of a button, the entire energy system of the base was shut down. This threw all the soldiers into a state of panic and fear, as none of them could understand what had caused the communication failure. The most terrified of all was Chen Yuan, who collapsed to the ground in fear, unsure of what to do. However, he soon received a call from the security department informing him that the base had been hit by a missile attack. Upon hearing this, he was filled with rage, believing he had been betrayed by the general who had supported him from the neighboring base. After briefly considering who might be responsible, he refocused his attention on restoring order to the base and attempting to regain control of all systems. He quickly got back on his feet and ordered Feng to gather all the super soldiers and initiate an operation to secure and protect the base. He explained that the most critical area to defend was the 4th floor, where the workers were located, as they might try to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Meanwhile, the guards at the southern entrance, still confused and unable to coordinate with headquarters, suddenly saw a vehicle speeding straight toward one of the base's entrances. These guards were merely ordinary soldiers with no supernatural abilities, making them easy targets. With little effort, the attackers overpowered the entrance, using their strength and weapons to eliminate all the guards and take control of the access point. Now, everything depended on Lien's ability to lead his students out so they could move on to the second phase of their plan. Inside the base, Lien finally understood why he had to wait until midnight to leave. He ordered his students to get ready, telling them that the time to escape had come. They ran in groups toward the main hall. The electricity in the area had been cut off, plunging everything into darkness. The guards could only hear people moving but could do nothing about it. If they fired their weapons, they risked hitting their own comrades. Taking advantage of the situation, Lien successfully led his students past the guards. As they passed, gunshots rang out from where the guards had been positioned. Those who failed to stay close to Lien's group had likely become targets. Lien scolded them, urging them to keep running without looking back. If they hesitated, they would all die. He knew the path ahead was still long, and they would have to reach the nearest exit. Along the way, they might encounter more soldiers. Sure enough, just before reaching the exit, they came face to face with 2 soldiers standing guard. The soldiers struggled to see in the darkness, but before they could react, their heads were severed in an instant. Eliminated. Lien quickly ordered his students to continue moving up the stairs. Though they could hardly believe they were finally escaping, they also knew that nothing in this world ever came easy. Just as they thought they were in the clear, they found themselves face to face with Chen Yuan's secretary, who was accompanied by a large squad of armed soldiers. As usual, the woman praised her leader, stating that he had been right to anticipate an escape attempt. She admitted that they had expected the new arrivals, mere peasants, to rebel and try to flee. However, they had never imagined that Lien would return to the base after escaping, just to save these unfortunate students. Lien tried to calm the woman down, suggesting they talk and negotiate. But she refused, declaring that betrayal of the Shinshan base could never be forgiven, a traitor would always be a traitor, and there would be no mercy. Before she could say more, a sudden gunshot rang out, piercing the skull of one of her soldiers. Zhang Yi had arrived, eliminating the guards. The secretary immediately ordered the remaining soldiers to focus their attacks on Zhang Yi and to kill him at once. Meanwhile, Lien ordered his students to stay put. He needed to help Zhang Yi. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and joined the fight, striking down the guards. The unfortunate soldiers found themselves trapped in a hellish battle, attacked from both sides, Zhang Yi and his elite team on one side, Lien on the other. Before long, the enemy was completely overwhelmed. Lien thanked Zhang Yi for his support, to which Zhang Yi responded that it was well deserved. However, he reminded Lien that there was no need for gratitude. He knew all too well that eliminating these soldiers wouldn't be easy. Lien had been attacking from behind, dealing the final blows to many of them. Zhang Yi then gave the order to retreat from the area. Lien's students, still shaken from the intense battle, were unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, Secretary Julie pretended to hide, closing her eyes tightly in hopes that no one would notice her. But when she heard Lien's voice, she immediately tried to defend herself, insisting that it wasn't her fault, that she was merely a secretary following orders. Tian, who was nearby, stopped the woman in her tracks. She pleaded for mercy, claiming her innocence. But just hearing her words enraged the boy. Without hesitation, he performed a perfect operation on her vocal cords, silencing her forever, an act witnessed by his teacher, Lien. Lien felt proud that his student had become such an extraordinary surgeon. Now, Lien could finally thank Zhang Yi and ask for the second part of their agreement. Zhang Yi assured him that the guards at the entrance had already been put to sleep. He then took food and supplies from his dimensional storage to aid in their escape. However, Zhang Yi warned Lien to stay behind and help attack another section of the base. The students could escape on their own. Naturally, the students were terrified at the thought of leaving without Lien's protection. Zhang Yi explained that all the soldiers outside were already dead. But he also reminded the students that their enemies would surely send reinforcements to hunt down the escapees. Lien felt uneasy at the thought, but Zhang Yi's reasoning was undeniable. This was their perfect chance to eliminate the threat once and for all. Lien agreed to stay and join the elite team in destroying the base from within. For a moment, he hesitated, reflecting on Zhang Yi's words. Did he truly want to obliterate this base? He knew that many innocent people still remained inside. But in the end, he realized there was no other solution. He instructed Tian to lead and protect the students, promising to meet them later. With that, the group finally left the base. They were free. After deciding to help, Zhang Yi reminded everyone that their time was limited. He pointed out key strategic locations where they needed to plant explosives. Their group moved swiftly, wearing helmets and blending in with the soldiers, remaining undetected. When they reached the first location, Zhang Yi signaled that they could begin planting the explosives. Lien wanted to know how they could destroy such a heavily fortified place. Zhang Yi pulled out dozens of explosives from his dimensional storage and stated that he never questioned even a single grain of rice. The enemy had provided all the materials needed to destroy their own base. Once they had finished at that location, they continued their mission, planting more devices along the way. Lien tried to argue that they could simply kill Qinyuan's leader instead of blowing up the entire place and killing innocent people. He gripped his sword tightly, displeased by the thought of condemning the innocent. Zhang Yi paused for a moment before firmly stating that such an approach was impossible. If they only eliminated the leader, someone else would replace him. The real problem was the system itself. Lien had to admit that Zhang Yi was right. Zhang Yi insisted that it was better to destroy the entire base. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when a squad of soldiers arrived and demanded to know who they were. One of the soldiers noticed an animal standing near the group and reminded them that pets were not allowed in the facility. Zhang Yi did not wait for their reaction. With a cold glare, he immediately fired a shot, hitting the enemy soldier directly in the forehead. The other soldiers, witnessing the sudden kill, tried to return fire. But Zhang Yi remained calm, using his abilities to deflect their attacks while waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. Lien observed this and recalled how Zhang Yi had once been nervous and uncertain when they first met. Now, he was completely different, calm, confident, and immensely powerful. The transformation sent chills down Lien's spine. The soldiers, realizing that they were up against a powerful mutant, called for reinforcements and ordered everyone to spread out. Zhang Yi smirked. "It's too late," he muttered. Using his ability, he summoned back the bullets he had stored in his dimensional space. The projectiles struck their targets with perfect accuracy. The few soldiers who survived tried to take cover behind their comrades, thinking they could hide and survive. Zhang Yi calmly tossed an explosive guava fruit, eliminating them all in an instant. The group continued running through the base, determined to complete their mission. The handsome young man remained alert. He knew they couldn't afford to stay here for too long. As he ran, he noticed the lights in the facility beginning to turn back on. Immediately, he shouted for everyone to get out as soon as possible. Meanwhile, inside his office, Chen Yuan received the report that the electrical systems had been restored, and that Zhang Yi had infiltrated the base alongside the traitor, Lien. The leader donned his powerful armor, ready to enter the battlefield. Feng and his troops were furious, burning with a thirst for vengeance against Zhang Yi. One of Feng's soldiers pointed out that explosives had been planted throughout the facility. Enraged, Feng roared for the bomb squad to be called in immediately while ordering the rest of his men to follow him in pursuit of Zhang Yi. In one of the corridors, Lien's group found themselves cornered from both sides. Pamanu stepped forward, declaring that he would provide cover for everyone. He tensed his muscles, causing his shirt to rip apart before he charged at the enemy like an unstoppable bull. Pamanu was like a living tank, bullets bounced off his body, unable to harm him. He shouted for the others to move forward and continue planting explosives while he held off the enemy forces. He assured them that he would be fine. His body was incredibly durable, and his regeneration abilities were extraordinary. When a stronger group of soldiers decided to attack him with swords, Pamanu opened his arms wide and declared, "No one shall pass." They all attacked at once, only to be instantly overpowered. It was as if nothing had happened. They were like mere insects before him. Pamanu's attacks were so devastating that his enemies' bodies were left splattered against the walls. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi felt satisfied and smirked. Did they really think artificial mutants could compare to natural-born ones like Pamanu? Pamanu, still surprised by the destruction he had caused, hesitated. He hadn't realized that his attack had been that powerful. Turning to Zhang Yi, he expressed his desire to meet a true mutant, someone on his level, to test his strength. Zhang Yi, maintaining his calm demeanor, simply replied, "That is not something you should wish for." Before they could continue, the three of them were stunned when one of the most powerful mutants in the base appeared before them. Standing alone was a man with a peculiar mustache. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi attacked with his full power. But the man swiftly demonstrated why he was one of the strongest. His mastery over fire was undeniable. Flames erupted from his body, melting the surrounding walls. If they didn't move forward now, they would soon be trapped, until more mutants arrived. Zhang Yi asked Chun-Lei for assistance. Chun-Lei launched an attack using his powers, but the fire mutant easily dodged it. Realizing this, the fire mutant decided to use a special fuel he had created, one that would amplify his flames tenfold. As he ignited the enhanced fire, he boldly challenged everyone to withstand his attack. A blazing inferno surged toward Zhang Yi at an incredible speed. However, Chun-Lei's power successfully blocked the attack and even managed to wound the fire mutant. Seizing the opportunity, the muscular Pamanu prepared to strike down their enemy. But before he could attack, he was suddenly hit by an immensely powerful punch, sending him flying several meters backward. Zhang Yi was shocked. Standing before them was none other than Feng, the super-strong mutant he had believed to be buried beneath an avalanche. Seeing the person who had humiliated him before, Feng felt a surge of motivation to take his revenge. Hearing his uncle's voice, Zhang Yi quickly created a protective barrier to check if he was alright. The man who once craved a true battle to test his strength now found himself with a shattered arm, completely devastated by Feng's attack. The captain regained his composure. He knew that the only way out for his enemies was through him, Feng, and the fire-healed man. They could easily block any escape. On the other side of the corridor, Chun-Lei looked worried about Uncle Yu and asked if he could still continue. Zhang Yi took something from his storage space and applied it to Uncle Yu, explaining that it would grant him the strength to suppress his pain and continue fighting. The mutant cat grew restless, sensing the imminent danger, but its owner calmed it down, assuring it that there was nothing to worry about. Feng and his allies declared that their enemies were completely cornered, with no way out. They all had to pay the price for their actions. Feng then taunted Zhang Yi, wondering if he still hoped to break through them. Meanwhile, Chun was still battling soldiers while Pamanu held onto his wrist to keep him from falling. Even though the situation looked dire, Zhang Yi remained confident that he could defeat them all. However, his confidence was shattered when a mutant with the power to create illusions launched a direct attack on him. The genjutsu-like technique manipulated the enemy's perception, striking directly at the mind. However, instead of Zhang Yi, the one who truly felt its effect was the girl beside him. Something terrifying caused her to collapse, and those nearby felt traces of the illusion's effects as well. Zhang Yi mentioned that brainwaves and genjutsu-like illusions could be reflected back with his powers. The mutant cat then transformed, and Zhang Yi and his entire group escaped by riding it. Under the influence of hypnosis, they successfully slipped past the soldiers. As they made their way out, Zhang Yi left a trail of grenades behind. By the time Feng managed to move again, he was instantly engulfed in flames. Chun-Lei, who was closer to the explosion, felt the searing heat burning his body. Zhang Yi issued a warning that once they got out, he would activate the explosives. Time was running out to destroy the entire base. The soldiers desperately knocked down the walls of the facility to escape. They then entered another section of the base, where one of the mutant soldiers possessed a power similar to Pamanu's. Additionally, he had the ability to enlarge his body, just like the mutant cat. Now appearing like a towering titan, he carried fellow mutant soldiers in his hands, bringing them ever closer. Chun-Lei shouted for the cat to run faster. Soon, they managed to exit through the base's gate, but the enemy soldiers had also reached the exit. Now that they were outside, Feng felt that this was an even better battleground to defeat Zhang Yi. Feng's strength was only effective in one direction, but now, they could attack Zhang Yi from all sides. Chun-Lei started to grow anxious, but Zhang Yi remained calm. Feng noticed his composure but was convinced that the advantage was now theirs. The captain challenged them to survive their attacks now. Unlike before, this time, Zhang Yi had no impenetrable fortress to hide behind. Zhang Yi smirked at the situation, sarcastically remarking that their fortress would soon be gone as well. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small detonator and pressed the button while locking eyes with the enemy soldiers. A thunderous explosion followed immediately. The entire area shook violently as if a real earthquake had struck. Behind them, the entrance to the Chishan base erupted in a massive blast. The devastating explosion sent soldiers flying through the air from the sheer impact. Chunlei even celebrated their team's victory. However, shortly after the explosion, their enemies emerged from beneath the snow. Feng roared at Zhang Yi, accusing him of being a demon for doing such a thing. Zhang Yi then asked if they remembered the explosives they had used before, the same ones they had planned to use to blow up his bunker. A realization struck Feng, causing the fire in his eyes to dim. The very explosives that had destroyed their base had been taken by Zhang Yi himself. With a firm voice, Zhang Yi explained that all of this was a direct consequence of their own actions. As he stared at the destruction behind him, Feng began to feel guilt creeping in. After all, they had planned to do the exact same thing to Zhang Yi. Even so, Feng swore that Zhang Yi would pay for everything. Zhang Yi urged Feng to stop, stating that a fight between them would only lead to more needless casualties among their followers. Furthermore, Zhang Yi reminded him that revenge was meaningless, because it was Chishan base that had attacked his home first. With so many witnesses, Feng could no longer deny the truth. He was forced to admit that he was nothing more than a robber. But now, only two paths remained: either Zhang Yi would live, or Feng would. Zhang Yi smiled and asked if Feng's only desire was to kill him and no one else. Seething with rage, Feng confirmed that was exactly what he wanted. Zhang Yi then stepped closer and suggested that they settle this as leaders who hated each other, without involving their followers. At that moment, Lien tried to stop Zhang Yi, warning him that Feng was an incredibly powerful mutant. However, Zhang Yi insisted that this was the best course of action for both sides. If he died, his friends would have the chance to escape and survive. But if he won, he could ensure the safety of a few reliable allies. Hearing these words, Feng had no objections. With determination, Zhang Yi openly challenged him to a duel, just the two of them. Chun and Pamanu, who were listening, fell silent, recalling the moment they first embarked on this mission. Zhang Yi told his followers that the upcoming battle was nearly impossible for them to win. That was why he planned to fight Feng one-on-one. He also pointed out that they didn't fully understand his abilities and had assumed he was just a coward hiding behind his defenses. Now, Zhang Yi boldly stepped forward to face Feng. On the other side, Feng's followers warned him that Zhang Yi was planning something and urged him to fight together with them. However, Feng was confident in his own strength. He believed he was stronger than Zhang Yi. But there was a possibility that Lien could be troublesome. Zhang Yi also had followers with enhanced strength and powerful abilities. If a full-scale battle broke out, Feng knew that he and his group could be overwhelmed. Feng raised his finger and declared that they should accept the duel, just between him and Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi confirmed that his team agreed to the terms. They would not interfere and would ensure that everyone else stayed out of the fight. The two men then stepped forward to fight, while the others retreated to a safe distance, knowing how dangerous the battle would be. Chun wondered if Zhang Yi was truly confident that he could defeat a monster like Feng. Meanwhile, Feng's followers approached Zhang Yi's group, claiming that they would reveal a secret about their leader, because Zhang Yi was about to die. A girl explained that it seemed they were unaware of something important. She continued, revealing that some mutants had the ability to absorb the powers of other gifted individuals. The more they absorbed, the faster their strength would grow. Their captain, Feng, had previously fought against an enemy military base, where he had killed 3 incredibly powerful ability users and absorbed their powers, making him nearly invincible. The one they called Zhang Yi was going to die without even knowing what he was truly up against. Chun was angered by this and firmly stated that their leader would not die. He wouldn't risk his life unless he believed he could win. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was speaking with Feng. He apologized, explaining that his abilities were more suited for support rather than direct combat. So, why couldn't they simply choose not to fight? This enraged Feng even more. He roared that there was no turning back now. Zhang Yi then said that he only wished for a peaceful life in this post-apocalyptic world. Finally, he asked Feng to promise that if he lost, his friends would be allowed to live. The furious captain ignored Zhang Yi's words and suddenly launched an attack. Not backing down, the hero charged forward, using his abilities. However, Feng dodged with ease. He knew that Zhang Yi couldn't change the direction of his attacks. Just then, a massive truck nearly crushed Feng. Zhang Yi smirked and said, "This is only the beginning." Suddenly, dozens of vehicles and machines that Zhang Yi had collected earlier appeared. He hadn't initially thought they would be useful in battle, but now, they were. Feng remained alert as objects were hurled toward him. He swiftly sliced a truck in half with a single strike. Zhang Yi continued to launch a barrage of objects, but the super-strong and fast warrior managed to evade them all. With portals appearing everywhere, Feng was unable to strike back. The objects kept coming, one after another. Then, something strange began to happen. Suddenly, a piece of cloth covered his vision. Next, fuel barrels came flying toward him. This time, he couldn't cut through or evade them. Zhang Yi then pulled out his favorite weapon and ignited the fuel with a single shot. Now, Feng was engulfed in flames, even in the middle of a snowy landscape. Feng seemed to have a high resistance to fire, or perhaps his clothing had some special properties. Although the flames didn't injure him, they obscured his vision. Losing sight of his target, he started to lose control of his emotions again. Zhang Yi continued throwing an increasingly bizarre assortment of objects at him. Surrounded by fire and overwhelmed with frustration, Feng's rage only grew stronger. But then, something unexpected happened. Zhang Yi threw a pile of trash at him. Though Feng remained physically unharmed, he now looked like a madman on the brink of a mental breakdown, his fury burning brighter than ever. Then, Zhang Yi threw something. This time, it wasn't just an ordinary object. The barrels he tossed emitted a strong scent that Feng immediately recognized. It was the smell of seafood. With a firm voice, Zhang Yi declared that no one in this world was truly invincible, everyone had a weakness. He had discovered Feng's weakness thanks to information provided by Xin, who revealed that Feng had a severe allergy to seafood. Despite this, Zhang Yi continued to taunt Feng while skillfully avoiding close combat. He then hurled luxurious cars at him, forcing Feng into a desperate struggle. After some time, Feng finally collapsed, motionless. Zhang Yi eyed him suspiciously, unable to believe that his formidable enemy had truly fallen. Taking a cautious step back, he decided to rest, eat, and warm himself. Several minutes passed. Suddenly, the fallen man stirred. Feng rose once again and resumed his pursuit of Zhang Yi. However, despite pushing himself to the limit, he could no longer catch up. His body finally gave out, and he collapsed once more, cursing the small creature that had bested him. He hadn't lost in pure combat, but he felt humiliated, defeated by such a disgraceful tactic. Zhang Yi set up camp and waited. Exactly 30 minutes later, after finishing his meal, he decided to check whether Feng was truly down for good. He fired a shot at Feng's head. No reaction. Zhang Yi stepped closer, puzzled. Had he really defeated the arrogant captain from the Shounen base? To be sure, he conducted another test, throwing a truck onto Feng's body. Still, there was no response. However, Zhang Yi remained wary. This could simply be an act. To confirm, he drew his sword and did something that cannot be visually described here. At last, it seemed that the captain was truly dead. Zhang Yi approached to claim his trophy. As he did, he realized that he was absorbing Feng's power, just as he had done before. Once the process was complete, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. However, moments later, his vision blurred, and he lost sight completely for a brief moment. When his sight returned, something shocking had happened. His vision had changed. He could now distort objects from a distance, and even destroy anything he laid his eyes upon. A sinister grin spread across his face. Not long after, the darkness within him began to emerge. With this newfound power, he could finally fight against mutants immune to gunfire. Every risk he had taken to face Feng had led to an incredible reward. However, despite just eating, he quickly realized that this ability drained a massive amount of energy. Perhaps he could only use it 3 times a day. Still, it was far more effective than being a mere sniper. Zhang Yi now found himself wondering, who would be his next victim? On the other side, one of the girls from Feng's team observed the battle from a distance, wondering why it was taking so long. Her comrade responded, saying that their captain was probably just toying with his enemy. They only needed to trust in their captain's strength and wait for him to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's allies laughed, confident that if the battle was dragging on, it meant their leader's strategy was working perfectly. Then, confirmation of the winner came through their earpieces. Zhang Yi gave a direct order: no one was to speak, only listen. He didn't want Feng's followers to realize that he had won. His allies were filled with joy but followed his instructions obediently. Shortly after, Zhang Yi arrived at the location where Feng's remaining followers were. He immediately used his Rinnegan on the girl with hypnosis powers, as she was the most dangerous among them. She let out a terrified scream before collapsing lifelessly. Then, Zhang Yi stepped forward, revealing the trophy he had claimed. His words sent shockwaves through Feng's forces. They couldn't believe that their leader had been slain by someone they had always considered weak. And so, the battle between the two factions erupted. Feng's remaining followers unleashed their strongest attacks in a desperate struggle. But Zhang Yi roared, declaring that not a single one of them would be allowed to live. Within seconds, they were completely overwhelmed by 3 incredibly powerful fighters. At that moment, Zhang Yi rushed toward the fallen bodies to absorb their energy. All of them had natural-born abilities, not artificially enhanced powers. However, something unexpected happened. Zhang Yi was shocked. He couldn't absorb their powers at all. He couldn't understand why this was happening when he had successfully absorbed Feng's abilities before. He called Chun and Yu to try absorbing their powers, but they also failed. Zhang Yi then noticed a mutant cat approaching the corpse of a fire-type mutant. It devoured the body, seemingly unfazed. Zhang Yi, still confused, wondered if the cat could absorb abilities or not. However, the feline showed no signs of transformation, it had simply found itself a good meal. Afterward, they returned to the entrance of the Shenzhen base, where Zhang Yi positioned a truck in front of the entrance. Lian, curious, asked what he was planning. Zhang Yi simply smirked and told her that she would soon see. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted at the base's entrance. Lian finally understood Zhang Yi's plan. Now, everyone trapped inside had no chance of escape. Zhang Yi then prepared vehicles for his team and quickly ordered them to move to another location. As they drove, Zhang Yi searched for information on his phone about the Shenzhen base. He wanted to find out if there were any hidden escape routes. Soon after, they spotted a group of people in the distance. Lian's eyes widened in shock and rage. The man attempting to escape in front of them was Chen Ziyuan, the leader of the base. Chen Ziyuan was stunned that he had been found so quickly. His mind raced. Why was Zhang Yi after him? Zhang Yi and Lian stepped out of the vehicle. Zhang Yi calmly walked forward and asked, "Why is the arrogant man so silent now?" Chen Ziyuan raised both hands, showing he was unarmed. He then stated that he was an important figure. If he died now, the power balance of the city would be disrupted. If that happened, even more dangerous demons would arrive to seize control. His words made Zhang Yi pause for a moment. Perhaps he was right. But in the next instant, Zhang Yi snapped out of it. He coldly declared that no one cared about Chen Ziyuan anymore. Besides, he was in no position to negotiate. At that moment, the cowardly leader begged for his life, claiming he had only done whatever it took to survive and protect his followers. Then, he tried to tempt Zhang Yi, suggesting that with his incredible talent and network, they could dominate the entire city together. Zhang Yi was sick of hearing nonsense. Without another word, he activated his power. In an instant, Chen Ziyuan's head was severed from his body. His soldiers, shocked and terrified, dropped their weapons, realizing they had no hope of survival. Zhang Yi had no mercy. Desperate, the remaining soldiers grabbed grenades and rushed at him, hoping for a final chance to face the demon who had slaughtered their leader. But Zhang Yi merely kicked them away, and the grenades were absorbed into his alternate dimension. At this point, he was like an unstoppable god. The men could do nothing but writhe on the ground, begging for their lives. Yet Zhang Yi showed no hesitation. He returned the grenades to them. And in an instant, everything turned into a gruesome scene of destruction. The few remaining soldiers were lucky, because they were simply sent to a quicker death in Zhang Yi's alternate dimension. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi set the fallen bodies on fire. Lian, watching the horror unfold, hesitated. Was this really necessary? She asked. Zhang Yi was always too cautious. But to him, this was just routine. Without a shred of remorse, he explained. It's only natural for me to erase all evidence. Lian started to reflect on his words. Now, they were finally free to go home. But before leaving, she remembered her duty. She still had to deliver them to her students. After some time driving, the group finally arrived at Building 25. The very place where this story began. Everyone who had survived was there, waiting for their teacher before leaving. Zhang Yi reminded Lian that he had not forgotten their agreement. He explained that in Chun's village, which was near this location, many houses were left empty after most of the villagers had died. Lian wanted him to take all the survivors there. However, Zhang Yi responded that their deal did not include that. If she wanted anything beyond their original agreement, she would have to pay extra. Lian was surprised. She thought they had become friends, so he should be willing to do this for her. Zhang Yi smirked and replied, "We are friends. That's why you'll get a discount. But nothing comes for free." Since Lian had nothing to offer him at the moment, she decided she would take care of them herself. Zhang Yi then bid farewell to his friend. As Lian walked away, Zhang Yi cast a lingering gaze, one that revealed his true personality. Silently, he thought to himself, I don't care about Lian's students. But I need to maintain a good relationship with her. Someone that powerful? I can't afford to let her go. Lian returned to Building 25, where her students were waiting. She found them burning furniture to keep warm. Approaching them, she asked if they were all right. But instead of answering, they demanded to know why Zhang Yi had left. Isn't he supposed to bring us food and take care of us? One of them asked. Lian sighed and explained that Zhang Yi would be back soon and that he would take them to a better place. When they heard that the new location was a farming village with houses and fishing opportunities, the students grew angry. They questioned why Ken and Shounen were allowed to live in the same village as Zhang Yi, while they were being sent somewhere else. They complained that those two girls got to live in a much better place than they did. Frustrated, they demanded that Lien speak to Zhang Yi and arrange for them to live in the same place as Ken and Shounen. At that moment, Lien lost her patience. She yelled, saying that this conversation was over. Anything is better than being stuck in that base, she snapped. She then sat down, exhausted, and told them to get some rest. Tomorrow morning, Zhang Yi would take them to the village. The next day, Zhang Yi was seen sitting in his car, making a phone call. He told his uncle to pack his belongings and move closer to him, to his safe house. The place was filled with luxurious homes, and Zhang Yi believed it was better for them to stay close together so they could protect each other. His uncle agreed, acknowledging that teamwork was important. Besides, Tianhai City had other military forces besides them. This was concerning. But at the same time, the three of them alone had already wiped out over 1,000 people in a single night. They were the greatest threat to the city now. And from now on, they would live together. After that, Zhang Yi stepped out of his car and headed to Building 25 to collect supplies and take his group to their new homes. Upon arriving, he was greeted by his uncle's wife, who was overjoyed to see him safe. Then, he noticed Ken standing silently beside them. He approached her and embraced her gently, whispering soft words in her ear. Without Ken, this victory wouldn't have been possible, he admitted. If not for her and her bombs, we would have never succeeded. Meanwhile, Mingti, watching from a distance, couldn't help but wonder why she wasn't getting the same level of attention. At that moment, Zhang Yi's gaze shifted to Shounen, who stood nearby. With a knowing smile, he said, "The greatest reward belongs to her." Later, Zhang Yi gathered everyone for an important discussion. His uncle wanted to know what their leader had planned next. Zhang Yi announced that they would be moving back to his larger safe house. That location had many luxury homes that could be used as residences. Zhou Haimi breathed a sigh of relief. That place was his home. He had worked his entire life to buy a house in that condominium. Zhang Yi then explained, "We're all leaving this apartment complex. We'll leave supplies behind, though. This place will become our emergency base." The girls packed their suitcases, and Zhang Yi locked up their first hideout. The place where it all began. Just then, Zhang Yi noticed Lien hiding at the end of the hallway. She admitted that everyone had been on edge since last night, terrified after hearing the explosion from the west. But Zhang Yi simply shrugged. "That doesn't matter," he said casually. "I'm fine. And I'm leaving soon." Shortly after, everyone arrived at Zhang Yi's safe house. He instructed Chun Lei and his uncle to rest for the day. Tomorrow, they could choose any of the luxury homes in the condominium to live in. After that, Zhang Yi entered his own home, his mutant cat following behind him. He locked the door, leaned against it, and let out a breath. Finally. I can't believe it. I can finally sleep. After an entire month of torment, he could finally rest. The next morning, we returned to Lien and her students. They had finally arrived at Shu village. Some of the villagers chose to stay behind, refusing to be taken to Shan's base. Of course, the villagers, who hadn't seen Lien since she had joined Feng's gang, feared her. They suspected she might be a spy. Meanwhile, Lien was growing anxious. She knew that the supplies Zhang Yi had given them wouldn't last long. She also knew the truth. Her students were weak. None of them had the skills to fish in the river and survive in Shu village. Lien thought that the only alternative was to leave the village and ask Zhang Yi for more food. Meanwhile, back at Zhang Yi's safe house, he was spending time with Zakir. Zakir mentioned that things were calm for now, and they should start considering having a child. Zhang Yi responded, saying that it made no sense to have a child at this moment. They would have to take care of it every single day, and right now, their situation was still unstable. He tried to reassure Zakir, telling her that the future was still uncertain. However, when he saw the sad expression on his wife's face, he realized something. In truth, Zhang Yi had no intention of having children. To him, a child would just be one more life to worry about. But to Zakir, this was important. She wanted to have a child to strengthen their love. Every day, more women were arriving at the safe house, and in her heart, having a child would be a guarantee that she would always have a place in Zhang Yi's heart. Zhang Yi could read her thoughts clearly. And so, he came up with a solution. He suggested that Zakir should focus on keeping her body attractive, maintaining her beautiful face, and practicing feminine charm techniques. His answer shocked her. She was furious that he could say something like that. Besides, she said, how am I supposed to practice feminine charm techniques all by myself? At that moment, Zhang Yi's uncle knocked on their bedroom door. Having overheard part of their conversation, he felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. He informed Zhang Yi that Lien was asking for him. Zhang Yi immediately got up and went downstairs, telling Uncle Mi that he was busy. Then, putting on a friendly demeanor, he went to meet Lien. He greeted her politely and invited her to sit. He was exceptionally courteous, because he knew that she was about to ask him for something. Lien explained the difficulties she and her students were facing. Zhang Yi sighed and said, "A skilled woman like you, suffering and working hard for others, how pitiful." He then made her an offer. She could stay with him in the safe house. After hearing Zhang Yi's proposal, Lien declined. She reminded him of their agreement. They were allies, their goal was to destroy Shishuan's base together. Once that was done, Zhang Yi had promised to provide food and shelter for her and her students for a while. Now that the enemy base was gone, there was no longer a food shortage to worry about. However, she still needed more supplies because her students had become too spoiled. It would take time for them to become independent and find their own food. Zhang Yi frowned. "How did this happen?" he asked. "They already suffered so much in Shishuan's base. I thought they would be stronger." Lien didn't want to talk about it anymore. She simply asked him if he could provide food for a little longer. She would figure out a solution later. Zhang Yi was a man of his word. He took out a large amount of food from his dimensional storage and handed it to Lien. "This should be enough for you and your students for half a month," he said. Lien was deeply grateful for his generosity. Zhang Yi simply replied, "You deserve it." But then, a thought crossed his mind. "Is it really safe for a woman to be responsible for so many young students?" he asked. Lien let out a heavy sigh. His words struck a chord in her heart. Ever since the apocalypse began, she had worked tirelessly as both a teacher and a protector. Yet, despite everything she had sacrificed, her students never truly appreciated what she had done for them. Even so, she refused to abandon them. "They wouldn't survive on their own," she said firmly. "If I leave them, I'll never be able to forgive myself." Zhang Yi felt a pang of sadness. Lien was completely ignoring her own well-being just to serve others. That was something he would never do. But then, an idea suddenly came to him. Zhang Yi could help Lien free herself from the responsibility of her students. Maybe after that, she could leave them and join him. Zhang Yi still vividly remembered how they treated Shinsin, even threatening her with death. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhang Yi asked Lien why most of her spoiled students, who were already over 18, still depended on her like children who weren't even her own. After their agreement ended, how would they feed themselves? This question frustrated Lien. She had hoped they would grow up and become independent after everything they had experienced at Shishuan's base, but she had been wrong. Zhang Yi told Lien that he understood the difficulties she was facing with her students, and he decided to help. Lien was shocked and asked what he meant. Zhang Yi replied that, as she knew, he had many resources, and it would be easy for him to provide food for Lien and her students indefinitely. Lien immediately realized that this wouldn't come for free. She directly asked what Zhang Yi wanted in return. His answer stunned her. He wanted her entire life. Lien blushed and shouted that she would never sell her body. That was an insane request? Zhang Yi laughed and told her she hadn't even let him finish talking. What he wanted was for Lien to become his martial arts instructor. How could she think of something so indecent? Feeling embarrassed, Lien apologized for her misunderstanding. Shinsin, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, secretly wondered if Zhang Yi also had romantic feelings for their teacher. Lien, having made her decision, accepted the offer to help her students. 10 people are better than none, she thought. After Lien left, Zhang Yi felt relieved. Just then, Shinsin and Karen arrived. Zhang Yi told them they were too late. Lien had already left. But they weren't there to see Lien. Shinsin suddenly asked if Zhang Yi also wanted to play with Lien. Her words shocked him. Ken teased, saying he didn't realize his brother had an interest in their teacher. Shinsin became irritated and explained that throughout history, providing help was the most effective way to build alliances. Zhang Yi listened as Shinsin continued, saying that Lien was strong and, from a woman's perspective, she was quite attractive. She then praised Zhang Yi's wisdom in using Lien to strengthen their group. Although Zhang Yi wanted Lien to join them for future battles, he had no romantic interest in her. But Shinsin and Karen were determined to gain Lien's trust. They knew their teacher well and understood how to influence her. However, Zhang Yi told them it wasn't necessary. Given Lien's current situation, convincing her to join them would be easy. Shinsin had a mischievous look in her eyes, but Zhang Yi didn't want to risk Lien turning against them. Shinsin then informed Zhang Yi that in the coming days, she would be analyzing the information they had gathered from Shishuan's base. However, she could already confirm the presence of powerful organizations in Tianhai City, some possibly even stronger than Shishuan. Zhang Yi had expected this. Tianhai was a major city, so it was impossible for only one dominant force to exist there. Shinsin then asked what they would do if all these forces united against them. With confidence, Zhang Yi reassured her that they were a force to be feared. Anyone who saw them would think twice before making a move. Hearing his words, Shinsen felt excited and even more confident. She said she would organize all the information and invite Zhang Yi to review it. He looked forward to it. A little while later, Zhang Yi called Karen over for an important discussion. Once they sat down, he explained that he no longer wanted to be caught off guard like before. He wanted to be fully prepared for future attacks. Zhang Yi asked for Karen's help in turning their 3 houses into a fortress strong enough to withstand enemy assaults. Karen replied that designing the plan was easy, but she wasn't sure if they had enough materials, machinery, and manpower to complete the construction. Zhang Yi reminded her that he could transport any materials using his dimensional power, that his uncle Yu had the strength of 100 men, and that Chun could control snow. Hearing this, Karen realized that although they were few in number, they were highly skilled and powerful. With that confidence, Zhang Yi felt they could build the necessary defenses. He then asked Ken to immediately draft a defense plan. Next, Zhang Yi gathered his team and showed them the locations in the village where they would be living. He emphasized that they would all stay together to make it easier to fortify all the designated areas at once. Additionally, the other villages had weaker defenses compared to their homes, so they needed to complete this project as soon as possible. Chun realized that even though he was strong, if an enemy attacked his home and struck him on the head, he could still die. Uncle Yu reminded them that if they were going to fortify multiple houses, they also needed to consider weapons to defend against attacks. Zhang Yi admitted that he hadn't thought about that yet. With so many areas to protect, they needed significant firepower. He then proposed going to the ruins of the Shurshun base to salvage any useful materials from the debris. His uncle suggested that they dismantle any remaining defenses at the ruins and reassemble them here. After deep thought, Zhang Yi came up with a brilliant idea. They could utilize Chunlei's powers to build massive walls from blocks of ice. He pointed out the exact locations where they could construct these barriers. With Chun's abilities, they would be able to create a fortress surrounded by an ice wall. Meanwhile, the 2 brilliant minds, Shinsen and Karen, were playing a game with 2 other intelligent individuals, Jaime and Yangam, while Zaekir served drinks. Zhang Yi remarked that caution could never be excessive. Chun was unaware that there were still dangerous groups lurking outside. Zhang Yi responded that, indeed, there were, but those groups weren't even considered a real threat. Nevertheless, they had to build a stronger base as soon as possible. Zhang Yi then ordered everyone to head out and collect materials from the ruins of the Shurshun base. However, an unexpected visitor arrived. Lien appeared at the entrance of Zhang Yi's house. Chun wondered if Zhang Yi had gotten himself another woman, but Zhang Yi clarified that Lien came every day to teach him martial arts and that their relationship was nothing more than that. Lien was invited inside and was surprised to see so many people in the house. It felt warm and welcoming, like a big family. She even saw some of her former students, whom she hadn't met in a long time. Shinsen and Karen expressed that they always felt safe with Zhang Yi. Shinsen even jokingly suggested that she could ask her brother, Zhang Yi, to let Lien stay with them too. However, Lien firmly refused to leave her students behind. Shin didn't give up and pointed out that Lien could live there and still help her students. If not, she would remain their servant forever. Hearing this, Lien wondered if Zhang Yi would truly allow her to stay in his house. She then asked her former students if it wouldn't be selfish to abandon the others back in the village. Shinsen responded that she could convince Zhang Yi to let Lien stay. As for the other students, no matter where they lived, their living conditions wouldn't change. Shin knew that Zhang Yi's plan was to find a way to make Lien stay while leaving her students unprotected. When the time came, they would be removed from the equation. Lien said she would think about it, and the girls waited for her answer. After their conversation, Zhang Yi invited Lien to attend her first martial arts lesson. He noticed that her clothes were dirty and gave her a set of luxurious new ones. Feeling embarrassed, Lien said she needed to bathe and change into clean clothes before training. When she returned in her fresh, elegant attire, her confidence grew. Zhang Yi then commanded the training to begin. 2 hours later, Zhang Yi was exhausted, while Master Lien hadn't even broken a sweat. Wearing her new outfit, she reminded Zhang Yi that becoming a master took years of dedication. However, Zhang Yi only wanted to be able to defend himself better if needed. The world was unpredictable, and he had to be prepared. She then said they would continue training tomorrow and gave him some food to take home. Lien recalled Shinsen's words and thought that if it were Zhang Yi saying them, she would be convinced that he was planning something for her students. What she didn't know was that Shinsen was far more ruthless and dangerous than Zhang Yi. Lien began to wonder if she could really stay here and be accepted. On her way back, she kept thinking about Zhang Yi's offer. Should she discuss it with her students? When her students saw the resources she had brought, they were overjoyed and immediately swarmed the food like zombies. Feeling slightly relieved, Lien wanted to know how their first day of survival had gone. She asked if they had managed to fish in the river. One of the students replied that they had suffered greatly when working at the Shounen base, but now they could finally enjoy fresh air and freedom. However, none of them wanted to work outside in the cold weather. In the end, they had only caught 3 fish. Lien wasn't surprised by this result. The young men were dissatisfied with such a small amount of food and wanted more. However, one of the wiser students reminded them that this food was something Lien had obtained from Zhang Yi. They needed to learn how to gather their own food with their own hands. One of the students then asked Lien if she could request Zhang Yi to let them all stay at his place as well. They insisted that they could eat less and help with household chores if necessary. Other students strongly argued that if Karen and Shur could stay there, why couldn't they? With a serious expression, Lien told them that they were not like those 2 girls. Karen and Shur possessed extraordinary intellectual abilities that none of them could match. Even after hearing this, her selfish students still pleaded with Lien to try harder to find a way for them to live in Zhang Yi's home. Hearing their words, Lien was now certain she couldn't discuss Zhang Yi's offer with them yet,